Still got its speed open. Oh, this is ridiculous. What's going on? Because there are people waiting. What is going on? Okay. Okay. Let's see. We're not hearing anything. We're not hearing anything. God, why anything? Oh, sorry, Chris, I think. Why have we got audio? Where is the audio coming from? Why have we got audio? Audio, mic, audio. Sorry.
So what I would like mid-afternoon is to free up some.
So by afternoon they'll definitely start freeing up.
Because there's a Newly match on Monday.
Yeah, well, people are going to get fed up with it and they'll want to watch the final.
Yeah, that's good. And I think it was slightly unfair to make the Newly people use.
Yeah, so I can't predict what people
No,
Why can we have audio?
I'm hoping to have two draws. The roll-up people don't care. But I want to get two draws and bring that back. But I should probably be here all day tomorrow.
We heard it earlier.
games possible for the next 2 days.
Oh, God.
And not dressed for croquet.
No.
I wonder if the
Are you've given up playing croquet? Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Why have we lost audio? I can't think of anything. So that is good there.
Okay, one more day.
8M cameras. Volume. Mic is active.
Yes, you've been a good boy, yes.
8M cameras. Mic.
Well, I have seen them a couple
What's it off?
of times. I've been buying orange juice.
So why haven't we got audio?
Every day buying orange juice and lemonade. So I get cool. No, not
What if those batteries are full?
Yeah, they're addicted to it. Well, I suppose it's refreshing, isn't it? Right, we are. See you tomorrow. See ya. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm here tomorrow. I'm here tomorrow. Sorry? You've been over with the baby tomorrow? No, because it's George's day tomorrow. Well, I've got help, got Barry helping me, but basically I'm going to decide what to do. We've done it. And Ian's going today, but we've had a big shot this morning, so he's been he needs special mentioning in dispatches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Batteries are screwed.
Okay, bye then.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, right. On board too.
Yeah.
A show. That's got big because it's you.
Well,
Oh, right.
No, I
You
think
want to
it's
take
because
up
it's
coffee first,
I'm more than happy to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. You're all right with that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we've played before, haven't we?
Come on. No,
I think the only time I've played you was, oh wait a minute, no, we had Ian's club game. Yes.
It's the people who disappear like orange.
You've been having a recent, well, I mean, I appreciate you're in the set now then, but have you been having a recent?
Oh, he's paid.
Early on. Yeah, fair enough.
So yesterday I said he paid early on, he paid for 7 days, whatever it was. Because he said he'd probably go today. So, I've asked him, how many 4 times he's paid, he said, oh, already. I said,
Oh, right. Right.
well, I know, that's fine, yeah, I'm well aware of that.
This one it is, isn't it? Do that.
Not really.
Who's your week been?
It's been all right. I feel I've been playing reasonably well, but my results haven't reflected that quite as much. I mean, at the beginning of the week, Alison and I somehow won the like the mainly because I think Harry and Gaps got knocked out the day before somehow. How that happened, I really don't know. And then I did end up qualifying for the main knockout just at the last minute. But I agree with Mr. Mir, I couldn't easily play in the knockout because I was at the final yesterday. And it's dead big potential issue.
Well, I might be able to take one or two out.
So it was a great then Alison knocked me out the one half of the play I was playing.
I know, that's the trouble, yeah.
Let's do that.
So I was the first one out to play as well.
Yes.
So yeah, it's been a bit tricky. I find the weather doesn't help.
No, I'm gonna get absolutely full.
Yeah. Yeah, just need
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I need to like film a water bottle.
Yeah.
it's a long way to walk, isn't it? To walk from there to there.
Well,
We'll stick with you for now until Roddy can get the presets done. Thank you.
I must admit, when I'm like, so that's only some mistake. I'm sure you're no, that also says two as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because this one's still at water. Yes, it's still remains recorded upon.
It's the tape
I'm sure
score.
Nick will joke with having a fellow Middlesex player. Yeah.
That's right, because when they finish, three and four.
Yeah, because two would be like one and a bit more. Yeah, no. I sort of understand our essentially. Yeah. Which makes it very safe that things available.
Yeah, I really thought through. As a part of the he should got somebody on the opposite side of the draw.
Okay, yeah.
Else otherwise it would be right there because
Oh yeah. Yeah.
two people wanted to get on the play and two people
Oh,
potentially
no.
still here at 4 o'clock.
Give me some money.
And he knows this, I think. Oh, yeah. Which works out really well.
Should be New Zealand. Hey Nigel, how are you doing?
Yeah, okay.
Jenny is New Zealand, isn't she? New Zealand, yeah. Just getting, yeah, no, we're sort of in good shape, I think.
Good.
I think.
Excellent.
It's amazing.
I didn't realise the full team was going to be down
Ah,
here.
the 18, the 18. This is the.
18.
I think it might be the A minus at the moment.
Oh dear.
There we go, come out of that. Okay, let's go again. And we're going to play. But why is it not coming through?
You just thought it out.
That should be coming through there as well, so we can hear it. Why can't we?
I know it's
Oh. Oh,
Oh, right.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
gone off.
No, that was him, was it? No,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. That wasn't me, for once.
No, no. Ah. Oh, am I doing? Is that on? Why is that coming through? Hang on, so there's a. Oh, my mic needs to be muted. Oh no, wrong way round. Fucking hell. Sorry.
We've got
Concentrate,
One that
concentrate.
really confused me is that it keeps getting holy lucky to go offline. It's gone offline.
She for 6 now, is she? Oh yeah, it's a big sleeve, isn't it? Whoa.
We've got the holy one's not. It's too far. I think it should be wide. And the silly we could have wired it.
25 metres, yeah. To a certain point, we'll keep it here and put the PTZ in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could do that.
I've got to get onto the right camera. Shit, let me take it back to him. I've got to go back to camera. My problem is I can't remember what the fucking, because all the numbers are different. The cameras are called something different from the views.
We could switch, just a question of switching those on there.
We will need to do
Why?
that.
Microphone.
Let me just switch microphone. That lassie look to it, and the ball just slightly moves half a ball one way or another when you're approaching the hoop, and you rarely have an absolutely dead straight hoop unless you're the type of player that can play really tight breaks and approach all your hoops from under 18 inches. And there's only a few players here that can do that. You see the yellow there placed between 1 back and 2 back, so that if on this approach she gets a little bit of hill or plays it imperfectly, she's got the option of running it not just by a few feet to red, but she could run it all the way down to yellow. And even that gentle hoop stroke leaves your 4-yard return Croquet. I hope to be joined by Keith Ayton later on this morning. Be fascinating to get his take on the playing conditions. Quite rare, I think probably 2003 was the last time we had really tough playing conditions for the British Open. I think from memory we had a great final that year between Robert Fulford and Reg Bamford, and Robert just completely dominated the match. Won 3 games to 0 with 2 triples, and 2 triples on those lawns was a phenomenal achievement. These are lawns where most players are struggling to play a 4-ball break. So again, later on when we see Robert Fulford and James Death, they've been the 2 players in the tournament who've been doing triple peels in these difficult, fast conditions. Both look to be that level higher than the next best players. So not a good 3-back Pioneer there. She's left it a long way short, but she's got a nice rush to 2-back. Yeah, and it's a good rush. I think that's finished more or less in front, so that's pretty much where you want it. Should be able to approach to within 6 inches. Make sure you're straight, and then just give it an extra 10 or 20% to normal, just in case you've got an imperfect shot. That's right. That's the right pace. I know you leave yourself a 4-yarder back, but providing that's one of your strengths, just giving your hoop shot that little bit extra. Make sure it doesn't deviate before it reaches the hoop. And now she'll start thinking about where she's going to put the balls for the leave. I'm expecting she'll be tight in corner 4. There will be a ball halfway up the east boundary, and another ball on the western side of the lawn, possibly on the boundary. So sending black over to the middle of the west boundary, which is where, the east boundary, which is where an opponent ball will end up. My number 1 priority at the moment is to make 3 back. It's a bad Pioneer. She wants to rush red towards the yellow.
It could have caused problems in my knockout had I then won.
Now she'll send red
So I opted out of the main
towards that mid-east boundary spot. Also acts as another ball to hit after 3 back. That needs that good rush. That's pretty good. So multiple balls now to run 3 back to. Can she make up for having this bad Pioneer? Playing with Invictus balls all week. These are the new balls made by the Fletchers. Very round, look very good, milling's nice and deep. Haven't been entirely favoured by the players. They felt the rushes haven't been very good, and we found a blue yesterday that was two colours. It was half of a sort of mid blue and half a dark blue. Very strange. Okay, we just popped some new batteries in again, so apologies for loss of commentary. Something's gone wrong here. Jenny's got to 4 back and she hasn't managed to get both her balls off the boundary. So not only has David got a 13-yarder here, but he's got a 16-yarder at a ball and a half. And I can't see him turning this down. This is a compulsory shot. Looking at it, he's going to look at lifting the yellow and maybe going to B-bulk and shooting at red with black and blue in the background. He's going to go to the end of B-bulk and look at where red misses yellow to. That's not a long shot either, but this red at black and blue is really attractive. Normally Jenny would just roll both balls off the boundary. I don't know why she's managed to leave black a ball in lawn. I can't see him turning this shot down. Yeah, just a reminder again, just in case anyone's joining us, this is not semi-final. This is the semi-final day, but we're starting off with finishing off the remaining 2 quarterfinals. David Fuller against Jenny Clark, which is our feature match. And Jenny's just gone to 4 back 5th turn and left David a very attractive target here. And he's missed that. So that's a big let-off. When you're doing basic things, such as these defensive leaves, they're not difficult to make, and you've got to make them well. Making a leave giving you opponent a 16-yarder at a ball and a half is almost verging on criminal. So she's had the let off. She had the really good fifth turn ball round, very impressive. And now she's got a great opportunity. The question is she going to... She's going to obviously hit red first and get a rush on blue. But she's got two choices. She can rush to yellow and get a better hoop parnier, hoop 2 parnier, and rush yellow down to hoop 1 and make it off the opponent. Or she can rush partner to hoop 1, and in case she doesn't make the hoop, David would have a longer shot. So, two choices. I'm probably just favouring rushing to yellow because it is a long way away from hoop 2. But both are valid choices, and be quite interesting to see which one she takes. We've got a lovely breeze coming through now as well, just taking that heat off a wee bit. So nudges that red out, and yes, she has opted to rush to yellow. I think that's the right choice. And one of the beauties about quick lawns is that all the players are able to do rushes for 25, 30 yards. And it's nice to be able to play in conditions where there isn't a big physical advantage to the players who can hit it much harder. These are ideal conditions for top-class croquet. A big thank you to Surbiton. I know a lot of clubs around the country will be looking at these lawns going, they're brown, they're dead, and they're not. This is just the grass being semi-dormant, digging down further into the soil to try and grab a little bit of water, getting better root structure as a cause, and once the event's finished, the club will heavily water them and probably pop a little bit of long-term feed on, and they'll be great. So big thank you to Surbiton. Always a pleasure coming here, and we knew when we turned up on Friday that the lawns were going to be good. We had rain on Saturday and Sunday, and they were very easy. They got quite slow, but we knew if we got a little bit of sunshine later on in the week they'd get like this. So a good hoop 2 parnier from Jenny, but she's significantly overhit that rush to hoop 1, and it's almost on the boundary. So this is really quite a difficult approach. Needs to be straight, but the ball's just going to wander half a ball one way or another. Playing this with a drive, this is sending the yellow a long way north. Looks like a good black. That's a really good black. And now run it by 10 yards. If she runs it by 20, she's still got blue to hit, but she'll be trying to run it by 10. There we go. And you saw she wasn't dead straight. And as soon as you're slightly off straight on these quadways in fresh holes, you need to give it quite a lot more. And she hit that at a pace where if it had flicked off one wire, it would have been off the north boundary. But you're quite likely at an angle to take a lot of wire here. And she's hit the roquet, but she's hit it somewhere she can't send it to hoop 3 getting to blue. So there are choices here. She could roll it behind hoop 2. She could just take off and say, that's my hoop 3 parnier. That's going to have to do. Make sure that hoop 6 isn't in the way of rushing it to hoop 3. And I know you haven't seen any errors so far here, but there will be. There'll be multiple errors today. Particularly as we get this first hour out of the way and the lawn speeds up. I mentioned earlier on, I don't know whether it was covered in the commentary, if anyone can make less than 3 or 4 hoop errors, they'll be doing really well, and they'll probably win. I mentioned the other quarter-final, the deciding game between Stephen Mulliner and Mark Avery, and Mark Avery's just gone to 4-back with a nice new standard leave, NSL. So Stephen walking onto the lawn, looking at his options. Jenny's run hoop 2 to the boundary, return Roquet again. Nice tempo of swing she's got at the moment, and that blue's rushed nicely onto a rush line on yellow. Checking out exactly where she wants black to land, but if she's just short of that point, she'll still have a decent rush to hoop 3. Stevens lifted the ball at hoop 4 and has gone to B-Bulk to take the long lift. Just making sure the balls are in contact. Often when it's so bright, it can be difficult to see the gap between the balls, so always double check that when you're on a really bright sunny day. And yeah, probably, 2 to 3 feet short, but she's on a good line here. Really good rush line. That's a good, lovely shot. Oh, that's just superb, yeah. One of the things the players may start doing as the lawns get quicker is on the odd numbers they might play for hoop and Roquet, and where she's rushed the yellow to she can't do. She's dead straight in front and slightly underhit that hoop approach, so it's just off straight, so make sure of it. She's done that well. That was quite a confident hoop stroke. I know it looks straightforward, but once you can start running them at that pace, you're really starting to pick up your confidence level. Now, you could go to red straight away here, but I think she'll send yellow to 5 going to blue, and then she'll pick up red after hoop 4. Had blue been 3 yards further and closer to red, I think she'd have gone to red first. It's a good yellow but a bad black here, so she'll probably just hit the blue, approach the hoop, knowing that if she doesn't get a good hoop shot, she can turn and hit red and have another go. But yeah, she could take off behind the red. It is about a yard out of the corner, but that's quite a tough shot. So yeah, this is the 2-go method. Take off in front. If you're not in front, hit red. Needs to stop. Needs to stop. Oh, there we go. And she's gone from being potentially 45 degrees, very difficult, and not being able to hit red, to dead straight in front. That last roll went backwards. And gets a little bit of wire out of the hoop, and now it's got a 4-yarder instead of a 5-yarder. So, very handy. Nice hoop 5 Parnia. Meanwhile, on lawn 4, Stevens hit the lift shot, and he's starting to pick up his own first break. A reminder, the winner of David Fuller and Jenny Clark will play James Death, and the winner of Mark Avery and Stephen Mulliner will play Robert Fulford. Deciding game between Stephen and Mark, and David Fuller game up against Jenny. So this match here could easily go on to mid-afternoon. Really good start. This is a 7th turn, second ball round from Jenny. And on a quicker lawn, there starts to be good reasons for not putting out an early 2-back Parnia. It's nice to keep all 4 balls with you around 6 and 1-back. The other reason for not having an early 2-back Parnia is if you do break down, you haven't left a hoop 1 Parnia for them. So Jenny opted to put blue back up to hoop 6, and she's overhit it. So now she's got 2 bad hoop 6 panniers, 1 short, 1 long. But she's got good control at 5. So yeah, on a quicker lawn, I tend to keep the balls with me and not put out the early 2-back pannier. Jenny, very experienced player, played in form at Robertson Shields, captain the New Zealand team in 2017, and he's current New Zealand Open champion. Member at the United Club, famed for having the most difficult playing conditions in the world, year on year. And people are often surprised to turn up at mid-November in Christchurch and find the lawns are green and quite slow, and it's just we put the extra effort in to making them fast for the major events, whether it's a World Championship or a New Zealand Open. Lovely croquet stroke, sending yellow to 1 back there, and it's got a rush that she can take towards the blue on red. And again, one thing you can do here is instead of leaving red there, you can send it towards the north boundary and run hoop 6 all the way to it. And again, Jenny just showing her understanding of playing on fast lawns. Most people won't put that ball out, and she knows the benefit of it. If you just approach hoop 6 and you're slightly angled, you want to give it that little bit extra oomph. It means you have to play some bigger croquet strokes during the turn, but again, her croquet stroke's quite good. That's not good. Oh, it's finished in the draws. So that's look at hoop 4 and look at hoop 6. If that had finished just behind, she'd have been in a bit of trouble. Not easy to Irish peel these balls. And now she'll run that past the blue, down to the red. And she has to send a 2-back pannier out from a long way away, but she's getting benefit by having balls to give her protection should she end up needing to run them firmly. Meanwhile, Stephen hasn't managed to make hoop 1 and is laid up in corner 1, and I think we'll probably see Mark cornering here. He's 4-back balls at hoop 2, and he'll probably play red into a corner. Don't give an easy breakaway first thing with fresh hoops. So Jenny sends this 2-back pannier out from a long way away, but as I say, she's good at croquet strokes, so big croquet strokes come naturally after lots and lots of practice. Really good 2-back pannier from the north boundary, just as good as it would have been from a few yards away after hoop 5. So again, she'll try and put blue halfway between 1-back and 2-back, just in case she has to run 1-back by 7 or 8 yards. And this is what we call break hygiene. It's not just having a pivot that's sort of lurking around the peg. It's using the pivot in more productive ways. So I think that's Mark retiring to corner 4 with the red. Shoot. Okay, yellow's east at 3, okay. So good chance for Stephen here, but this is his first go with fresh hoops. So getting rushes out of hoops, you've got to play a good rush to the hoop, a good approach, and a good hoop shot. It's not good enough just to get 2 out of 3, which it often is. So Jenny's fallen down a hill here at 1-back and now has an angled hoop. And she's moved to her Solomon grip, indicating she's jumping. This gives a 4-ball breakaway if she fails. Good shot. And now the choice of hitting blue, which she's deliberately put a little bit further south, or if she's confident of the 4-yarder, she can go back and pick the yellow off. Big advantage hitting the yellow. It does make the break easier. But imagine that jump shot had gone through 2 or 3 yards further. She'd have always hit the blue. Interesting, she's choosing to swap here. No, I didn't think that was... She is swapping the balls around, deliberately putting yellow out as a pivot and deciding to send blue to 3 back. Maybe she didn't feel she had room to send it to 3 back, holding for the rush on blue. We're starting to get a wideish angle, but now she's put hoop 5 in the way of sending out a really good 3 back pioneer, so it needs to make sure she doesn't hit hoop 5. The balls are pulling quite a lot, very deeply milled, these new Invictus, and this shot will pull a yard. Wide angle split. That's missed hoop 5, the length's good, the black's good, it's a really good croquet stroke. Again, approaching 2 back from inches. Going to pop it to the right hand side of the hoop to give herself a bit more room to send it out to 4 back going to yellow. And you can see even that tap, the ball was starting to move backwards towards her. You just got to make sure it doesn't fall to one side and give you an angly one. Now I thought she might have hit that tiny bit less hard. As it is, she's got the full extra 35 inches, so this is a genuine 6.5, 7 yarder. So this is the most difficult roquet she's had in the game, and she's hit it in the middle. So again, good confidence building shots. So that's the first hoop I thought she ran more firmly than she needed to. Just maintaining the 4-ball break sufficiently difficult. No need to look for peels, and it's going to be fascinating when we see Fulford and Death later on today. How much are they going to push for peels? I think they'll both do triples, and I think they'll make it look reasonably easy. Lawns 3 and 4, a good 2.5 slower than Lawn 2. My bigger question when we get to the final is, are people going to do triple peels on Lawn 2? That's a really difficult lawn. So again, punting yellow down, peg high, and it's just another ball she can hit after running 3 back if she ends up angled and has to put some power into it. You just tap that and it's just dribbled in front of the hoop. Now that was the type of pace of hoop shot I was hoping she was going to do at 2 back. Much more controlled. Both of them from literally 3 inches straight. You have to treat the hoops with respect. Stalk every one of them. If you catch a tiny bit of wire, you're not going to go through. Any sort of near wire contact, no chance. Good penult pioneer there. Rush on yellow towards the red. Meanwhile, it looks like Stephen's made hoop 1 and hoop 2, but still hasn't quite got a break. So plenty of work to be done still. And her rushing to hoops has been really, really good this game. Far from easy. I mentioned James when we were watching yesterday, how impressive James was at rushing right on top of all the hoops. And now she's done a good thing, which is give herself the chance of hoop and roquet. Oh, unlucky. Misses the red. But a shorter return roquet than she had after 2 back. Time limits 4 hours for the first game, 7 hours for the first 2, and 9 hours for the entire match. So I think they used about 3 1/4 maybe for game 1, maybe 3 1/2. So they'll have over 3 1/2 hours for game 2, and these 2 breaks have been fairly fast. It is still 7th turn, so very little time used up this morning so far. Be interesting to see what leave she makes. You can make a vertical spread here. That's a ball on the front of hoop 6 and a ball on the front of rover. That does make it quite difficult for your opponent on a tricky lawn, but it requires penultimate to put it on hoop 6. So I think we'll either see a diagonal spread or a defensive leave, and Jenny's tended towards defensive leaves. Now that has gone towards the peg. That's a natural place for it to go, almost irrespective of what leave she's making anyway. If she starts putting it close to the peg after penultimate, then it will indicate she's making a diagonal spread. And these approaches are nasty. Played it well.
with it.
Okay. Right, apologies for those few minutes interruption while the microphone was repaired yet again. Just recapping what we had. We had David Fuller taking his shot from where it lay at partner ball at hoop 1, and it was probably his shortest shot, and in many instances we say that's the most important factor. When you're playing on a difficult lawn, it's a completely different set of calculations. What you needed to do as David was go, yellow is at red's hoop, therefore I'm going to lift the red and shoot at Jenny's balls in corner 4. And had he hit that shot, he would have had a break. Now, having hit the ball at his hoop almost all the way over to the west boundary, his turn is incredibly difficult. He's got no hoop 2 par near, and he had to rush to hoop 1 from a long way away. So hopefully now we'll see quite how difficult this lawn is, because David's going to have to play some quite good shots to get round from here. That's a good hoop. And he's got a good rush to the boundary, so it's a good start, that. Meanwhile, on lawn 4, Stephen lost the innings, and Mark, I believe, broke down at hoop 4. So Stephen's stuck in 3, I'm told. That's Sam Murray helping us out there. So stuck in hoop 3. So that's the first hoop error. Now David will know that he can win the game from here. He won from 1 on 5 against 4 back and peg yesterday, so he'll know winning from 1 on 1 is well within his capability. The difference today is that the breaks are going to be constantly under pressure. Every hoop is going to be an experience. So committing black to the middle, getting a rush on yellow to hoop 2. Could have done with getting black another 3 or 4 yards out there. He had room. Black is the peg ball, so he's playing with the right one of Jenny's balls should he make an error. And again, that's not near the hoop. I would say he's probably no more than 50% to make it from there. Whereas I think yesterday he would have been 90%. So trying to approach the hoop, and I think he's looked for a wide spot behind the hoop for yellow, so black might not be able to hit yellow. That's travelling. That's travelling. Wow, well, it's not a lot closer than when he started that. So Stephen Mulliner back in on lawn 4, and looks like he's on hoop 4 with a break. David's not taken that hoop on and has just hit off the boundary, presumably wired from the black ball. Lots of options for Jenny here. Black can shoot at the opponent. They're quite tight to the north boundary. Equally, she can play to a corner. She could have a wide join. She could shoot at blue. They're all viable choices. I think she'll fancy hitting him if she's open, though.
good videos.
Do less ups anymore.
You do videos with Stephen Mower over the ages. Springing up, crawling up.
Half ball yellow at best that way, Chris.
So I think she might be trying to ask for a lift here.
What's the referee, James?
So David certainly didn't check whether black and blue were wired before going to the wired spot on the north boundary. And that's just a, absolutely full ball, no testing required lift. So that's given a 7-yarder away. Admittedly only with the peg ball, but another mental error.
Did you not ask her phone before asking for it?
No. But David wandered out, looked at black and blue, and went, "Yeah, I'll give it."
So again, Jenny's good at this length. And even if she misses it, it's not a nice pickup for the red. Wouldn't be surprised to see David just rush to hoop 2 were she to miss it. A nice tempo again. And now, question is, what leave do you make? And I'm going to want to try and get my black and blue close towards 4-back for the end of the turn. So leave red near red's hoop, which is what she's doing. Go to yellow. Get yellow down towards yellow's hoop. Going to blue, which is a big shot if she doesn't get a rush on this. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That will make it a lot easier for her. So rush this. You could even almost leave it in corner 4. Corner 4 is actually better than corner 1. Because it's not a lift corner. And then roll up towards corner 3 with the blue. A bit surprised she didn't hit that harder. You're going to want it quite close to the boundary, so you might as well rush it off the lawn. So she's going to leave that yellow there. Now, to me, that's too far north. It makes every shot of David's shorter. What she may do, she could try and cross wire at hoop 4, but I think she's a little bit away from that line. Cross wiring at hoop 4 is not bad here, but I would prefer to be much closer to hoop 3. Yeah, she's going to roll them both up here, and I just want yellow to be 5 yards further south. That looks like a good length to me. Both balls going the right ratio. It just means if you overhit it and blue goes off, black's still nice and close to blue, rather than playing some sort of 3/4 roll and blue going off and having an 8-yarder. So really good shot. Blue's completely protecting corner 3 area. All the shots guarded. I don't think David will shoot into that. So options are red at yellow, yellow at red, or yellow just out of corner 1. I think shooting into the guarded corner is too aggressive. Red at yellow is the natural shot. Blue and black are at red's next hoop, but 1. So they're at hoop 3 and he's on hoop 2. So hitting this does give him a break. And I mentioned earlier, when you're playing on a difficult lawn, finding shots that give you easy breaks is one of the key tactical parts of the game. Likewise, making leaves where even if your opponent hits, they don't have a break. And Jenny hasn't really done that very well in this game, and David hasn't taken advantage of it. Mullen has failed hoop 5. So multiple hoop errors already over on lawn 4. And David has missed that quite a way on the right. So yeah, it's a good 18 inches. And this is one where Jenny can rush to 4-back, approach the hoop and run it. And she's got multiple places to get a rush to. If she gets a rush to Penult, great, take it. If she goes further and she gets a rush back to yellow, that's fine as well. So it's nice to have a few feet of room to run your hoop into. First key thing is rush to 1 foot dead straight. Far more difficult than it sounds. And playing conditions like these, every player at this event should go away a better croquet player. They've been challenged. They've had their game tested to all different degrees. They've had different tactical options available to them. And providing you don't just sort of mentally collapse as to this is way too difficult for me, every player should gain physical ability and tactical ability from playing in this tricky condition. So just nudged it in front, probably 5 degrees off straight and a little bit further back than she wants. So I think she'll run this firmly. Won't be any chance to rush to Penult. She just made sure of the hoop. And to be honest, once you make that 4-back point and you get to Penult and peg V1 and 2, that is starting to be a big lead. Even getting pegged out is less scary. When you're pegged out on 4-back, that's still quite a lot of work to do, but that 1 point does make quite a big difference. So I think she's right to make sure of it. And she's hit all these pretty much in the middle so far. Whether she tries to put a bit more onto this to actually rush it rather than simply hit it, that might be the only downside to the shot. If she just tries to hit it, I think she'll hit it. I've played it pretty much as a rush. It's got it almost down to yellow. Again, choices here. You can defensify black going to red and roll red to rover, getting a rush to Penult. You can roll red to rover, getting a rush on yellow to red. You can take off to red and send it to rover and throw all the balls in the lawn. That's my least preferred of the options. I don't want to throw all the balls in the lawn at this stage with such a big lead. I do quite like sending black to rover and rushing yellow to red. It's the most likely chance of getting a 6-inch dolly rush to your hoop. And hoop 4 isn't in play. The rush line is about 2 feet to the right of the hoop. But you could simply take off behind yellow and get a rush to yellow to Penult if you wanted to. So lots and lots of options. This, I say, this is my least preferred of the options I've mentioned. It's throwing too many balls into the lawn. I'm assuming she's rolling red to rover. Oh, she got a rush. Oh, hills into it that last few inches. That would have been a very handy rush to get. So, going all out for this. So, very positive line of play. Remember, she hasn't made a mistake yet. I just think this is too aggressive. And she's played it pretty well. It's a good red and it's 8 out of 10 for blue. It's fairly close to yellow. It is a, 2/3 ball cut. I just think this shot's difficult on a quick lawn. Got to judge it dead right. If you don't, you're 5 yards past the hoop. If you overcut it, you've got a horrible backward takeoff. Oh, what a good shot. What a good shot. Thanks very much. So she has overhit it. She got the line dead on. It's gone 2.5 yards past the hoop. I wouldn't want that back. I think that's good. Gets to approach it from directly in front. And she's got 3 balls to run it to. She's going to be able to run it to yellow, black or red. Goes for the drive approach again. And that's a good shot. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if this were to go all the way down to red. She'll certainly give it a lot more than a normal hoop stroke. She's a good, at least a foot back. Yeah, good shot. Runs it through to yellow. Probably a good idea to take off to black and rush it towards red and then croquet it to the peg. I'm interested in sending yellow deep behind Rover, going to black. Or you could just go straight to red, but actually having yellow deeper behind Rover, just again, one thing, in case you need to run it firmly, it's another ball to run it to. So lots of Jenny's ball movements during her breaks, showing the level of experience she's got playing on these testing conditions. David came out to Australia and New Zealand last November and played in the Australian Open and followed it up by the South Island Champs at United, where we had some good weather in November and I managed to get the lawns quite nice. So he's actually had the experience of playing in quite testing conditions, and that's been a big benefit to him, I'm sure, over the last few days. His break play's been quite tidy. Once he's picked up a break, still a lot to learn tactically, David, but he's only been playing 4 or 5 years, so it takes a long time to build up the memory of what to be doing and the understanding. We saw an instance last night where he was on 3-back and peg, and Jenny shot and hit 3-back and stayed by the hoop, giving him a laid break to finish, and he didn't bother using her ball, and that was an amazing decision. And yeah, Jenny had plenty of play in that pegged out ending. So no error game from Jenny. I think that's enormously impressive. You could say that leaving David a ball and a half on her first lift leave was an error. But no hoops failed, no roquets missed. And if she does the same in the second game, I can't see David beating a no-error performance. We've already seen about 4 errors on the adjacent lawn between Mark Avery and Stephen Mulliner. So good start, and I think the manager will be pleased as well. A fast first game. So now 1-1. David winning that quite long game, +4 last night. And +25 this morning for Jenny to equalise. So they'll have quite a long time. That was probably only an hour and 20 minutes or so. Maybe an hour and a half. So likely to have 3.5, 4 hours for the final game. Well done. And again, hopefully Jenny will go and take some liquid in after that. Quite hot. You're going to dehydrate quickly on a day like this. Keep hydrated. If you start feeling you need something to drink, you're already dehydrated. Don't get to that stage where you think you need something to drink. Meanwhile, Mark's all the way round to 3-back on his second break. Stephen's still on hoop 1 and hoop 6. David taking some water on board. A big thank you to all the members at the club, not just for the use of their excellent lawns and facilities, but wonderful lunches and afternoon teas. Surbiton renowned for their catering. So many thanks for that. Thanks to Ian Plummer for coming down and being available as a referee. And nice for some of our younger players to experience genuinely tough playing conditions. Jack Good had a really good effort at beating Robert Fulford in the first round, and he's adapted to the fast lawns really impressively, given the fact he won't have played on anything this speed before. And Ewan Burridge, again, really good performance, plays remarkably little association croquet and does well in every major tournament he's played in. Qualified for the Worlds and then made it out of his block, and qualified quite comfortably for this knockout and then beat Gabrielle Higgins. So a really good win. Gabrielle runner-up in the President's Cup last year. So yeah, hopefully lots of people are getting enjoyment of playing in a different playing condition that really does stretch every part of your game. A final thank you today. We've got a full team out on our media. So we've got volunteers on the cameras, full editing desk manned by Stephen Allen, Roddy Sheen, who brought us that wonderful coverage from the World Championships at Hurlingham a couple of years ago. So very good team we've got today. We've been just sort of trying to bring random bits of coverage to you during the week, but today it'll be right up there, top quality again. I say apologies about the microphone issues. David and Jenny having a look at the blue ball, and I think this might be the blue ball we looked at yesterday, which had two different colours on the two halves. 4. It's on lawn 4. Okay, so James tells me that's the one Mark and Stephen are playing with on lawn 4. So very unusual. It looks like, yeah, one half of it is sort of mid-blue and one half is dark blue. Anyway, David's won the toss in the decider and goes over to the east boundary. And I think one of the important things to note is not just that Jenny made no errors in that game, it's that David didn't get a break to settle. He hasn't had the feel of the lawn, and throughout that hour and a half or so of the first game, the lawn will gradually be changing pace and just getting a little bit quicker. It'll have gone from 12.5 to probably 12, from 12 to about 12.5, and then in this game it'll probably move from 12.5 to 13. So really important to have lawn control as the lawn's changing pace. Jenny opting for a corner 2 opening, basically saying she thinks she's the better player and wants to defensify balls where she can.
Well, that's just because it's hot, and when it's hot, so there's
And many thank you to Ailsa Lines, who did a couple of full days work on the editing desk. First time she's ever done it. I think she had a bit of fun. But great to get more people trained on using our media facilities. Croquet England has invested in some good kit, and now it's just down to volunteer resource really. We can move this around the country. I know they've got a team down in Budley who's trained up to use it, and I'm hoping we'll get a little bit of coverage from either the GC Test for America or the Solomon Trophy, providing we can find enough volunteers. So David's missed that quite a long way on the right, and it's going to come down and leave a really juicy target for Jenny. So I think Jenny will be taking this from A bulk, and I don't know if there's a hole in the middle. It might be a perfect double. I'll just go and have a wander and have a look. Now, it's actually got a 2-ball gap in the middle, so Jenny will need to shoot at one of these two. Yeah, I got quite dizzy there getting up and walking over. It's better get some more fluid in me. We'll be joined very shortly by Keith Ayton. Always got some words of wisdom and stories from the past. I love commentating with Keith. Just finishing his breakfast. A nice pace of hit, and you've gone through the middle. So Jenny managed to go round from this position. 5th turn of the last game. I thought it was a really good turn. Those 3 balls aren't really quite on the yard line, so they should really have tidied that up. I think both red and black are fractionally out. Red's a bit short, black's a bit long. That's a bit better. So you got some choices here. You can try and nick the red behind the black and get a cannon. I generally just like to play into them, give myself a yard of room, so I can stop partner 3 or 4 yards into the lawn getting a tight rush to hoop 1. So Mark, meanwhile, has made Rover and is hampered. So Jenny's going to go and do some refereeing on lawn 4. David looking as if he can play this quite hampered shot red at yellow. I don't see any point in doing that whatsoever. There's no need to do that. So David's calling for a referee. I think this is a bonkers shot. There is no benefit in doing this. If he doesn't want to make hoop 1, I mean, there's just no need to do this. What benefit has that gained other compared to hitting yellow onto red and moving black a yard? You're in the same position. You're just giving yourself a needlessly, potentially faultable shot. Anyway, he's hit it. Mark has hit his hampered shot as well, so he's now 4 back and peg against 1 and 6. So quite close to clinching his place in the semi-final against Robert Fulford. And you need to do more with yellow than he's doing. If you make hoop 1, yellow needs to be 3 or 4 yards into the lawn. 1 foot into the lawn isn't enough. So he's rushing to corner 2. Jenny looked very disappointed when she hit the ball towards corner 2. And you normally try and put it about 6 inches south of the corner. So it is possible that it's in the corner, in which case getting a corner cannon will give you a chance of a break. And he's looking at this. Jenny going to mark where it goes off, which is a very sensible thing to do. And he's rushed it into the corner. So was she disappointed that she missed on the left and left it too far out of the corner? or that she missed on the right and went into the corner. If it's in the corner, this will be a corner 2 cannon, and you can get black within 3 or 4 yards of hoop 2, getting a nice rush all the way down to hoop 1 on the blue ball. So yeah, it's a cannon. So perhaps going to be punished for missing her spot second turn of the game here. 2 ways of playing this cannon. One of them is basically putting a wafer cannon out and aiming more or less at hoop 1. That's the one I play, and it sends black about 3 yards north-east of hoop 2. And the other one is lining it up a little bit more westerly and aiming 4 or 5 yards down the boundary from corner 2. And that gets black close to hoop 2, but is substantially more difficult to play. So Mark's on 4 back and peg. He's got a open ball at the peg. So Stephen's got about a 12 yarder from where it lies. Stephen's lifted the ball at the peg and he's going to A-bulk, presumably to shoot at Mark's balls near corner 4. David taking his time, making sure the balls are touching, making sure it's lined up correctly, but a good opportunity to get all the balls out here. Oh, going back to David's hampered shot, I'm going to now try and explain why I think he's done it. I think hoop 2 might have been a little bit in the way of the rush to corner 2 had he played it the other way round. So that's a legitimate reason for doing it that way. If all he's going to do is that cannon once he gets to corner 2, it wasn't worth going there in the first place. I don't object to the fact he's rushed blue off the south boundary. That's not unreasonable, but black should have been 8 yards further in lawn. It's almost in corner 2 still. So completely incorrect method of playing the cannon. You don't mind approaching from the south boundary if you've got black well in lawn, but he's still got no break prospects ahead of him really, and he's got a tough hoop approach. That's travelling. That's on the right hand wire. So I think he can get back to yellow, so it's not a complete disaster. Left hand wire wouldn't have been as good. And Jenny will shoot blue at red and yellow here. And it's one of the things that, if black's further out in the lawn, maybe you corner. But black's almost in the corner, there's no threat. And the one thing you've got to make absolutely sure of is you don't leave a double target. You do not need to leave rush a red a rush to hoop 1. Just leaving a rush to the end of B bulk is fine. Jenny's almost certainly going to shoot at you, and then you can have whatever rush you want. Do not risk leaving a double target. And that must be risking a double target having gone there. I don't know whether he's looked whether the hoop 5 was in play. I think Jenny can get just south of hoop 5 and hit it. But yeah, trying to get a single ball for blue is just wrong there. Yeah, and Jenny immediately going, yeah, I'm going to have a go at that. Absolutely no guard. Always the right shot to take this. It's gone north of hoop 5, and There you go. I mean, she missed the hoop well to the north, and she could easily have hit yellow, and she's hit the back ball. Do not risk leaving double targets. You play 2 yards south of yellow, and it achieves exactly the same effect.
Maybe that was the lawn after we posted.
Now, Jenny would normally choose to rush to hoop 1 from here, because rushing to corner 2 is a long way away. But on a faster lawn, she could go and pick partner up in corner 2. No, she's doing what she normally does. And that's interesting, that's a couple of balls that have hilled off lawn there. Just moved half a ball off lawn. Most of these east boundaries move in lawn. That's a bit hard. Not a bad shot, you know, for about 4 yards too long. Gives her the chance to approach the hoop, sending yellow right of the line of 1 and 2, so she can get a rush back towards red. That's another good hoop approach. She got straight. Straight's the number 1 priority. Yeah, didn't take any chances with that. Being a bit unlucky that it's gone through no wire, and it's closer to the end of B bulk than it is to behind hoop 2. So this is a good 10-yarder, maybe 11. Probably just a 10-yarder on black. Should be able to take it without leaving a double. Black's about a couple of feet out of the corner. And then she'll probably play a big croquet stroke, sending black... Geez, this is a long shot, isn't it? That isn't far off the end of B-bulk. And she would have expected to have got some wire running it from that distance. This is, yeah. And she's missed that one. That's a shame. I was looking forward to the croquet stroke, sending black to 3, getting a rush on yellow to red. Nice big croquet stroke. So what's David going to do? He hasn't got a double with yellow. He does have a double with red. That leaves the ball at hoop 1, which is his hoop, but it's also Jenny's hoop. So, yeah, you know, you can play red at a big double. You could just play yellow to corner 1. You could play yellow at red. I think I'm going to play yellow at red here. I don't mind Jenny running that hoop at that pace. She'd expected to be able to hit black afterwards, probably with a 6-yarder. Turned out to be 5 yards longer than that, but better than going gently and failing the hoop. Still no hoop failures from Jenny today, and I think we've mentioned already about 4 over on lawn 4. So it looks like Mark's lost the innings. So okay, so Stephen hit his short lift shot but didn't get going, and corner 1 was one of the options I suggested. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but Jenny will be thrilled as well. Jenny will go, I've got a free go now at rushing to hoop 2, and I can get a rush either to hoop 3 or to red out of it. So you can go all out for a very fine cut here to hoop 2. So Mark looking at a golf-style jump shot over hoop 2 to hit balls behind hoop 6. So she went for the full cut and slightly undercut it, and will now need to approach sending black a little bit back towards the hoop so she can get a rush to either red or hoop 3 after hoop 2. So the position of black almost as important as getting blue in front here. I think she's sending, yeah, black needs to go wider. I still don't think black's wide enough there. So I think Mark played to corner 3 in the end. Jenny's underhit that. So we'll go back now and make a leave. And David will go, oh, if she's going to do that, maybe I should have shot yellow at red.
Can you hear me on the microphone?
So again, same principle, no need to leave a double here. You want to leave some sort of rush in case red has a wide join on the south boundary. But you don't need to leave a double. You know that red's almost guaranteed to play. You don't mind yellow having a double. That's fine. But yeah. Gone to a good position. A couple of feet between the two balls. If red misses, blue can rush it towards corner 2, send it to 3, and it's got a break. So natural shots here are red at yellow if you want to be aggressive, but remember corner 1 is blacks for hoop 1. My preferred option, about a 12-11 yard wide join on the south boundary. Going to corner 4 or corner 3 is too defensive. Jenny can just make hoop 2 and roll to corner 3. So you need to threaten a bit more than simply going in a corner. Again, it's sort of the opposite. On an easy lawn, you wouldn't want to have a wide join because it'd be too easy to attack. On a more difficult lawn, you do want to play the wide join. So different thought process is required. Really looking forward to watching Robert later on today. He'll have thought about what he needs to do overnight, how he's going to make these difficult playing conditions come to his advantage. I've no doubt he'll be worried that his hoop stroke isn't quite solid enough to cope with the hoops, but once he gets in, he should be okay. So yeah, Jenny here, there's no pressure on her. David hasn't threatened a roquet next turn. His balls are 26 yards apart. All she has to do is run hoop 2, hit black, roll to corner 3, guard corner 3. And it's a free turn to not just make a hoop, but you're then moving to an area the opposite side to your opponent's hoop. So if they hit in, your balls are as far away from hoop 1 as they can possibly be. So very useful 1 point to make and put under no pressure by David whilst doing it. A little bit short there on black, and again she'll go back, leave a rush to hoop 3, not leaving a double. I think black should probably be a yard further south to fully guard it as well. I'm not worried about yellow taking that shot. I'm just going to give myself a rush to hoop 3 where her mallet is and allow yellow to shoot through and just pick it off. If you have to pick off a 4-yarder, you have to pick off a 4-yarder. And yeah, sensible choice. Would have preferred black sort of 4 yards further towards corner 3 because it's just further away from 1 and 2. David again shouldn't shoot here, and you probably this time want to make a wide join on the west boundary. Yep, that's a good place to go. I might have gone 3 or 4 yards closer to yellow. But yeah, the right concept, a wide join on the west boundary. I just, particularly when you've got a longish rush to your hoop, and you know, black and blue are over 2 yards apart, I just want to put that tiny bit of pressure on making hoop 3. And remember, it's not simply making it, she's got to hit the returner okay afterwards. So that's why I preferred being a little bit close to yellow, give myself a shorter shot should Jenny make an error here. She'll be trying to make the hoop getting a rush to either red or yellow. That's interesting. She's putting black to the left of the hoop, indicating that's not what she's trying to do. So this is just making the hoop, rushing black back to a boundary, and then probably going and splitting red and yellow up. The problem with black there is she really has to leave it there. She can't move it very far. And she can't... Well, maybe she will decide that she can put balls at 1 and 4 and just give David a sort of 16-yarder. It's not completely unplayable, that, on a difficult lawn. Oh, she's not even worried about it. She's going to let him have the shot. This is interesting. I'm not a big fan of this. Black's travelling, black's off, black's gone. I would have preferred something involving moving David's balls there. He's got a multitude of free shots now. The natural one is yellow through red, but he could equally play yellow at black or yellow at blue. Ah, excellent. I'm now joined by Keith. I'll just move the microphone so we've got joint use. And
Good morning, Christopher.
morning, Keith.
Morning, viewer.
It's good fun watching. Very few hoop errors so
I
far.
gather Jenny's made a fast start.
Really
this morning, which-
impressive. No error game if you let her off a bad first leave where she left him a ball and a half and the ball near his hoop. But otherwise, before that, no real errors. I didn't like the choice of the turn of just making 3 and rolling down to 4. I didn't want to give David this shot.
Personally, I think these conditions they require a completely different mindset from what you would normally
That is
adopt in
that's exactly what I've been
easier
saying.
conditions.
We were chatting about the previous option where David went to corner 4 first when Jenny had a rush to hoop 2, and I said, well, that's probably what you do in an easy lawn.
Yeah.
But on a difficult lawn, you need to have a wide join. You need to threaten. If you don't make hoop 2, I've got a shot. I've got a 12-yarder or a 10-yarder or something like that.
How about going even closer?
Even closer is valid. And
It's quite hard to adjust though, isn't it? If you have a certain way of playing.
that was near wire.
That was yeah.
So now we've got the level of disintegration I'd anticipated in the first game. I expected this to be scrappy. And Jenny's had all the lawn time so far. You need to find opportunities to take shots with balls at your hoop so you get a break. Jenny made a leave at the end on 4-back and peg. She left a ball sort of halfway between 3 and 4 and a ball 5 yards northeast of hoop 1 and laid up in corner 4. So she left him as like a 12-yarder at partner or a 13-yarder at her.
Yeah.
And he hit the ball near hoop 1, immediately moving it to the west boundary.
Yeah.
And when he went back and made hoop 1, he got nothing.
Yes.
Whereas he could have hit the 13-yarder and immediately had a break. And it's these which normally you'd say it's a comparatively small decision. They're massive decisions, and they mean that instead of having a break, you've got nothing. So now David's joined up for the first time. Jenny's going to continue playing her hoop 4 ball. Black's in a nice position to run hoop 4-2. And she'll already be thinking about that's a reception ball.
Yeah. Just needs to, well, first of all hit this, which she has.
Yeah.
Very reliably.
Yeah.
Now you've got a long takeoff and then a long rush back.
Yeah, and I think on the rush back, what you want to make sure is it isn't short. If you rush it 4 yards long, you can croquet over to hoop 5, getting in front of hoop 4. If you rush it 3 yards short, you sort of just have to take off to your hoop and you haven't got hoop 5 par near. So I'm erring on the long on my rush rather than short. I think this is the right choice.
But a lot depends on the contact you get,
But
to some extent, doesn't it, with these balls?
I always have found when they're a 6-inch rush, you get a reliable contact. It's only when the ball stopped skidding and started rolling that you start getting dodgy contacts.
Right.
So from here you should be able to get a really short, really straight rush at your hoop. So lovely line, it's gone down. I think the pace is quite good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's stopping. See, I keep looking at lawn 2, which is a big mistake because it's so much quicker. And that ball would have been close to going off on lawn 2. Anyway, this is well within Jenny's comfort zone. One of her key strengths.
6 yards?
Yeah. And I love Jenny's tempo today. The tempo of that swing is beautifully slow. If you watch Rob play, he'll have this lovely relaxed tempo. And again, James, just trying to just stroke the ball. No need to force it. Let the swing come from the shoulders. And Mark fails 4 back for a finishing turn. I think that's 5 errors, hoop errors we've had there, and he's bounced back about 4 yards from the hoop. So Stephen's still got a 9-yard roquet to hit. But he's got a ball at his hoop this time, hasn't he? So he's got about a 9-yarder for a break.
This is his hoop 6 ball.
It is, yeah. So Jenny's rushed it between 3 and 4. And I think she'll throw this towards 5 quite aggressively and try and get in front of hoop 4.
Yeah, it'll go beyond 5, that won't it? Don't you think?
It might do. She might simply choose to put it 2 yards north of 5. But I'd be quite positive with red here. I'd try and get a genuine par near and not be too worried about leaving it the 8-yarder, which doesn't give it a break. But yeah, if I get a good par near and a 2-yard straight hoop here, I'm thrilled. And this looks good.
A good shot.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Many people applauding that. Still, half the people in the tournament are under 50% to run this hoop.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
if you just watch that from a technical point of view, we did some coaching. We coached over 80 players up in the northeast a couple of weeks ago, Keith, and Jenny was able to use one of her favourite coaching phrases, which is, "Did you see the mallet hit the ball?" And if you go back and watch that, watch how stable her body is. Her head is down, and she will tell you, "I saw my mallet hit the ball there."
right. Okay.
And coming back to this ball striking, this technique, it seems quite a simple thing, doesn't it? But doing the basics right is half the battle. And this is a lining up technique that Jenny's found on her own, using the shaft of the mallet, sort of going through the balls, and it gives her a extended line as to where they're pointing.
Yeah.
She finds visualising spots quite difficult compared to me. I can just immediately see where it's going, and she struggles to find that, so she's found this method of helping herself.
Okay.
And I think you'll often see her go and stand on the place she wants her ball to finish when she's playing for a rush. And whilst I can immediately see where it is, she likes to actually go and stand there. And it
So is
just,
she lining up where to aim, or lining up where black's going?
she's aiming at where the balls are pointing.
Right.
So then she knows, well, I need to aim it to the right because it's going to pull to the left. So it's just where are the balls aiming, so that she's got them in the right direction to start with. But these backward takeoffs, really testing today.
Well, it's the fact that you've got to make sure you run the hoop, so you're not getting a forward rush here.
Well, no, the error she's made, she hasn't played the takeoff thick enough to get hoop and roquet, I don't
Well, you
think.
can't always guarantee that, though, can you?
Oh, lovely bit of wire. But again, if she'd have managed to get an extra ball on the red, I think she'd have been more confident at running it hard and making hoop and roquet. And I specifically said in the car on the way here today, when you're approaching the odd numbered hoops, you're always going to be trying to get hoop and roquet. So this time, instead of sending this on the right-hand side of one back as we look at it, she'll be trying to send it to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Because she's going to go to the yellow. And again, using this mallet pointing technique, she's going to aim probably 2 yards left of...
It looks like she is doing.
Because it's going to pull right, and she wants it to finish on the left-hand side. So I'm not sure she's given this enough.
She had a minute ago and she's moved it.
Yeah,
so
I think
we'll
it needs
see.
to... Yeah, that's
Oh,
wrong.
wow.
Yeah, that's gone 3.5 yards.
Well, it was pointing just to the left of the hoop, as
Yeah.
far as I could see, and it's gone well to the right as we look at it.
You really wanted to finish a yard on the left, so that's going to potentially
It's also gone a bit far, maybe.
a lot far. She may end up sending black deep here and maybe not even doing much with yellow. Now that's not good enough. Hasn't hit that hard enough. It's fallen off a ball to the left, and this is quite a tricky hoop now. Yeah. Go back and restalk. Quite testing from these sort of 20-degree angles. Meanwhile, Mulliner missed, I believe. Or if he hit, he failed hoop 6 again. Failed 6 again. So he hit his 9-yarder with a ball about 4 yards away from hoop 6 and failed hoop 6. So do trust me that these hoops are nowhere near as easy as Jenny's making them look at the moment.
These are new holes today.
Brand new holes. Completely different game. And yeah, just the one hoop error so far. I can't remember how David broke down. Oh, he misapproached the hoop. Oh, flicks it. Now I think Jenny will play a shot getting black 2/3 of the way to 2 back, going to yellow.
Yeah.
And then probably play the same shot again, sending yellow to join up with black, getting a rush on red to 1 back. So she ends up with 2 bad 2 back pioneers.
Well, we'll see. I think she's got. I think she can get black to 2 back.
Do you?
I do, yeah. I think so.
What, and
But
leave
I'm
herself a
slightly-
4-yarder?
I'm just looking at. Is red in play? You don't want to hit red.
You don't want to hit red, no. And when I'm running 1 back, I want a ball near 2 back, a ball peg high between 1 back and 2 back, and a ball at 1 back. So I've got various choices. Well, You were probably right. She did have the opportunity to get it all the way there, but she was having to come quite a long way south on blue and leave herself a 4-yarder. As it is, it's a 5-yarder with a ball at yellow's hoop, and it gives everything away.
She'll hit us
In the middle.
in the middle.
And the tempo's great. The tempo's so good.
But here we see the issue with red not being to the west of the hoop.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
got to come across it to get a rush to one back.
Yeah, very easy to go into it. We saw several players.
Well, it's easy to go into it if you're too greedy, and very easy to not really have a rush to one back if you
Yeah.
try and avoid that.
Yeah. So she's not putting yellow to join up with black. I think she's putting it in this sort of halfway between 1 back and 2 back position.
Reception ball B.
B, yes. And black is reception ball C.
Yes. And there was a famous player from Budley, Freddie Stone. You might have known the name. I actually met him once in the 80s.
Did you really? Because he started when he was 13, I think.
He was born in, I think, 1900.
Yeah.
And I think he won his silver medal or something when he was 13.
13, yeah.
And he used to have he would have had a reception ball between hoop 1 and the boundary.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Quite often ran the odd numbered hoops to every hoop to the whatever boundary it was facing.
Good to make sure of them. And this is what you've said. She's made sure she didn't go into red, but it's hardly what you call a rush. It's more a hit-in. But she's hitting the ball at a nice pace, so if she does centre it, shouldn't go more than a yard past.
Freddie Stone's other claim to fame is that he allegedly once hit a ball from the club in Budley into the town centre.
Absolutely. Yeah. The school I played at, Queen Elizabeth's in Blackburn, we had a lawn that was about 15 yards by 5 yards.
Right.
It's just rough grass. But if you hit it hard and went over the wall, it went all the way down the hill to into the town.
Right.
And yeah, croquet balls bouncing on concrete can be quite dangerous. So how far is she going to run this?
I don't think she had hoop and racket.
No, but a good, confident hoop stroke. Didn't have that extra little oomph that puts it 3 yards further, and she'll feel this is well within her range. Mark, in the meantime, has just got the innings and has made a leave. Quite an unusual leave, Keith.
Well, yeah.
So black's up at 4
I
back.
wasn't watching what he was doing, but he seems black and blue seem quite close together.
Yeah, but blue's sort of by the peg. I don't know whether it's hampered on black or wired from black. But yeah, in the middle of the lawn, we'd normally expect them all the walls to be outside the rectangle. The rectangle being an imaginary line between 1, 2, 3, 4 and back to 1. So normally the leaves, all the balls are outside that.
This looks pretty good.
Yeah, and Jenny's shown in game 2 this morning how good a big croquet strokes are, and despite playing very cautious, sort of intelligent defensive play, she put her pivot to the north boundary when she was approaching hoop 6. So deliberately played to run it long, and then had to put a 2-back pioneer out for the north boundary and put it 2 feet in front, 2 back.
Very good.
So if you're going to do these unusual pivot movements to cope with the quicker lawn and tough hoops, you've got to be able to play good croquet strokes to back them up.
I don't know if you remember, Chris, you were on commentary at the time, but in the last minute Robertson Shield, Ben Rothman played an absolutely brilliant all-round break.
Super break. So it was windy.
Very windy, wasn't it?
Very windy. And I remember commentating on the Worlds final that Ben played in against Reg, and I was very critical about some of Ben's play and it being loose. And this was the exact opposite. He'd matured every hoop was from 3 inches dead straight. Just an absolute pleasure to watch. We saw so many players struggle in those conditions.
Yes, I think on commentary, I can't remember exactly how you put it, but you were saying that while he was doing this, everyone else around were breaking down constantly.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things I've been trying to throw the viewers back to is the game on Lawn 4. Now, these 5, at least, hoop errors already.
Yeah.
And Stevens hit back in with a ball at the peg, and he's playing with his hoop 6 ball, so he should get a break from there. And maybe we're going to see a ball to the peg and peg mark out here, which is what David Fuller did against Jenny yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Very strong tactic, pegging out when the opponent's on 4 back, when you've got a difficult lawn. People very unlikely to finish on 2 ball breaks. So plenty of life left in that 3rd game. And Jenny has been making, I'm not going to call them defensive leaves, because she's had a ball middle of the east boundary-ish, which is defensive.
Jenny standard leave is becoming.
It is becoming the Jenny standard leave. And then the other one basically just thrown over the other side between 1 and 2. And
Is she trying to get it near the boundary?
She isn't. She doesn't seem to be. And obviously, providing your opponent doesn't lift the ball in the middle of the east boundary and hit you in corner 4, it is defensive. But, you know, if you're playing the guys who fully understand what they need to be doing, you need to be taking shots that give you an easy break.
Yeah.
And when there's a ball halfway between 1 and 2, and you've got a 13-yarder at balls joined up, that's screaming break at me.
Yes, I agree.
So yeah, I approve of the tight in corner 4, ball middle of the east boundary. I just want that other ball to be much more defensive. I like it 2 yards south corner 2.
Yeah.
That's not the best rush to a hoop she's made. She hasn't had to approach many from that far away.
The impressive thing about Ben Rothman's break was that he rushed. He didn't have excellent pioneers every time, but he made sure he rushed such that he had a straight approach from in front of the hoop, and he was moving his ball only a few inches.
Yeah, and
each and every time, and he was going for hoop and roquet if he could get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All the sorts of things that you learn with experience. And again, Jenny taking advantage of that. She doesn't want to hit black first.
Well, she might have to.
So I think she'll probably hit yellow here. It just makes the leave really poor. She can't get black into the corner or on a boundary. So I think she'll take the longer shot at yellow.
She is doing. So is this coming back to the middle of the east boundary?
Yeah, again, it's not going to be as tight to it as I wanted.
No, it isn't. Going to red, presumably.
Going to red, yeah, definitely.
Well, you could go to black.
No, you go to red every time here. Again, that's just this is an OSL, isn't it? You can't describe it in any other words. It's an OSL.
Yeah.
I thought, after having made that 4 back and peg leave I mentioned, where she gave him a 12-yarder, whether she might make the exact leave again and try and get him to take the same shot.
I didn't see that.
You know, you leave this ball 5 yards northeast of hoop 1 and just encourage him to go and hit it.
Right. So
that
yes.
If once he hits it, he's got nothing again.
Yeah.
But maybe David will have learned that no, actually that wasn't the right shot to take. So yeah, first game she did something very strange. She croqueted red over there, and she rushed black down here. And then instead of rolling them both off the boundary, she rolled black 2 inches short of going off, and then played a partner ball off, leaving a ball and a half target from the ball on the boundary.
Right.
So he ended up taking a ball and a half target with a ball where red is, and it was just, here's, have a break. This is the shot you have to take. You have to have a break if you hit it.
Yeah.
I had no idea why she did that. And this time, because yellow isn't on the boundary, she's
It's
either
gonna
got
be a double or
a long way
or
apart.
a long way apart.
Yeah.
Or you could leave a rush to yellow if you.
But I mean, one of the other things you can do is you can go 2 feet apart on the south boundary.
Yes. That's
So you
true.
can put
Yeah.
hoop one ball in
Yeah.
corner 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think to leaving a reverse rush? So your 4-back ball in corner 4, and your hoop one ball 2 yards west of it, 2 feet west of it. So if they shoot, you might get a cannon. I think that's what I would do here. I think it's quite cunning.
Well, she sent black off.
Blue's a little bit in.
It's not a double for yellow though.
No,
don't think.
there's going to be 2 balls gap, I think. Maybe even 3 or 4. But yeah, it's not a double. It's a lot better than the first leave she made in the first game this morning. Reminding this is the 3rd game. David won the first last night, +4. Jenny +25 this morning. This is the decider to see who plays James Death. Looking forward, Keith, when we get James and Rob back in action this afternoon,
Yes.
admittedly not playing each other, are they going to be comfortable peeling on lawns this fast with fresh hoops?
Yeah, I think they will. To be honest,
Right.
I think they're plenty good enough.
I remember
To-
back to
to do that.
2003,
Yeah.
that opens at Cheltenham, where Rob played Reg in the final,
Yes.
And
I remember it. Yeah.
just destroyed him 3-0,
Yeah.
and had 2 triples on lawns that nobody else was peeling on.
Yeah.
And I think, providing that his hoop stroke holds up in the first stages of the match, that'll be what we find this afternoon. You always need a little while just to get comfortable with a change in hoops, don't you? But both those players have been in a different league, peeling wise, to everyone else in the tournament.
I've been impressed. I've been impressed with how Rob has adapted to the Invictus balls. I mean, as far as I know, not played with them before.
Yeah. I mean, one of the benefits, I think, of having played 40 years is, we've played with Jakes, we've played with 5 or 6 different series of Jakes, we've played with Walker balls, we've played with Southport balls,
yeah.
we've played with
Barlow,
Barlows,
yeah.
Barlow C's, Barlow GTs,
Yeah.
Sunshiners,
Yeah.
Dawson Originals,
Yeah.
Dawson Mark 1, Mark 2 Internationals.
Yeah.
There's probably 12 different types of balls we've had to get used to. So when you've done that, you do adapt faster, I think.
Yes. And I think if you're the better player you are, the faster you adapt,
Yeah.
in my experience. Slightly does my head in a bit when people go, that roll didn't go how I expected.
Yeah.
And they've been playing for 2 days.
Yeah. So we both think this is the right shot, whether you take it from here or from A bulk,
Yeah,
because it gives
whichever's
you a break.
shorter. Whichever's shorter.
I would rather hit black here, so I'd have taken it from A bulk.
Nailed it. Hasn't got a
Okay.
cannon, but that's fine. This should be a good break opportunity.
He is going to have
He-
to leave blue behind, though, isn't
Well, it's fair enough, but yeah, hitting black would have been better.
he? Yeah.
I
You
agree.
could have got it
Yeah.
5 yards
Oh,
on the
sure.
lawn straight away.
Yeah.
So he's almost sort of got to play a 3-ball break for 3 hoops now because
Yes.
of that choice. And yeah, I don't mind him lifting it or playing it not with a lift, but whichever shot he took, I'd prefer to shoot at black.
I used to hate though hitting the further ball.
Just because it looked visually further.
Yes, well, it is further.
I'll
And you're
take,
turning down a shorter shot.
take it from A-bolt.
Take it from A-bolt, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So this is the best chance David has had.
Yeah, and I was going to say, at least when I got in this sort of situation, I'm just one shot at a time.
Yeah.
If I could just rush this pretty near red, I'd like to be able to send black nearer 2, but I absolutely have to get an easy rush to hoop 1.
Exactly. And
he's
yeah.
played that pretty well, but
He's been unlucky.
he's been a bit unlucky because he is almost on the rush line.
He can just squeeze past it on the right, but this croquet stroke isn't the easiest, I don't think.
It would almost have been better rushing just north, although you can't really improve black.
Certainly level with red would have been
Or
nicer.
level, yeah, level. Just aim at red with the rush. Yeah.
He did have hoop 5 in play, so perhaps had limitations as to where he could rush to.
Hoop 5, yeah.
I think 5's probably.
And here you're going, I've got to miss red.
Got to miss red.
Got to miss red. I've missed red.
He has. It's a good shot apart from black.
He's
Black
lost-
had
he's
to be
lost-
short of the hoop.
Yes, I agree. He's lost black.
Yeah, so 3 yards short is better than 2 feet past. Sorry, 3 yards short better than 2 feet past.
Yeah. Well, both players have lost the croquet ball to some extent
Yeah.
since I've been watching.
Lawn will be speeding up. These only start about 12 seconds in the morning, and they get to 13 and a quarter maybe.
Yeah, I heard a 14 mentioned yesterday.
Well, we're
Oh, that
talking
was
about lawn 2.
Sorry.
Lawn 2 is a
Yes.
different beast.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll look at that tomorrow, but that's
Right.
tomorrow's enjoyment.
Oh,
And I'm looking forward to the finals so
I
much.
can't wait, Chris. I can't wait.
But in the meantime, we get this still very testing condition.
Stephen's fighting back, by the way.
Just
on
misapproached hoop 2 a little bit there,
a little bit.
which means he didn't manage to take that ball round when he hit in last time.
He's taking black round though, isn't he? Isn't black on?
Sure. Yeah, he would have
Oh,
surely
black's on
gone
one
to the
back.
peg and
Right.
pegged him out if
Right.
he'd have gone round.
Right.
So he's misapproached 2, he's got an angled hoop. David's approach to fairly straight.
He approached an angle where yesterday he would have run the hoop, and today he ran away.
Yeah, that's if you hear Rob in the background, he described Stephen's approach. He said he approached it to a position where yesterday he would have run the hoop, but today he's run away. And description of how different the hoops are.
Well, he's run this hoop.
Very well as well. So anyway, let's watch David's hoop 1.
He made a right decision as well.
No.
Genuinely difficult. And Jenny,
Jenny will shoot with black.
I'm looking black at blue here.
You think black at
4
black?
ball break straight away, and it gives the least away. David is going to pick you off if you shoot down there. And the other problem is if you hit red not to the south boundary, so you can go to blue, can't you?
No.
Okay, I'm going to take the more defensive long shot. Jenny's going, this is the shortest shot with a ball at my hoop, and there's nothing wrong with this. I just don't think David's guaranteed to hit that roquet. And she shot very well so far during the turns.
So is he going to pick this up?
You have to pick this up. There isn't a choice. And again, I'm looking at it from a longer term. If I'd have shot at blue, David is going to shoot yellow at red or red at yellow.
Yes.
And whichever one he hits, it's not a great break unless he happens to rush red up to hoop 2. It's likely to end up with balls sort of in the middle of the lawn or not as useful. Whereas here he can get a hoop 2 pioneer and a rush to hoop 1. Oh, he's missed.
He's missed.
No, he hasn't. He's claimed it.
Oh, he's claimed that. Excellent.
Sorry.
Well, the guys on the commentary table aren't convinced that hit, but
Sure?
David said he thought he saw it shake.
Sure.
It's quite difficult to shake a ball on a fast lawn.
You can see it at a better angle to see it if it did.
So good chance now. Send out a hoop 2 pioneer, get a rush on red. That's dreadful. That's dreadful.
He hasn't gone beyond red.
And this is outright difficult, isn't it? A backward takeoff.
I don't think he'll do a backward takeoff.
You think he's going to run away?
Well, I think he's going to roll into the corner.
I think he's going to run away to corner 3. Give Jenny a free shot. Everything we saw in the pegged out ending yesterday indicated he's likely to take bad lines of play.
Yeah. I'd rather not think about that pegged out ending, to be honest.
But yeah, for anyone watching, this is wrong. As soon as you move to the opposite side of the lawn to your hoop, on a difficult lawn, it almost becomes a free shot. And Jenny's got her backward ball, black, forced to play.
Yeah.
Is he going to come to blue and move blue to hoop 1?
For her.
Sorry?
For her. If she could still shoot with black. Still playable to shoot with black. In my view.
So if you're going to do this,
I think he should have rolled, hit red, sorry, and rolled. Have an optional go at getting position with yellow. Putting red just south of the hoop by a yard or 2. And if he can run the hoop and hit red, carry on with this break. And if he can't, just leave a guarded position at hoop 1.
yeah,
That's what I would have done.
I'd have probably played the aggressive backward takeoff.
Okay.
If you're going to do this, I think you have to take off to blue, croquet blue to hoop 1,
Is this,
and join up. You can't leave this. This is nothing.
a completely free shot with black.
Yeah. At least by
It's not
moving.
giving a huge amount away. Here. Unless, well, I suppose she could shoot at blue, which gives quite a bit away.
Yeah.
If she can see it.
I think she'll shoot at red and yellow.
I think
here.
she'll shoot at red and yellow. She had a look at blue though. She's shooting at red
She's
and yellow.
shown some confidence about picking breaks up from balls on boundaries.
This is, yeah, but hitting blue is way better than hitting
It
red or
is.
yellow.
It is. You potentially give some sort of promotional cannon to one.
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't like that either. So now,
Well, he's got a promotion.
yeah, he should promote. He should play red,
Yes.
hit yellow
red, hit yellow into black.
hard,
Yes.
getting black down to blue,
Yep.
and then croquet yellow into the lawn, going to the two balls in the corner.
She's missed it by quite a bit actually. So
Well, according to that, David's balls aren't on the yard line, which is possible. I didn't see what he did.
oh. Well, he's not done what we
Oh,
thought
blue's
he might.
blue's not in the corner,
No.
so this is just wrong on a number of levels. I genuinely thought taking off to blue and putting it at hoop one and forcing blue to play was an okay thing to do last turn.
Would she have played blue? She would, wouldn't she?
She
I
would have
suppose.
played blue. The shot she would have had would have been comparatively short, so it's not
Blue
a
at
great
black.
leave. Yeah, blue at black. But Jenny will be thrilled to have got to this position and balls all on boundaries still.
Well, he's got it into the corner for the non-cannon.
I hope he doesn't think he's got a cannon here, because he hasn't.
So we look at croquet.
So just to give you an idea of the clips on lawn 2, we've got 2 and 2 and 3 and 4 back and 5 and rover. So they're all over the place. There's hoop errors being made everywhere on lawn 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, Stephen and Mark have made 6 hoop errors so far in that game. And Stephen's got a 1 yard 1 back coming up for a break. And he's run it, but he's run it to have no shot whatsoever from what I can see here.
Can see the left.
Where is his partner ball? So David hasn't quite got.
He's got a rush to hoop 1. Nice.
It's pointing a bit south of it, is it?
No, I guess a good rush.
That's short.
Yeah.
So Stephen's missed, and Mark's got a 6 yarder with his peg ball.
Yes.
And Stephen now on, 3 and 2 back. So a tough approach this for David. Has to play it very wide to keep blue on the eastern side of 1 and 2, so he can get a rush to black or yellow after the hoop.
Now, David did have an opportunity in this turn just to make a leave, didn't he?
He did. That was
He
a good,
could have had
good
a ball
approach.
at 1, ball at 2.
He could.
And he's laid up in quite a good spot.
Yeah. Lovely approach.
I don't think he even looked at it.
No, this was all about making up at a point. So that's through, but blue's been sent to the wrong side. And to be honest, when you've got that sort of 5 yard approach from level with the hoop, with the Invictus balls, playing it wide enough to keep the ball on the eastern side is really difficult. And he's in no man's land again now. He's just going to scoop up to hoop 2. And this isn't how you want to be playing on a difficult lawn. It's all about getting a break as quickly as you can get a break.
And do you think there's merit then in making a leave rather than trying to make hoops like this?
Send. I would be trying to probably send.
I'm not necessarily saying I haven't worked out how you would do it here, but previously after Jenny had missed.
Yeah, I think it's easier now because you're on 2 different hoops, so you can leave 1 ball at hoop 1, 1 ball at hoop 2, and whichever ball moves.
That's gone.
It's travelling.
It's gone.
It's travelling.
It's gone.
It has gone. So that'll allow Jenny to join up. Yeah, went off by 2 feet, didn't it? And you don't want to be playing difficult shots that don't give you a break. You can play 1 difficult shot for a break. And yeah, that mallet's been thrown.
At the moment, this match has all the feel of Jenny is going to win eventually.
Yeah.
I think David will get more play.
That's trying to lag out, I think. That's really... hit hoop 4, left a 6 yarder, maybe 5.
Interesting.
You can play...
I think you can play red at yellow.
You can play red at yellow. Jenny is likely to hit it, and it will give her a good chance for a break.
Yeah.
You could play yellow at blue if you want to be a little bit more defensive.
That's not giving you, other than the innings, if you hit it, it's not really giving you.
Depends if you fancy taking off behind black. There's a 4 feet of room plus the yard.
I don't fancy that.
Okay.
Well, we don't know where the Roquet would end up, but
Yeah, certainly if you hit blue on the left-hand side, it's
hard
not
left half
attractive.
of blue, and you're sort of behind south of Hoop 5 somewhere. And
Yeah, I don't think this is wrong.
no, I don't think it's wrong either. But
Snicks
yeah, a bit like that.
outside of it. It's actually got quite a nice rush line to take off north of it, or even south of it, and rush to red. I did mention a couple of times earlier, most of these east boundaries roll in. We've had a couple of shots go up this yard line that have just rolled a ball off, and I'd be a little bit worried that it's sloping off this lawn,
Does it slope south?
and it does slope south as well.
Because, okay. I'd be taking off to the right of black, so I wouldn't be taking off from this side of blue.
Yeah,
personally.
so you've got a chance of rushing to red.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might get a rush to one. You might get a rush to red.
So good length, I
You
think.
might stay on the lawn. But
No,
but,
it's
but
gone.
you haven't.
It's gone. And that's the hoop 1 ball with a ball at hoop 2 and a lovely rush line. I thought that was good pace when he hit it, and it is definitely off that last 2 feet. As soon as it hit past that green patch, it had gone.
Yeah.
It wasn't stopping. So again, probably saying your analysis is right. You wouldn't have fancied the takeoff. You knew the risk. I thought it was a legitimate shot to take.
Well, in these conditions, the room behind black
Is
is actually tiny.
yeah.
That's the problem.
So, meanwhile, Mark has played his peg ball and hit that short lift shot that he was given, and he's making a leave 4 back and peg v3 and 2 back. So Stephen getting in a bit of trouble here. The one thing that you would say is, by laying up at 4 back, he has laid up at hoop 3. So if Stephen were to hit blue at black, he's got a 4 ball break straight away, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
going round pegging out, you're only conceding a lift, 2 back and peg v4 back. Your strong favourite.
Where's this black going?
It's gone a bit
Where's
too
this
far.
black going? Oh no, it's held. It suddenly pulled up.
Yeah.
Suddenly pulled up. I thought that did. Well, this is. In normal circumstances, you'd look at this and go, well, there's a standard TP
Standard
on
TP.
offer. On offer.
She won't even look at appeal this turn, is my prediction. Unless she accidentally sends it into the draw as a 4 back after making hoop 1. That needs to keep running. That's short. Not easy from there.
See, that bit of ground there looks a lot slower
Miles
than
slower.
this corner 4 area.
Yeah, miles slower. And again, as soon as your eyes glance over at hoop 2, lawn 2 is shiny.
That's a good shot. As in, black's got a runnable hoop.
Really good shot, I think. Really good shot.
Oh, it's just, you're not rushing blue but over towards yellow, but
Can run it
to
by
some
5 yards.
to some extent you don't care.
Yeah.
Or 4 feet.
But good pace she hit it at. It would have probably gone 6 or 7 yards through without any wire. Took the wire, had enough oomph left in it to get through. Lawn 2 is the sort of lawn that players like ourselves who used to be able to play would love to play on, but would probably embarrass at the moment. We could have an atrocious level game on Lawn 2. But tomorrow's final, we're going to have 2 absolutely fantastic players in it. And it's going to be really, really good.
It is.
So, the bad news for Jenny is it's a worse angle to accidentally jaws 4 back here. But she'll do the basics right. So she should be able to get black past yellow to rush back to red, so she's not moving the striker's ball as far. Approach hoop 2, sending red a little bit deeper, so she can run it off the boundary. And meanwhile, Stephen's missed and Mark has failed penultimate from 2 inches straight.
Yes, an Airbnb, but there is no B.
Stephen's got a lift and he's joined up. He's joined up, is he?
He's joined up, I
He's
think.
joined up.
Yeah.
You can just go the same friendly every day, but bounce to the side, so you might be like 5 yards far. I think he's
But yeah, so anyone who thinks Jenny's running these hoops a bit too firmly, just think Mark Avery has failed a 2-inch straight hoop. Oh, she hasn't quite got yellow far enough,
Yeah,
has
she
she?
has. She's black's
Oh,
fine.
it's a super shot.
Yeah.
Really good blue, really good black. That is very, very good.
The trouble is, well, it's not the trouble, it's the nice thing about these conditions is you keep having to play really
Yeah.
good shots.
Yeah. Every
But
part
it's
of your game is
so
tested.
easy to just lose a croquet ball, as in it goes too far.
2 yards too far, and you think, well, normally that's okay. It causes real problems.
Well, it's normally okay because you get, well, I'll get a rush on the pivot and rush it. Oh, I didn't get a rush on the pivot. Now I've got a take off.
Yep.
15-yard take off where I need to go beyond the ball that's beyond the hoop, and I don't want to go off the lawn.
Yep. So I think we're up to 7 hoop errors on lawn 4 in that game.
But who's counting?
Well, I said in the morning, if you can play a game with less than three hoop errors, you'll have done okay. You know, you're going to be well in it.
Yeah.
Really dribbled that one off, and it's still gone too far.
Yeah.
Definitely want to play for hoop and roquet here. She'll be running it firmly. It's the sort of hoop approach you can finish with an unrunnable hoop if you don't quite play it perfectly. That's angled.
Should be okay though.
Yeah, she'll
So
run
looking
it firmly.
forward to- yeah, firmly.
Stable body.
Hoop and
Gets to
roquet.
hoop and roquet.
You're getting out of the hoop, so having one in the middle.
Hi, how you doing, James?
Yeah, seahorse.
Nice to see James Galpin. Arrived from 2 months in New Zealand.
Talk to you when you're not.
Been spending the last 2 months in Jenny and my house in Christchurch. Last photo we got, our lounge had been crashed by 6 22-year-olds or whatever who had turned up to watch the final of, what was it? Was it the Openshaw Shield they were watching? I think they might have been watching the Openshaw Shield, or maybe the European Golf Croquet Championships. And again, from distance, so much further away than we would normally be sending them,
Yeah.
because we're doing different things around the
that's
hoops.
another excellent croquet shot.
Rush on yellow,
Rush on yellow, but also a good red.
very good red. And now yellow will be sent between 3 and 4 as an optional reception ball, getting a rush on blue to hoop
And she's
3.
rushed yellow onto the line that she wants to rush blue to the hoop, more or less,
Yeah.
which makes this croquet shot a bit easier.
Yeah, it's really practicing cool.
That looks reasonable.
And you mentioned before, there are still several greener areas on this lawn. So you're having to constantly look at the area you're travelling over
Yeah.
and make a mental
Well-
adjustment.
If these lawns really dry up, which they haven't now got time to do this week,
Yeah,
but you can see a drainage,
the herringbone pattern of the
well,
drainage.
a drainage trench. And a few years ago, that was so significant that you could get on that and just be thrown
Oh, okay.
yards offline.
So the slightly angled hoop here runs it firmly and still close enough to hit blue.
This break should get to the peg, in which case,
Everything works nicely, and
But you're still in it as the backward player. You know, if
well,
you
yeah,
can get a
you
break,
are in it, but yeah, you've got to be.
the ones are
You've got to keep telling yourself you're in it.
yeah.
You're in it.
The truth is that, you know, at the moment Jenny is what, she's 38-1 up today, or 38-2 up now, is it? That's a lot of lawn time she's had, during which the lawn is getting more difficult all the time. And she understands about getting breaks and maintaining them. Meanwhile, Stephen's misapproached hoop 3, and he's going to be joining up.
You've been in New Zealand, I guess. How's it rushed? Parents hit the ball in the jaws first, so he has to press and
Now, he's joined up about 5 yards apart, and red has got a completely free shot through blue, but yellow's at 2 back, which he thinks black's hoop, isn't it? So he'll probably want to move the yellow.
Meanwhile, Jenny has rushed yellow somewhere where she can put it out as a better pioneer.
Absolutely.
Having-
Blue is not a good enough pioneer.
No, blue's not a good enough pioneer. And she knew that, and she played to have the
Improve it.
option. If you get a rush on the pivot, any time you get a rush on the pivot, it gives yourself the option of using the pivot as a better pioneer.
I remember game, I think it was 4 of the World's Final in 2008. Stephen put out a Penalt pioneer that was sort of where blue is. It was sort of 2.5 yards away from Penalt, and didn't put his pivot as a second pioneer,
Right.
and failed Penalt.
Yeah.
And that was a critical tactical mental error. Yeah. Mark's hit again with his peg ball. Wasn't long, it was only about a 14-yarder. So a reminder there, 3 and 2 back, Stephen, against Penalt and peg, and Mark has croquet with his peg ball.
It's the same when I'm at work, it just 7 days a week all the way through, so it doesn't matter whether it's bank holiday, New Year's, Christmas, that's it, tough, you look what you're going through. I've done some interesting stuff. I spent 6 weeks out in Singapore last year, on holiday. Hot. I've been back to Gibraltar a couple of times.
Lunchtime already, apparently. A plate full of
And when you say
variety
full,
of food.
you mean full.
I do mean full. It was a deliberate term. Samir is definitely tucking into the wonderful fare provided by the Surbiton caterers.
Pretty much I get an email or a phone call and they say, on this date you'll be on this ship in subtag the envelope.
And I think one thing it'd be nice to say is, best wishes to George. He's got a slight infection in a cut that's probably from doing gardening here, and he's been on some IV drip, I think. So if you're listening,
really? I didn't
George,
know that. Well,
best wishes,
Yeah,
and
best wishes, George.
thanks for everything you've done over many, many years
Yeah.
to make this club what it is.
And for hiding the key to the watering system. That's right.
Losing the fight with the brambles by lawn 4.
So again, blue goes as an extra reception ball in case hoop 5 has to be run firmly. No concept of an early 2-back pioneer on a fast lawn.
No.
Keep the balls in play. Yeah, so got a bit too straight to get hoop and roquet there, but each of these hoops are being run from 3 inches straight at the moment, and it's really quite impressive. Been playing 25 years now, Jenny, and she's still improving. You know, you think back to when you were playing that crucial McRobertson Shield match on Lawn 1.
Yes.
No, was it number 6 or number 5 v number 5, I think, that
Yes,
year?
it was. Yeah.
And New Zealand won all the other 5 singles that day, and it was up to you to try and beat Jenny in the big match.
I do remember it, Chris, yes.
And Jenny's breaks were 1 yard hoop followed by 5 yard roquet.
Well, I felt, to some extent I was a bit lucky. She failed hoop 1 to give me a break, and she failed hoop 1 to give me a TP in
Right.
game 1. But I was gradually getting worse.
Yeah. And the concept that she could play a break as good as this one has been so far, going back to 2010, 15 years ago, there's no way she could have done that. So you can keep improving even after you've been playing 15, 20, 25 years. So yeah, current New Zealand Open champion. Beat Paddy Chapman with 2 triples, 2-1 in the final this year, having beaten Logan in the semi-final.
So she'll be a key player in New Zealand's test team then, I expect.
You would expect her to be. She played at number 2 last time and won 3 out of 6 singles matches, which when you're playing the likes of Fletcher, Essick and Deeth, you know, that's a tough set of players.
Yeah.
Playing 1 and 2 against all the other 1 and 2s. And obviously the other thing I think we should mention is Paddy and Jenny have the most experience at playing in the UK.
Right.
So big advantage it being played Hurlingham and Roehampton week 1, Southwick week 2, and back here for week 3. And if these conditions are anything similar...
No, they won't be. Well...
You'd have to be lucky, wouldn't you, with the weather? No reason why they couldn't be in August.
If they were, the event won't finish.
They might not.
Fact.
Explain to the viewers why you say that.
Well, I say that because with 7 lawns, the scheduling is such that on a singles day, there are one match is going to play 3 doubles.
Yep.
And the other match will be playing 6 singles.
Yep.
And there are only 7 lawns.
Yep.
So, and there's no double banking. At least as things stand at the moment.
Unless the tournament becomes under... So
well, historically there's no double banking. So
what
we did in the past, what we did 15 years ago, is we had 4 games, 4 matches would start first thing.
Correct, yeah.
And as soon as lawns became available, the other 2 matches would go on.
So that's not what happens now. So what happens now is 4 matches start,
right,
and then at 1 o'clock, if no lawns are available, you double bank, and the other matches start.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that.
So that's the new regs, and that's been in from at least 1 repetition of the MAC.
Okay. Interesting.
We may, if we end up with conditions like this, talk to the players and say, what would you prefer? Would you like a 1 o'clock start? 11:30 start? Would you want to double bank straight away and probably bring the start time forward from 10 o'clock to 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
But that's a year in advance.
And there are no time limits.
No time limits. That is...
Yeah, that's the other reason it won't finish.
So the manager will not put time limits on them under any circumstance. That is a sort of golden rule of the Matt Robertson Shield. And I think the fact that we're playing 3 days out of the 5 days of each test match are doubles. Doubles is always lower quality and slower.
Yeah.
Matt Robertson Shield historically has been quite defensive. I think we're now getting to a stage where that older player, more defensive player, doesn't exist anymore in many of the teams, and you're into more modern shooty players.
Yes.
So I think things will go quicker than in the past. So yellow once again, in case this was an angled hoop. Lovely reception position. She's approached to dead straight, so she can run it by 4 yards now, and she's okay to hit blue. And again, you know, very, very few hoop errors in this game and a half we've watched here compared to over there. We shouldn't probably mention Stevens hit his last shot again. And this time he's rushed to about 2 yards away from hoop 3 with a ball between hoop 3 and hoop 4. So he's got a chance of a break with his backward ball. And if he takes this to the peg, he's strong favourite to win. He's got a 1 foot 10-degree hoop, and he's lying down on the ground to make sure he's got the exact line right. Every hoop is a challenge.
It's a bit long and hairy,
That's another great croquet shot from Jenny.
Super shot. Stevens run hoop 3. So we'll see if he can pick up that break. It's a good chance, but it isn't far from guaranteed. He just drifted on an extra yard there in the end, didn't it? So I think she'll put another Pioneer out here.
Yeah, that would be sensible. No harm in that. You want it? Well,
that's good.
It's not bad. I think I've tried to make it a Pioneer though.
Yeah, I would say probably 2 feet further south.
Yeah,
would have been better.
That's sort of a pivot that's closer to blue than you would normally put a pivot, to my eye, rather than another Pioneer.
Okay, I think she'll be looking at it in terms of if she went to blue, she wouldn't need to rush blue south to be able to put out another 4-back Pioneer. She's got enough room even without doing that.
Yeah.
And again, she'll be trying to get hoop and roquet here, I think. I know it's an even numbered hoop, so you can run it to the boundary, but approaching from the side, and I think she's done that very well. Just nudge that red ball behind the hoop. That probably needed the referee. I think she ran the hoop, made the roquet, her ball stopped and she hit it again.
Oh,
but it was as a consequence of a roquet, so it's clean. But had it been as a consequence of hitting the wire,
it's almost impossible to tell.
It is. But anyway, it was clean, but she definitely hit partner ball twice. But okay, because it was a result of a roquet. Stephen's got a big cut rush to hoop 4. Needs to hit this quarter ball.
Ball at 5.
And he's cut it very nicely, but only got it a third of the way there.
If he makes this hoop, he's in.
He's in, yeah. So, do you think she's going to go to yellow or blue here?
I think she's going to go to yellow. And she's not let me down.
She has. That's a really poor red.
And she can't really improve it.
She could hit blue.
So you thinking she should have gone to blue?
I thought she should
give
have.
herself the option of sending blue to 4.
I do.
I do. That's a good point. It's quite important, isn't it, to not get hung up on what your original plan was.
Yeah.
Because the original plan was blue slip Pioneer for 3.
Correct.
And I see a lot of players who would have gone, well, blue's the Pioneer for 3-pack, because that's what I intended it to be. Rather than going, well, where are the balls now, and what do I actually need?
Yeah, what's optimal now?
Yeah.
And Stephen's made hoop 4 in the meantime, so he's got a break.
Right.
Be a bad one to lose for Mark. 2 inches straight in front of penultimate.
That would be quite bad, but he's not lost yet.
He hasn't. Lots of play left in that one.
Yeah.
So Jenny will probably try and put out a second bad Pioneer here. I don't think she can get it to 4-back, but she can.
Something joined up with red.
Yeah, join it up with red. Yeah. Make sure you get south of blue.
Yes. Well, it's gone
That's
down
a
that
really
sort of
good
line,
shot.
but black's the important ball.
I thought he was going to go on again. Again, there's that little green patch, isn't there? Every little area of the lawn has different paces. But it's not a bad rush to 3-back. Half ball cut.
No, and I suspect she'll be rushing it 4 feet south to give herself room to punt blue up a bit.
It's interesting. Most of the time, she's been trying to rush really quite tight to the hoops.
She has, but she's been had Pioneers a lot closer.
Super shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Super shot.
That was a nice contact.
Yeah.
How do you think these balls are affected by the heat, if at all?
I'm not
I haven't really
convinced
noticed
they're massively changing.
No.
I think they're very similar. There are lots of good characteristics about the balls, but some of the rushes some of the takeoffs and the amount of pull all make them a little bit worrying. You're having to hit that rush 20% harder, and that makes it more difficult not just for top players but for club players. And we have to think about how the balls are going to impact everyone who plays croquet, whether it's association croquet and rushing or whether it's golf croquet and clearing. We don't want to make it suddenly 20% harder. So again, I'm not sure she can get yellow all the way to Penol, but she'll probably get it 80% of the way there. Needs to hold the black for a rush on this bad 4-back pioneer.
Oh, she's done well. That's pretty good.
Yep. A 4-ball break now for Stephen. He is sending out an early 2-back pioneer by the look of it.
Now that contact, red jumped.
Yeah. Again, the ball's rolling and you're not always getting a proper contact. You can send the front ball off with a bad shot here. So look at that. That's rolled.
Wow.
This is the most
just drifted, didn't it?
Yeah, this is the most difficult hoop she's had.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fallen off the right side of that.
This is easily failable.
I don't think she will. She seems really good at these. Oh, oops.
So, I thought that was easily failable.
Well, you proved to be right that she's been running hoops nicely.
So red.
She hasn't made many hooping errors.
No, red.
Oh, I've seen.
No, it failed hoop 4 and
yeah,
failed 4-back. They're the 2 hooping errors, so a lot better than the game on lawn 4.
Well, 4-back and 4-back. We're now back in 2 turns to finish territory.
Well, you're also in 4 hours left territory.
Well,
So David did have an easier break there if he took red at black, but it's 6 yards instead of inches.
yeah.
So he's decided to take his guaranteed short roquet.
He should get a good rush on black to blue and then get a rush on blue to hoop 1. And
Yeah.
if all of that works,
He'll have a 4-ball break,
he'll have a break. Yeah.
but not quite as easy as if red had hit black.
He's choosing something that isn't inches. Presumably red is further off the yard line than it looks.
Yeah.
The error you see some players make here is to focus on getting red to 2.
It's all about getting a good rush on black.
Exactly. Well, ultimately it's about you've got to make hoop 1.
And also not putting red too far. If red ends up 4 yards short, it's fine. If red ends up 4 yards past hoop 4, it's horrible.
Yeah.
But get this good rush on black. Peg's not in play, so he's got a good gap to rush blue to hoop 1. When you've been sat down for 2.5 hours, getting up and suddenly taking this, we're going to call it a 3/4 chance probably, isn't as easy as it sounds.
That's not great. That's not great. So he's got a lovely red, but if you don't make hoop 1, that's irrelevant.
It's a half ball cut to blue, isn't it?
Yeah. If he gets this within 3 yards of blue, he's done well, I think.
That's okay.
Yeah, that was pretty
That's
good.
okay.
That was pretty good.
One of the questions here is...
He's taking off across the rush line.
Well, you say he's taking off. Lots of people go defensive here and go, I need to move black to hoop 3 and...
Well,
I think
you
it's
play
wrong.
the shot You play well.
You want to pivot.
Yeah,
Pivots
you
are good.
do want to pivot, yeah. Well, there's various considerations. One is you play the shot that's most likely to give you a rush to hoop one.
Yeah.
That's an absolute must. And if that happened to be a croquet shot sending black to 3, so be it.
No, I don't
But
like that.
I mean, no, I don't either. But I think he'll be fine with his takeoff. It's quite a long rush. This is the sort of thing when you watch, well, when I watch Reg, for example, even just doing something as simple as pegging out after he's done a straight row appeal.
Yep.
He never moves the striker's ball very far and gets like a 6-inch rush where he wants it. And other people are taking off across the rush line, they get a 3-foot rush, they rush into the back of hoop 5.
Yep, this is troubling.
Why did that happen?
That's close to the boundary.
He wouldn't have done that if he'd had a 1-foot rush. Maybe. I mean, he might have hit that too hard.
Yeah, he might have done. You do not want to be approaching the hoops from the boundary.
The problem with that is, if yellow's rolling when it hits blue won't go as far.
Yep.
But if you hit it a bit harder, maybe it's still sliding a bit and not rolling as much, in which case blue will go further.
You should be able to play that rush knowing that your ball's going to be skidding and play for a good contact.
Is it skidding though? He's certainly, well, he hit it obviously too hard.
Yeah.
If he'd hit it a little bit softer, would yellow have been rolling and blue have gone nowhere?
So anyway, let's see how he gets on with this.
Well, he's had one go at this game.
That's short.
Well, last time he more or less rolled onto the wire.
Yeah. So he's got himself a runnable hoop, and I think you have to take this.
Oh yeah, he'll take this on. He'll take this on. I mean, I don't think he'll run it, but he will take it on.
Okay, well, I think he's right to take it on. Black at red is short.
Yeah.
Blue at black is not too bad. If yellow goes between red and corner 2, blue at black safe-ish. So I think you have to take your hoop on. And you're hoping to get lucky, aren't you? You're hoping to get just the right amount of wire that you can hit blue afterwards.
Well, you're hoping to run it. But I'm not sure he will.
He's run it.
He's run it. He's run it down to red. Crowd applauds.
Is he going to hit red or black? I think he's going to hit red.
Oh, he's definitely going to hit red.
And then
because you can go to blue, and from blue to black, and rush black to 2.
So that's obviously an option.
I think it's the option.
You've also got an option of sending red to 3, getting a rush on black to blue.
You have.
That leaves a ball behind. So I prefer your choice. What you don't do is approach hoop 2.
No.
This is just no. Get a break as quickly as you can and maintain it. If you keep having to approach hoops from yards away, you will eventually make an error. But yeah, taking off to blue, rushing blue to black is the correct line of play.
Well, you go from a potential break to 1 hoop.
Yeah, and black's going to have a free shot through at blue into a corner that's as far behind red and yellow as possible.
He could send red off here.
No, that's on.
He's avoided that.
It's gone too far though. That's unrunnable.
Can't run the hoop.
I think it shows how good Jenny's hoop approaches have been. The one she went at 4 back, she didn't actually play that bad a shot. She got the hill that Samir knew about. I'm not sure Jenny knew about that hill. It was quite a good approach, and it hilled.
It is right on that.
It is
feature.
Yeah. But even having had that hill, she had a very runnable hoop, so it wasn't a bad hoop approach.
No.
And now I'm expecting black at blue next turn.
Yeah.
The peg's not in play, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Make sure you don't leave black a double. That looks fine.
Yeah. And Stephen on 2 back and break. So we almost certainly
Stephen's breaks continued. So he just made 3 back with all the balls, and he'll be pegging Mark out here, I think, to leave 2 back and peg against Penult. So we'll keep you updated on that. Jenny's taking the shot I anticipated. This corner of the lawn is her safe corner at the moment, isn't it?
No, miles away from 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Hitting this is still a good chance. Got that in the middle. Now, I'm interested as to whether she's going to roll this to Penult.
Oh, no. I'm going to go no. Do you think she is?
I'm not ruling it out.
I don't think so.
She's got the shot.
Okay. Well.
One of the beauties of playing on this type of lawn is you've got a female player who can just play a massive croquet stroke, and it's within a compass because they're so quick. I think I would take off. Now she's playing the roll.
Okay. Well.
Part of this isn't just the fact she can play the roll, it's the fact she can hit the 6-yarder afterwards.
Well, yeah, you've got to control black as well as black.
Yep. So she'll get a pass roll. Oh, she's won to hit that by 100%. Dreadful blue. Not a bad black. If blue was at Penult, you'd say that was quite a reasonable shot.
Well, I wouldn't.
Wouldn't you?
Because I don't fancy black at...
Okay, but you've got to look at her strokes.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You know, she might...
if it's a double, then
it's fine.
It's fine.
But yeah,
this is quite a long croquet.
Not getting blue in the northern part of the lawn.
And she hit yellow. Do you think she was going for yellow there?
No idea. No idea. Could have been a double.
Could have been a double.
Another reason for playing the big roll, but I'm really surprised she hasn't got it in the northern part of the lawn. Lots of people have been struggling to pass roll these balls. I think Jenny just showed you how easy it is to play.
Yeah, I thought they were quite easy.
Yeah,
to pass roll.
I agree. I don't think lots of people they're either standing too far back, or they're not moving their bottom hand into a fist to get that punch through the ball, that Quasimodo grip.
Yeah, I don't use that.
You don't use that at all?
No.
Okay, so there is some pressure on this now because there's a ball in the middle and there's a ball at hoop 2, and she's going to be rushing to 4 back that we know goes downhill as she's rushing to it off a ball that is 4 hoop 2.
Yeah,
needs a good contact.
Reasonable contact. I thought it was a good contact.
Oh, I thought so. I thought she just underhit it.
Yeah.
And because she knows it's downhill, the error should be on overhitting it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You don't want to go downhill again. If you're going to approach uphill,
you want an uphill putt, not a downhill putt.
Absolutely. Particularly when you've got 2 for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now she's
overcompensated.
This is more difficult than the last
ridge.
one.
She didn't get over that ridge.
She can corner here. This is an absolutely legitimate corner. Do not need to take this hoop on. Unfortunately, she's now thinking about it.
She got a very good hearing because,
well, she heard Annabelle the other day from 60 yards away. But yeah, she found Annabelle's voice is just the right pitch to hear. And this is the right choice. You do not take this hoop on with a ball at 2 and a ball in the middle.
It's pointless, isn't it? It just gives away the world. So
this is a long game. She'll get other chances.
Yeah, and
she's a good shot
in a time game.
Her opponent is showing every sign of struggling.
Yes.
You do not give them a break.
No.
That was one of the other things I mentioned in the car on the way in.
Right.
Play breaks. Don't give your opponent a break.
All good advice.
All good advice, and she's done a good job so far.
Yeah. So she does listen to you.
Occasionally.
Some of the time.
Occasionally. So she's just trying to. She'll go off the lawn here.
Would you?
She's trying to guard red at yellow. I think that's what she's trying to work out. How close dare she go
okay.
to yellow to
Don't
guard
think
red at yellow?
You wouldn't guard yellow at blue.
I don't care about yellow at blue.
Okay.
That's just for the innings. Yellow at blue.
It is.
The natural
now,
shot is yellow at red.
Yellow at red. I agree.
Or red at yellow. Red at yellow is fine.
Then is she going to go blue at yellow?
I think she'll play. I do.
She's going to move blue to a boundary.
I'm interested at blue at black, actually, Keith.
Oh,
to be
really?
honest,
That's,
or even black at blue. Neither of them give breaks away.
David
No.
wants to take advantage of this yellow, doesn't he?
Certainly,
quite
guarding
aggressive.
red at blue and red at yellow is sensible. If red at blue misses to corner one, that's a valid shot to me. And Jenny will play black at blue next turn. So different thought processes. You'd never take this on an easy lawn, would you? Never in a million years.
No.
But on a difficult lawn, if this misses to corner one, entirely valid. And it's a break. Ah. Red and blue might have been wild looking at that shot. Interesting.
Well, red and yellow probably aren't wide anymore.
No, and
they're
they've only got.
about 9 yards apart.
I still think blue at black gives you a break.
Blue at black.
Yeah, and joins up, forces him to hit in. His shooting hasn't looked strong so far. Doesn't give him a break, joining up. He'll still have a bad hoop 3 pioneer, one way or another. She could take blue at yellow. That's a bit more defensive, and it's a bit shorter. You'll see she stalks the ball, not aiming at target. And then as she gets better, she gets more and more aligned to it. Blue at yellow is short, and she should have a chance of getting a rush on red to 4 back. I'm taking blue at black this turn. She is a better shot than me, though. So Mala always starts off towards the right, and Jenny gets quite sort of. She notices things going
Like Stephen in the
out,
background.
outside her lawn, and she'll be upset by that. And if I'd have been playing, I would have no consciousness
I wouldn't
of
even
Stephen whatsoever.
noticed. No.
But Jenny definitely
have noticed.
does notice things from outside the lawn,
Yeah.
and often stops. You see this mallet pointing to the right,
Miles to the right.
miles to the right. The straightness of the swing isn't as bad as it used to be, and you'll see on the follow through it comes through quite nicely, and it now straightens up a wee bit, and it's not that bad. Just
Still went
misses.
to the right though.
But yeah, the final swing is probably marginally better than Rob's. The final swing, they're just slightly off centre. But when she doesn't stalk it enough and doesn't swing,
Yeah.
she does tend to miss a bit to the right. So again, you can take yellow at blue here. 6 yarder, legit shot.
He won't do that though. I don't think.
We can see some window washing going on here. Yellow misses red, blue misses black.
Yeah.
Could be a while before anyone takes croquet. And he's missed that. I just felt he wasn't shooting very well, and
Blue will now go up black.
blue at black. Yeah.
And she's not going to join up in corner 2.
No. Stevens missed the peg out from how far?
I'm going to be generous and say 9 feet.
9 feet. Okay, so
2 Stevens or 3 Nigels.
so that is quite a massive error. Red is a yard south of hoop 5. That's the penult ball. Yellow has missed to 8 yards east of the peg, and he's taking croquet from partner, and she's hit that.
She's hit. She's hit.
Will she take off or roll?
She will take off.
I think she'll roll.
You might be right, but I think she should take off.
To which ball?
Red.
And not
Red.
not have a penult pioneer?
Yeah, rush red to yellow.
Leaving black 7 yards from bulk?
For now.
For now. So yeah, Stephen... Mark's already got about a 12-yarder at par. We might as well give him a 13-yarder himself. But yeah, Mark's going to now have a shortish shot for an easy finish. So she's done what you wanted, Keith. She's taken off.
It's not a rush to yellow. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
It's not bad.
It's a rush to four back. I don't think it's a rush to yellow. It's more obviously Ponty at four back.
I think one of the things she'll be looking at is tonking red behind four back, going to yellow, send yellow past penult, getting in front of four back, and seeing if she gets in front. It's aggressive, but she likes that sort of croquet stroke. We saw it at hoop 4, didn't we? Maybe you weren't. Yeah. Good rush to four back.
That's good.
That'll go down the hill now. So now she's approaching uphill. And does she get a rush to yellow, black, or penult?
Penult. / black.
This is giving a lot away. Yellow's got a 7-yard lift shot, 6-yard lift shot. If she fails penult...
Oh, she's gone for a rush to yellow. Okay.
So...
And she didn't get up the hill.
Quite angled.
This is harder than or similar to the one she failed.
It is. It's a little bit closer, I think.
Okay.
Probably about 6 inches shorter. And she's run that with a rush to yellow.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a thought in your head. Is it worth making a leave now? You rush to yellow.
Well, I think you rush to yellow, and I think I'd rush yellow to black.
And move yellow.
Move yellow up the lawn.
6 or 7 or 8, 9 yards up the lawn. Not in lawn, because it's near hoop 2.
Exactly.
And if you get a rush on black,
if you get a nice rush to black, you,
take it. See where it finishes. Roll down to corner 4.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So that's valid. That's valid. She's might have got a cannon here. So Samir, I can't believe it. He's leaving the Malteser dessert with strawberries. Ah, there we go. So the beast in action for the first time. But I can't believe anyone who's prepared to leave the Malteser dessert with strawberries. It wouldn't have been here when you came back, Samir. Lemon tart also getting strong marks. I know that Maltese dessert was very popular yesterday. So, was it a cannon? Doesn't look like it. She hasn't picked any balls up yet. Or is she actually thinking about what can? Oh yeah, it is a cannon.
It is a cannon.
So this is a natural cannon. You can send the ball to her over rushing yellow penult. Entirely playable.
Yeah.
Not one that you practice though. You've got to invent this, haven't you?
This is not the way to make a leave though, is it?
No. It's a wafer cannon. Playing a little bit into red.
Once you've rushed yellow nowhere near penult, what do you do then?
Now you make a leave.
Yeah, and how are you doing that?
I'm going to try and send yellow middle of the west boundary.
Okay, going to black.
She's taking off.
Oh.
This is just if I don't get in front, I'm going in corner 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Or corner 2 even. Regrettably, Jenny's opinion of what is in front and what involves taking off to in front is a little bit longer than mine. She'll be very happy with that, I think. I might have been trying for a bit closer. Lovely hoop. Now this is heading towards bulk, but you have to take it. You just have to take it.
I don't think you have to do anything. I don't think you have to do anything. Blue to corner 4.
I'm going
perfectly playable.
I'm going to put another. Blue to corner 4 is playable. And one of the reasons it is playable is going to be linked into my next comment. If she hits this, I think she shouldn't make Rover. I think Jenny's biggest chance of losing this is to get pegged out.
Expose herself, so to speak.
Yeah. That's how she lost the first game.
It is. Yeah, you're right.
And when we were playing in the 2013-14 MAC, and we played at Mariwa, which is the most difficult conditions I've ever played in, we had New Zealand against Australia. We took the first ball to 4-back. We took the second ball to Rover, and then we took the 4-back ball to the peg, and then we finished from Rover and peg.
Right.
And I think...
trying to work out what that is.
So 9-11-4-3.
Yes.
Yeah.
9-11-4-3.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's...
So I'm thinking from here, move red to the boundary, rush yellow off the lawn, anywhere in the northwest quadrant, go to black, roll them both off near corner 4.
Yeah. I think she might be doing that, or a variation of that.
Obviously, it's not a bad idea leaving red there because it is by 4-back. So David may feel obliged to move that. But yellow has to get off the lawn here.
Yeah. Which it has.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, it has. Hasn't it?
You see, I get frustrated by that because Jenny has got enough power on a lawn this quick to hit that off the lawn, and she should have hit it hard enough so that even if she'd cut it more than that, it was going to go off the lawn. She's going to have to leave it there now. No real option. She is trying to make Rover.
She could take off from the other side.
She's going to try and take. Yeah, she could just stop it 3 and hit black.
She could do that.
She's trying to make Rover, and I don't like this. I think that is a...
Is she trying to make Rover?
Yeah, she is. She's still looking at it, Keith. She's still looking at it. And I just wanted to roll into corner 4, roll them both off into corner 4. I think she will send this 3/4 of the way to corner 4, trying to get in front of Rover. And I think that's rubbish. Roll them both off, 2 yards apart. Corner 4. Oh, now she started looking at the right part of the lawn.
Yeah.
This looks much better.
They take off and rush were bad enough. Well, we'll see. Oh,
No,
you're right.
no, this is what I was worried about.
Right.
This is wrong.
Possibly even worse if black goes off here.
Well, black's not off. Blue's regrettably in front of the hoop. Go on, shoot at black. Shoot at black. That's the best shot you've got left. Ah, dear. I hate this. I just hate this for so many reasons. I almost hope she fails this. Oh dear, now we're on 4-back and peg. Well, I think that's wrong. Good man. Good man. And then we can yellow further away from bulk and move, well, simply yellow good enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you miss this, there's a likelihood, particularly if you miss on the right, that you leave a double target, and yellow may play. There is a risk in shooting this. So you can just decide to be defensive and play to corner 4. I don't think Jenny's got thoughts of anything else other than making a roquet.
Easy
That's only
Easy 11-yarder, Chris.
yeah. She is a very good doubles. Missed on the left by quite a long way. I think that might not be a double. Sorry, the right. By a long way. I think it's missed by enough it might not be a double. Yeah, that's not a double, is it? No double
That's
there.
not a double.
So,
Red hits yellow is still quite tempting, though, isn't it?
but a lot of work to do again.
Oh, sure.
The shot, you know,
Well, red hits yellow, and
sends it to 3.
yes, one good croquet shot.
Yep, and a good rush.
Yeah,
So anyway,
but you've got to hit yellow first.
I guess the way Jenny's looking at this is it's 47-3 today, which should have taken at the start of play. Shooting at quite an angle here, isn't he? Where do you think he's going to go off if he misses off? Because remember, Jenny's got a backwards rush here.
Yeah.
He may deliberately try to finish 8 or 9 yards apart if he misses. That's it. Tough croquet stroke.
You've got to try it though.
Yep. Absolutely compulsory to play this. Ah. I'm sure Jenny won't want lunch.
Well, he's entitled to have lunch, isn't he? It's lunch.
He is. Yeah.
Lunch, so it's been lunchtime for a while.
Yeah, he's trying to find that. So, well, I think if he does decide it's lunch, I think we should have a little break ourselves, Keith.
Well, lunch even.
Yeah. Shall we turn the microphone off?
Well, let's see what's happening first.
So there are.
Yeah.
And obviously leave their ball well alone.
We said it was compulsory.
Yeah.
Go
So
and
this
dig yellow
goes
out.
well. He gets a nice pioneer at hoop 3, short roquet on blue. Can get blue out, not in the way of his rush to hoop 2, and rush black to 2, and Bob's your uncle. And if he manages all of that, I think we'll see another pegged out ending.
We will. No doubt about it. He's looked as if he's struggling so far today.
Sorry?
The tournament will end. Whether it finishes is a separate matter.
That's travelling, that red.
Red's off. Red's off by. Oh no.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, just slightly had the right ratio, to be fair.
Looking on the bright side, he didn't send out a very good hoop 3 pioneer.
Yeah.
Because that's 4 back.
Yeah. But Jenny should get a rush to corner 3.
Should do.
And if she does,
So, just as a
that's
interesting
that should be game over.
question,
Yeah.
do you think that if David had played the identical shot 25-30 minutes ago, then that ball would have come off? Or have they just sped up a tiny fraction?
I don't know. There's an argument for saying he should have played that shot before.
That's sort of what I was
Yeah.
getting at.
Regardless of whether the speed of the lawn has changed.
Yeah.
Just while you're in the... Well, he wasn't in much of a flow,
No.
but he had some idea of what shot to play and how to play it.
So, one of the key things for Jenny here is she has to remember that she had a reverse rush. So it's actually the black ball that she needs to play.
Yeah.
The first thing is she has to find a mallet. Meanwhile, Marcus hit him. I thought he would corner there, but anyway, so okay. So we know you can't see that lawn, but just a sort of update. Mark's on penultimate peg, playing with his peg ball, and Stephen's on 2 back and peg,
Having missed the peg out on Mark's ball.
having missed a 9-foot peg out. So each turn is quite interesting because you don't know whether they're going to play their backward ball or their forward ball and try and peg the opponent out. So we'll keep you updated on that. But in the meantime, Jenny has managed to
Yes.
work out which ball is for 4 back. And I think there's 2 views here. There's the view you should get red into the lawn to help you. And there's also the view that actually I don't need it to finish.
Yeah.
So why not just leave it behind?
Yeah.
And that's the second one of those that she's decided to take. The 2 other shots I've seen here, it's just hilled half a ball left to right. And that held on its line.
That was a double breaker.
Yeah.
Actually, it went left to right and then back right to left.
So make sure this gets off the lawn.
You can go either side of yellow, frankly,
Yeah. And
because
that's
it can be a reception. What you'd rather it probably didn't do is do that.
But it
That's
was the
still
perfect
fine.
pace.
That's still fine.
It was going off the lawn, and if it hit yellow in the middle, it was probably still recoverable.
I think the play here is not to rush in front of 4 back, but to rush a yard east.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what... Might even go more than a yard.
Well, sure, but you don't want to put the hoop at risk. The hoop approach.
No.
You want to make somewhere where you know you're going to get in front. And the closer you can get yellow to penalty,
The better.
the better. Yeah.
Oh, that is a bad shot. It's a big cut rush to get even 2 yards to the side.
Yeah, it was a bit tentative.
A good cut rush though.
Yeah.
She can get this past penalty if she wants to. Be really defensive.
I don't think you would want to.
I want to just send it with whatever shot my drive gets in front of 4-back with. I really want to make this hoop.
Oh, that's weak.
That's
Is it
not
runnable?
easy at all.
Is it? No. Oh, it's-
More angled than the one she failed. And she's in two minds here. She doesn't know whether to run it on the ground or in the air. That's what she's thinking about. She's always going to take it on.
This could bounce over to yellow.
This is on the ground, and it doesn't look like she's hitting it mega hard. Nope.
Okay. Well,
Again, doesn't give that much away. Blue's on the boundary. Red's in the corner.
yeah, it's not easy to, because he will take yellow at black. That's pretty much compulsory.
Yeah.
And having hit that, say he hits it centrally to the boundary, it's not easy to get a rush on blue to 2.
But this is what happened in the first game. She got in, she had a finishing turn, she fails 4-back, and eventually David picks up a break and goes around and pegs her out.
Well, he's had one chance to do that so far.
Simply making 4-back that turn, if she did nothing else, had value.
Oh, sure, being on penalt rather than 4-back.
Yeah.
Even if you get pegged out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. One thing I've noticed about David, he's not beaten until he's beaten.
No. Now, if black's in front of that hoop, I want to run it straight away. I want to get the point in the bag. None of this trying to get a ball to penult before you make the hoop. Get the point in the bag. And I think she can run it and get a rush on blue to the east boundary.
Yes.
And move blue away from bulk.
Yeah.
Get a rush on yellow to penult.
Yeah.
And to be honest, if she makes 2 points this turn, full stop,
Oh,
be a brilliant turn.
that's a result.
She's been incredibly lucky to be left this, though, you know. That really should have been the innings, if nothing more. Yeah, runs it cleanly. But keep an eye on that, because we are going to get Robert Fulford against the winner of Mulliner and Avery on this lawn. And that 4-back hill has already started causing issues.
Yeah.
Wonder, as the afternoon moves on and the lawns get even faster, are there going to be other hills around hoops that they found quite challenging? Hoop 2 is clearly quite fast behind it. David sent balls off behind it, hasn't he?
Yeah. And we had a ball off behind hoop 4, didn't we?
We did,
Yeah.
we did, yeah. So just move blue into the lawn, 3 yards in the lawn, 5 or 6 or 7 yards further south, but focus on your rush on yellow to penult. That was tentative, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
She might rush to red here.
She could do.
It's
She
on.
spotted it.
Again, the beauty of the quick lawn is even the players who haven't got as much power, she can play this shot. Half ball cut. About 28 yards. Hasn't cut it in the right direction, and we've seen this is quick, this corner. Taking off behind red is a challenge. Seems to hill off to the south as well. A few little
What
green
looks-
patches,
Yeah, I was going to say it was a.
but I think they're hilling off the lawn.
Yeah.
I think I might give up here.
I'd make, well, if you make it leave, you're not joining up, eh?
No,
No.
no, splitting up.
Jenny strikes me as somebody who doesn't give up.
That's good length. That's exactly the length I would have tried to play it at.
Okay.
So you're not risking going off, but you've got a cut rush you can take within about 4 yards of penult with a really good shot. But even rushing it up to 4 back, you can throw it over the other side of the lawn with a tentative go. That's a good shot.
That's a good shot.
That's a really good shot. And now I think you can be positive. You can approach it sending to the peg. I was thinking of just approaching it sending red to the middle of the west boundary and getting a point and going to corner 2. And just sort of giving the innings away.
Yeah.
But you could definitely approach this sending red to the peg now. No? She's taking off. This is what she did last game, if you remember. She took off and left herself a 4.5 foot penult. And I said I'd have gone a lot closer. And this time it's a 2-yard penult. That's a deliberate play. That's a deliberate attempt to leave a 2-yard hoop. Admittedly, it's more angled than she wanted. But it's an indication of how confident she is of her hoop shot. And she's made it with a rush.
Yeah.
So tonk this over to blue. And probably just make Rover off blue.
I think you. Well, no, I think you should rush blue to yellow.
You do think?
I do think
that makes the peg out more difficult. I'm going to leave red on the boundary.
Peg out. Yeah. Peg out's a bonus.
Definitely want to leave red on the boundary.
Leave red on the boundary. Get blue on the boundary. Down here in this corner.
I'm just going to spot
that. Yeah, rush yellow to Rover. If you make it great. Thank you. She's doing what you suggested.
Again, had she overhit that by a yard, she'd have had a rush to yellow.
Yeah.
But anywhere within 2 yards would be a really good rush. Get the hoops out of the way. She ends up a peg alone this turn. She's 99 to 1 on. It's a good rush. Really good shot.
Oh, I think she's finishing.
Well, could be. Certainly, if you'd have asked people which match was going to finish first, they'd have gone for Avery
every time.
And if the second option would have been David 2-0.
Yeah, she's got position. Oh, she's gone slightly
She
too far.
doesn't need to jump this. She does not need to jump this. This will go to the boundary.
Or if it goes through.
No. Control jump gets a rush back to the peg.
That's not a rush back to the peg.
Yeah, she can cut that 3 yards away.
Okay.
She'll probably try and rush it 4 yards away, but could have taken more of that. So
Mark's one.
That was quite quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this could be a result.
I thought that might have an hour left in it over there, and suddenly Mark's hit in and Stephen's missed and Mark's won. So that's Avery v Fulford.
And they're going to be playing on this lawn.
On the lawn that we've been watching.
Yeah.
A lovely match to watch. Mark's such an elegant player to watch.
Yeah.
And you're going to get Rob playing in conditions that allow him to manipulate the balls and positions to make it as difficult as possible for his opponent. I definitely want to play this so the front ball stays on the lawn if it misses, and I'll peg a ball out.
Yes.
She's going to get 20 shots in a pegged out ending as a minimum.
20's quite a lot.
Yeah, 20's not unreasonable though. Obviously she has to miss them all to get 20. So make sure blue stays on. Yeah.
Yes, well done.
So, plus 25, plus 24, good day for Jenny. And she plays James Death in the semi-final on lawn 4.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Rob's gone on to lawn 4 to do a bit of practice.
James has already had a bit of practice on lawn 3
He
during
has.
lunch.
Yeah. So I'd probably guess it'll be about 10 minutes or so. I don't know whether Mark's had lunch, but he doesn't normally have a lot, does he?
Well, I had a break, so
Okay.
I don't know if. Yeah. I wouldn't imagine.
So we're on a train from King's Cross and almost immediately
So are we going to see any non-corner 2 openings in this Fulford Avery match? I'm thinking about super shots and Duffer Tices
Yeah, we might see a Duffer Tice
from Rob.
from Rob.
Yeah.
Yes. Mark's gone very standard and old manish.
Okay.
So he'll have a ball on the east boundary if he goes first, and he'll have a corner 2 if he goes second.
Okay. Well done, love.
Thank you.
I'd still fancy a super shot, personally.
It's entirely valid. One of the things Robert commented on while we were next to him there is Mark's hit every shot he's taken today.
Ah, okay.
So that might be in his mind, and Rob may decide to go second.
Right.
We often go first, don't we, if we win the toss?
Yeah.
First ball to be able to join up and
Yeah.
all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I specifically said to Jenny when she played the semi-final of the New Zealand Open, you need to go second.
Right.
And that was really quite an important part of the match. And I think Rob may choose to go second, despite the fact that for him, his shooting hasn't actually been on top gear
Well,
yet this
he'll
event.
leave a Duffer Tice.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting. He may decide to keep it quiet by playing to the boundary. Well, it's one of the things, you can go into a match again knowing what they're going to do, and you're never quite sure with Rob.
No, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, he probably thinks more about what to do and why than anybody else in croquet.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think about a lot about the openings, but Rob will already have decided on his first break what leave he's making after his first break. Is he popping at all? These are the sorts of conditions where 1990 leaves are interesting.
Yeah, so you're probably going to have to explain to our viewer
So that's actually
what a 1990 leave actually is.
splitting up when you join up. So your ball, your backward ball, you hit one ball in corner 4, and your other ball maybe 10 yards north of it. So you're not really joined up, you're 10 yards apart with a wide join, and the opponent's balls are in corner 2 and halfway down the middle of the west boundary. So they're 17 yards apart. So you're encouraging them to join up, shoot at the partner in corner 2.
Yeah.
But if they do that, they've joined up ahead of your break and you just hit your 10-yarder.
Yes.
If they hit it, they've got nothing.
Yeah.
So it's a very much a fast lawn style of leave for people who are shooting very well.
And why is it called the 1990 leave?
Well, that's a good question. I believe it was because it was what Bob Jackson did in 1990, but I wasn't there, and you were, so perhaps you can correct me.
Yeah, I think that's right. We did notice that this leave made an appearance. I'm not sure it was a good time.
No, very few people utilised it after, but you have to remember Bob Jackson had unique croquet abilities. His single ball strokes were remarkable.
Fantastic. Yes.
And so,
if you saw him playing a break,
you
the first ball round, you'd think he couldn't play the game.
But you wouldn't know what hoop he was on, would you?
No, that's right. He'd routinely run a hoop and have a 7-yard return roquet.
Yeah.
But, and this is the bit that people who watch the first break don't appreciate about players who are as good as he was. If a TP needed doing on a fast lawn, he could do it.
Absolutely.
And he also did sextuples before
Yep.
they were commonplace. And of course, he was the first person to do octuples.
Yeah.
And you can't do those unless you've got fantastic control.
Yeah. And he was particularly good at getting the back ball on a croquet stroke where he wanted it. So yeah, all sorts of things like that possible. I remember a fantastic term Bob Jackson played in his last ever AC Worlds against Jonathan Kirby in the first round of the knockout, and he'd been pegged out, and he hit some sort of 25-yarder at Jonathan's ball, maybe 20 yards south corner 3, and he was for 4 back, and he rolled up to 4 back, and he got some unrunnable hoop that he ran, and then he hit in again, and he approached Pinault, sending a ball just past the peg, and he ran Pinault by 2 yards, wiring himself from the ball at the peg. So he ran her over and hit the peg. And that was Bob Jackson for you, a magnificent croquet player, and unfortunately, along with John Prince and Paul Skinley no longer with us, we've lost 3 of those 4 magnificent New Zealand 1986 Robertson Shield winning
79.
team, and 79 as well. But don't know whether we've got Roger Murphy listening at all, but Roger's just come back to the game.
Has he?
He's ordered himself a trimmer mallet.
Excellent.
And we'll be delivering that in September to him. And yes, started having a hit at United again and played with Graham Beale.
Oh yes.
In the AC doubles at South Island. So lovely to see Roger back again, another member of the 86 winning New Zealand team. But yeah, we have lost a few Kiwis.
What about Joe? Is Joe around?
Joe's very keen. He's playing both AC and GC.
Excellent.
Very competitive still at both codes.
Right.
And always a good man to get a story from.
Yes. Yeah.
And it measures.
Yeah, I've got a Bob Jackson and Joe Hogan story, which unfortunately I can't tell on air.
I've got one as well, so we'll have to refrain from those. Always interesting, I think, to watch these top players when they're doing their practice. What are they actually practicing? What's Rob chosen to spend his time practicing? And he's taking a 3-ball break round.
Which is exactly what James did.
Yeah.
Over lunch.
Yeah.
He came out on lawn 3 and just, obviously he couldn't interfere with the balls that were in Jenny and David's game, but so he basically, he just took a 3-ball break round.
And obviously, if you can take a 3-ball break round, you can easily take a 4-ball break round.
It's a confidence builder, isn't it? Yes, exactly.
You get to test out how difficult the hoops are. Should you be trying to get rushes out of them, or should you just be focusing on sending the front ball a bit further forward and just running them? So these are the sorts of things that Rob's going to be to work out during his practice. Get the pace of the lawn, obviously, by playing all the shots.
What sort of shape is Rob in physically these days?
So his wrists are completely destroyed. Otherwise...
Well, you can see he's got them taped up.
Yeah, so when he played in the AC Worlds, the time that he won, he would have to go home and ice his wrists for an hour every night.
Wow.
So
that's dedication, isn't it?
It is. They are destroyed.
Be enjoying the fact that the lawns are great.
Big advantage, and becomes a disadvantage he found earlier in the week with the balls not rushing very well, and having to hit them harder. So big advantage to Rob, fast lawns full stop, even if he was fully fit. But now that he has the wrist problem, even bigger advantage.
Apart from that, he looks as good as ever.
In many ways.
In many ways.
Yeah. The one shot he doesn't have anymore.
He doesn't have the enormous cut rush.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which was his
signature.
Yeah.
Skill, his superpower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people who haven't ever seen him just casually take a 1/8 cut to corner 4 from after running hoop 1 just won't understand how often he did it and how easily and how elegant the shot looked. Because his grip's different now. He used to have both hands very much at the top and be a complete wrist break.
Yes.
I can't move my wrist half as far as he can. And he had almost, the American said he had rubber wrists.
Yeah. Well, I remember watching him in 1990
Yeah.
at Hurlingham in the Opens. Quarter-final day, he was playing Nigel Aspinall. And he had a rush, Rob had a rush out of corner 4 that was probably pointing, I don't know, somewhere up near hoop 2. Or maybe Craig High on the west boundary. And Nigel moved the ball from 2 into corner 1. And Rob rushed into corner 1 to get a cannon.
Yeah.
And I could imagine that Nigel probably never occurred to him that Rob would even try and do that.
No. And I've obviously played many, many years of doubles with him. And we would often set leaves up with rushes that looked like they were pointing towards his hoop. But he would say, just leave it a couple of mil that side and I'll be able to take it to that corner if they go there.
Yeah.
Okay, Rob. And next shot, they're in the corner and he was in the corner with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the other thing he was very good at was when balls were crosswired but just open by about 1/8 of a ball, he just thought, they were unmissable because it's a cut rush.
Yeah, right.
He just played it like a cut
yeah,
rush.
Yeah.
So he'd have this 6-yard crosswire with 1/8 of a ball open. So it's effectively about a 40-yarder in reality. And he'd just go and hit it.
Yeah. I also remember that I think it was Parkston once. He had come to a ball sort of on the end of the eastern end of 8 ball. He was full hoop 1.
Yeah.
And he's 5 feet a little bit east of it.
Yeah.
And his pioneer for hoop 1 is northwest of 1.
Yeah.
By 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah.
And there were some people sitting on the bench just off the south boundary, and he sort of in his usual sort of slightly quiet.
Yeah.
So you might want to just move. And they're sort of, huh?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to hit this quite hard. And he rushed it into corner 1.
Yeah.
And if that was a tiny amount of that ball that he hit in order to do that.
Yeah. No, really, yeah. The shame we go back, got the same video past that we have now, and to be able to see Rob play at his peak, and then go back and see Nigel play at his peak, and John Solomon play at his peak. Go back and back.
Absolutely.
But at least now we do have this record. I'm just going to pop away for a few minutes, and I'll come back for the start of the match, Keith.
Okay.
I'll put the sauce in it, it will soften up. I'll put it all in together with the sauce and the pasta. Yeah. Maybe not all the pasta, but I'll see.
Well, in the meantime, I'll just talk to myself. I don't know.
We did that, yeah, we had like a chat just about sort of your game. So
Yeah, she put sort of thick on the top, yeah. And then you have mango chutney with it. Yeah, spice bits, yeah.
And we're back.
So I know
We're
Samir.
about to start.
Yeah, earlier in the week, Samir was really quite keen on best of fives, and I've been saying you'd have to be bonkers to play a best of five here. There's going to be plenty of time for the players to exhibit their difference in ability in a best of three.
You think there might be a little bit of interaction?
Well, I'm not guaranteeing it, because I think Rob has the potential to play error-free games on this lawn. Tomorrow might be a different matter. This lawn is significantly faster, and just look at this white ball travelling towards us. It was just wibbling and wibbling and wibbling, and eventually it stopped. So, quite rightly, the players taking their own pitches to the northern part of the lawn. Gets the shade till about 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Oh, some of it you can get much later on. Depends how far away you're prepared to go. If you look at lawn 4, there's a quite good shade from that tree at the moment.
You'll need to be.
You don't really want to be sitting in one of those huts.
No,
in my experience.
No breeze, is there?
There's no breeze, and they like sitting in an oven.
Yeah. So Mark, for people who don't know much about Mark, I guess Mark was the Open champion in about 1987, and then he won it.
Exactly, 1987.
He won it again.
He's the youngest ever Open champion.
Youngest ever Open champion.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. And then won it again.
2023.
That's 36 years later.
Yes.
Quite a remarkable achievement.
Well, yes.
He runner-up in the first ever World Championship to Joe Hogan.
1989.
And a regular member of the England and Great Britain Robertson Shield team.
Yeah, he's not.
Missed the odd one.
He's had time away
from the game.
Top level.
But
so he played in 1986.
Yeah.
So he would have been 20 when he played for the first time.
Okay. So yeah, sort of, what, 59 now, is he? 60?
Yeah, he's 60 later this year.
Later this year, okay. Still fit as anything. He runs, doesn't he? Does marathons and half marathons and things like that. So very fit.
As a flea, as they say.
On a diet of orange juice and lemonade and ham and cheese sandwiches.
Yeah. Cheese and ham.
Cheese and ham.
Cheese and ham. Yeah.
Delightful guy.
Not known for eating vegetables.
No, but one of the key team members, I think, in Shield matches, gets on with everyone.
Yes.
Everyone likes Mark.
Yeah.
Easygoing, friendly, and
he lifts the mood, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. So hopefully we're going to get a really good game. Just look at this beautiful.
So as predicted,
Irish grip.
No hint of a super shot opening from Mark.
No, and
even though shooting well.
Correct.
So at the risk of being rude, I don't think Mark thinks as deeply about the openings perhaps as Rob.
No. And in some ways, playing within your own comfort zone is a positive thing.
Well, you say that, but 3 years ago I did Mark and I met up for a sort of training session ahead of the MAG.
Yeah.
We met at Colchester. Well, the lawns, they're not as fast as this at the moment, but they're decent. And I was trying to sell him the idea of doing super shot openings. So we had a go. He played a croquet shot from corner 2, sending a ball northwest of 1. Got a 3-foot rush on the super shot ball to hit 1. And then he said, yeah, but I actually prefer aiming a croquet shot at hoop 2. So he aimed a croquet shot at hoop 2. It didn't hit the hoop, but it only went sort of just beyond hoop 6. And he got a 3-foot rush on the super shot ball to hoop 1.
Yeah, he's a beautiful player. Now, I've played more and watched more of Rob, I think, than any other player.
What's going on here, Chris? This is turn 2 and he shot at yellow.
I think I've seen him do that less than 1/3%. shoot second turn at the opponent ball, and I was dying for him to hit it because I didn't know what he was going to do.
No.
I had no idea what he was going to do. I assumed he was going to put balls.
Roll to the middle.
No, I thought, he might have done, but I thought he might put balls 7 yards off both fault lines and say approach hoop 1 if you want to. So we'll potentially see that opening game 2 and game 3. So we might get to find out what he was going to do. Mark's got a big double. He just snipped the outside of. Might have cut it back for a cannon.
Well,
there's always an argument to go and get those watched.
I was just thinking, yeah. It's almost a bit naughty if you claim it, having not had it watched.
He said it's well north of it.
Yeah.
So there's a ball between those.
And so what does Mark do now?
Well, now the question
what
is...
he's going to try and do. He's going to try and rush to hoop 1, but is that necessarily a good idea?
One of the things about rushing to hoop 1 is if you can make it, even if you do nothing else, you can make a leave with the ball as a much better pioneer for your next hoop at hoop 2.
Yes.
So you can make the 5th turn easier for yourself. So I think it is worth doing. Obviously, if he gets a rush out of hoop 1 back to black, he might try and go round.
Back to yellow.
Sorry, back to black.
Back to black.
Yeah,
yeah, back to black. Sorry.
Now, my view this morning was lawn 4 was a third of a second faster than lawn 3. Just a tiny bit faster. So mighty underhit.
Tell, I would have thought from here, but anyway.
So he's overhit that by a mile.
Yeah.
And from here, I think you croquet yellow into the sort of maximum distance spot 2 yards into the lawn.
And leave yourself a rush on black.
Trying to get in front of the hoop.
Okay.
And if you don't, leave yourself a rush on black.
Okay.
I still think it's worthwhile attempting to make the hoop. He's got a good enough stop shot to get yellow up there.
Looks like yellow's coming quite a long way in the lot.
Oh, he's playing it with a half roll. It's gone. Won't be taking that one on.
Right.
So now to me yellow's just too short. Yellow needs to be another 4 yards away and deeper.
It's not even peg high, is it?
No. And that's the negative of having played it as a half roll instead of just I'll float yellow into a more defensive place trying to get in front.
Oh, this is quite aggressive.
So there's only going to be about 2 balls between these if he goes off there, Keith.
I don't like this. I think red to corner 4 or a bit north, but not much. Threatening black. So stop blue shooting at black and joining up. And if blue hits yellow, still can't really get going. What do you reckon?
I just think if blue hits yellow, Rob will get going from that.
Well, okay. I'd be impressed. I'd like to see it. What, would he come to red first, do you think?
No, I think he'd hit yellow, take off to black, and rush black to the corner.
Okay. And of course he might, but I would like to see it.
Looks like Mark's still thinking about going back there. Probably does need a referee to watch this one. It is quite important.
Well, if he does this and blue hits yellow, that's a ball round.
It should be a ball round. Just got to rush to hoop 1, haven't you?
Yeah.
Which you've already seen Mark fail to do. So we've spoken about Rob, about Mark. Rob is obviously potentially more well known to the viewers. 6-time world champion,
Yeah.
current world champion,
Yeah.
10 or 11 times British Open singles winner. Won all 3 major doubles titles. You're struggling to find an event he hasn't won.
Yeah. I'd like to hear your version of the story where I think it was 2000, wasn't it? When there was some function and somebody was introducing some dignitary to the GB players. And this is Robert Fulford and blah blah blah, and this is
Robert Fulford's doubles partner.
that was you.
Yeah, well, that happened for about 25 years, Keith. And eventually I moved to New Zealand, and people started recognising me for the person I actually am, and used to start saying, and this is not the groundsman that united. A good guess, though, Dave. Good guess. No, this is Jenny Clark's husband.
Ah, yes.
So that's my current title. And the next question is, do you play? So that's what I get now. And Rob has always liked wide doubles. And he'll either aim at the middle of it,
Yeah.
or he'll aim at the red, because his miss tends to be on the right.
What do we think the hill does here?
I think
I'm sure there will be one.
I thought most of the hills went in lawn. It's interesting. If Rob was shooting well, I think Rob would play blue at yellow every time.
And how hard can he hit this?
Not very, but enough to get it reasonably firmly on a lawn this pace. Like, Jenny speed at least. Strokes it, it's on at black, it's hitting black, and it's hit black, which isn't the best one to hit, because he's now got to take off behind red and get red towards yellow, but a roquet's a roquet.
Yeah.
So for everyone thinking at home, surely the good players don't aim at doubles with 2 balls between them. Yes, we do. And sometimes we aim at the middle of them, and sometimes we aim at the side where we hit it straight on the basis we miss on the other side. So this takeoff would normally be fairly straightforward on a easy lawn. You'd get some sort of rush towards end of B bulk.
He's played that well.
That is a 10 out of 10.
If it stays on,
Yeah.
which it has.
It's moved 2 balls left to right in the last 2 balls. But really, really good shot. And that cut, again, comparing it to David Fuller's position, this is a much better position. He's made sure it's short,
Yes.
or if he undercut
Oh, you
it,
can
it was
see
level
You
with.
can see the point he wants to put blue on.
Yeah.
Easily. He's not going to be in danger of roqueting yellow in the croquet shot.
Yeah. I've still got this big question in my mind. Is he still good enough to play an error-free match on a lawn this difficult?
That's quite a high standard.
That is a really high ask.
Because I don't think Reg is that good, to be honest.
Oh, Rob v. Reg in 2003, there's only one winner. Reg is a fantastic player, particularly when the lawn conditions are easy.
Well, he thrives on control.
Healing.
Yeah, he gets close to hoops. He runs hoops gently
Yep.
to get a rush, and you try and run. I've seen him play here numerous times. He plays like that. He tries to run a hoop gently, perfectly normal, 6-inch hoop, sticks it.
Yep.
And the reason that happens, I think, it's not because he's hit it offline. It's you give the chance, give a chance for the ball to just deviate.
Correct.
Slightly.
You have to hit
Slightly.
it hard enough so that it goes in the line you hit it on.
Yeah.
Bad contact. Really bad contact on that. And now he's got one of these nasty backward takeoffs.
This might get his error out of the way.
Could easily do. Yeah, I think it was a no-error match he played in a best-of-5, winning 3-0 in 2003 against Reg with 2 triples, and it's one of the best performances I've seen in a single one-sided match. I like looking at sort of the competitive matches where it goes to 5 and both players play well. I think that's always interesting to look at. But in terms of a dominating performance, that was a fantastic effort in 2003, 22 years ago.
For me, the sort of high watermark of Opens finals was 2017, where in 5 games there were 6 sextuple attempts.
Right.
4 of which finished successfully.
Right.
Playing super advanced.
Yeah. Now that is a big point. That was very failable, that hoop.
Yeah.
Equally, it was quite easy to run it up to red.
Yeah,
and he's gouged just about close enough that this should be well within
he thought
range.
he had a chance of hooping Roca as well.
Maybe. I think he chose to play a very thin takeoff to focus on the striker's ball.
Yeah. Well, he's been rock solid on these when I've been watching him.
Well done, Keith. Top job again.
I've got a bit of a gift here.
So I was going to say the opposite. I was saying we actually watched him practice last night on lawn 2, and he was hitting 7 and 8 yarders and only hitting half of them.
Well.
And that was a miss on the left, and he doesn't normally miss on the left. So errors out. How many are there going to be?
Well, I'm not going to say the floodgates are going to open, because I don't think they will.
Well, we'll see. Mark taking the aggressive pickup here. And he's missed that. The ball looked like it was marginally in the air when it went past it, but he thinks he's missed it, so... Rob will just approach hoop 2, get a yellow to hoop 3. I don't think he'll go to black before red, but he might do. It's not a bad line to take off to red from black, is it? Oh, I didn't expect this. Sending yellow to hoop 4 going to black.
Surely you'd send it to 3, wouldn't you?
That's what I was expecting. This is a getting all the balls out as quickly as possible, which is one of the things we mentioned early on a fast lawn, get the balls out as quick as possible.
So he's going to play. He's going to send black to 3
and yellow to 4.
I'd want to. Well, okay. You've got to be good at the roll from black.
Yep.
Because you want to rush on red.
You do.
Yeah, the 2017 final was, of course, at Hurley.
Of course.
So
yeah.
There won't be 6 sextuple attempts tomorrow.
No. In fact, there won't be 4.
There won't be 1.
Yeah. Again, we're anticipating a best of 3 final. Well, I am. It's a tough shot, this.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's taking this on.
On a slower lawn, I don't think he would have done.
This might be controversial for Rob worshippers, but do you think his croquet strokes have got better?
Oh, miles better.
Yeah.
I mean, Rob used to say, Rob got picked for the President's Cup in 1987.
He did, yeah.
And he said, at the time, all he could do was play a takeoff.
That's a bit harsh. Is it?
But, you know, it wasn't far away. He could play a thick takeoff very well, to be fair to him, but, you know, he didn't have rolls and half rolls and all the rest of the shots he's got now. So he's clearly got miles better at croquet strokes. But yeah, being focused on being a single ball player, takeoffs, and he acknowledges that Reg and myself are miles better at takeoffs than he is, in terms of touch. But I've always thought Rob was better at thick takeoffs than myself. Nice approach, gets that straight in front, and I think he'll run this smoothly through the boundary.
Southwest is the top AC in the southwest.
Oh, okay, right.
So where do you live?
Nelson. That's near to Bristol. Because historically it's always been Nelson and Bristol that have been the competitors in the southwest. So usually final.
We're going to comment. We should comment on what's just happened on Lawn 4, even though the viewers perhaps haven't seen it.
So James appears to have been cross-pegged.
No, he was. Well, he could see blue.
I
was
thought he
played
could
black
see
from
half of
somewhere
blue.
south west of hoop 2, shooting at blue, which is southeast of the peg.
Yeah, almost looks like it's in diagonal spread position, doesn't it?
Sort of, I think it's a bit further away from the peg than that. And he didn't hit blue, he hit the peg, and black is now in pioneer position for hoop 3.
So not often you hit a peg and finish there.
No.
in that. It's moved it 15 yards away
Right
at 90 degrees, yeah.
So what are you doing for a job or standing or what?
So I work just with the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, so I'm on a ship
So Rob's now got the break.
4 months at a time. And then
We are going to assume he's going to take this round and probably go to 4 back.
communication coaching.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
No reason to stop at 3 back. Probably isn't worried about getting TPO'd.
No.
No need to stop at 1 back for any reason. But what leave has he got planned?
Well, and also no pops.
You think no pops?
Well,
Simply having them on an odd numbered hoop where they can't run it off the boundary is a positive.
So there's only 2 range.
Because when you pop them to hoop 2, the first hoop of the turn they can run off the lawn straight away, can't they?
yeah.
And that's an advantage. Whereas hoop 1, you're never sure whether you're running it by a few feet or 20 plus yards. So keep them on hoop 1. And presumably not something aggressive like a diagonal spread.
You don't think so?
Well, in 2003, I seem to remember him doing something like laying up tight in corner 4, putting one of Reggie's balls near corner 2, and putting the other one 5 yards north of hoop 1.
Right. Well, I certainly remember a game where he left Reggie's ball directly north of hoop 1,
Very tight to it.
tight to it.
Yeah.
A ball sort of 12 yards north of corner 4, and he had a rush along the south boundary from corner 4.
And none of these balls that he threw over to hoop 1, giving Reg a 13-yarder, did Reg pick up the ball that wasn't at hoop 1 and hit his 13-yarder and go round.
No, that on this one, he picked up the ball on the east boundary and tried to hit the ball in the hoop
And missed.
and bounced off going between hoops 3 and 4. And Rob rushed a yard northwest of the ball at 1.
Yeah. Nudged it back
Much
in
as
the
a
drawers.
partner, put it in reception position, nudged it back in the drawers,
Drawers.
croqueted it to 2,
Yep.
and got a standard TP.
Yep. A hoop and roquet here.
Yeah.
Again, we've mentioned the players who will be playing for that. On a lot of the hoops, I mentioned the odd numbers, obviously, but if you do it at the evens, you stop having to hit, 4-yard return roquets, don't you?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
we all prefer to have as few of those as we can.
Well, if he's not going to do a diagonal spread, what's he going to do?
Some sort of defensive leave with him tight in corner 4, a ball halfway up the east boundary, and the other one probably just out corner 2.
Right.
That's just a guess. So basically what Jenny's been trying to do, but with the westerly ball far more defensive.
Yeah. On the bounce.
I like having it 2 yards south corner too.
Right.
If I'm playing really well, 4 feet south corner too.
I like New Zealand 'cause it's smaller field.
So far, Rob's just dropped a game to Jack Good. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was quite an interesting match.
A fascinating match. Jack should have won the first game. Failed rover from really quite a straightforward position, and Rob finished with a double peel the following turn.
Right. Yeah, I didn't see that one. I saw the conclusion of the second game, which was very interesting.
Yeah, one of the problems when you're playing someone like Jack, as was borne out during the actual match, is that you're worried they're going to take croquet every time they come on the lawn. And I think Jack literally did take croquet every time he came on the lawn, pretty much. So Rob was making defensive leaves, maximum distance leaves, trying to do anything to get Jack to miss or make it difficult for him. And Jack really coped very well with all that. And it was quite a competitive match. I think it was +3 to Rob, -3, +24, I think.
Yeah.
A bit less competitive last game.
I think Jack's a fantastic prospect.
Oh, I love his pre-shot routine. Technically, I think he's good. Much happier now he's not using his mallet. It's 5 inches longer. Looks a bit more balanced and fluid. Again, going back to Rob's game here, he's done the same that Jenny did. And normally Rob would put out an early 2-back power now, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And this time he's kept all the balls together because we're playing on a difficult lawn. Doesn't want to take a ball out of his break. I know it's only 6 and 1 back you've got to make, but the more balls you've got to help you, the better. Poor 1-back pan here. He'll be disappointed with that. Good rush to in front of hoop 6, just finishes
right
on the
in front.
right hand wire. I'm always a little bit worried by this shot. You're only moving at a widget, but if you get half a ball of hill, you can suddenly find yourself with a 25 degree
Well,
hoop.
I think you have to come a few inches further away from the hoop than you might think.
Yeah. I remember playing Rob in my last ever singles match in the Robertson Shield at the Mount in 2013, and I approached hoop 6 from next to nowhere, and I finished with a hoop that was approximately an inch long,
Right.
at 25 degrees. I stuck in it. Just the hoops were so firm. We had lovely weather that week, and they started off very easy 11 seconds, and then they got up to 13.5 by day 4, and I played Rob on day 5. So yeah, hoops were really starting to bake in there. Now Jenny's played a monster croquet stroke, and this looks like it might be brilliant. Yeah, yellow stayed on the lawn, I think. Blue's finished a foot in front of hoop 2, and she's got a 4-yard rush to hoop 1. Now Rob's tidying up this bad 1-back pan here. Done well with that.
We've got 4 lawns and
And yep, that's okay.
So we should be getting some clue as to what the leaf's going to be soon.
Yeah. He's done the normal traditional thing, which is have partner at 2-back.
Yeah.
That's generally a good rule, whatever lead you make.
It is, yes. Well, for one thing, it means you're not making 3-back off partner.
Yeah.
And you don't, as a general, very good rule of thumb, you don't want to make the last hoop of your turn off partner. You want to make the last Croquet of a turn-off partner.
Yeah. And may decide to put yellow down there as well. Not a perfect red.
No.
So is it 4 matches on, 4 matches?
Yeah, I think yellow will be thrown over to 3 back as well. Hoop leave, so one of the things he does sometimes do is make an NSL, or a defensive NSL, so the hoop 2 balls on the boundary and the hoop 4 balls in the jaws of hoop 4.
Ah,
so it won't rush to
okay,
hoop 1.
Right. What's the thinking behind that then?
In that he can bombard it out potentially, and the opponent, it's more difficult for them to do that. But my concern is I think the lawn's too difficult to guarantee getting the ball in hoop 4.
Right.
So I don't think he'll be trying a hoop leave. May be wrong, but...
Well, he's going to have all the balls over at 3 back in a minute.
Yeah.
So I guess.
And this is a genuine method to make a new standard leave, isn't it?
Yes.
So Goethe will use
Goethe
this method every time.
Always use this method, yeah.
And yeah, get well soon, David. Sorry you're not here. Now you're a regular participant in the Opens. So look forward to seeing you next year.
What's this?
That's just throwing
this is
partner
just
over
throwing
to the
partner,
boundary, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's starting to look like an NSL, isn't it? With putting black that far in lawn.
Yeah. So red or yellow will be on just north of the eastern leg of hoop 4.
Yeah.
And then the other one, the other opponent ball will be over southwest of 2.
Yeah, so yellow's going to be the ball he's going to try and put just north of hoop 4.
This woman has reached the Wimbledon final.
The one place you don't want to rush yellow is directly in front of the hoop. That makes it quite tricky to put it there.
Yeah.
If you can just leave it a ball short of that, you can actually try and croquet it into position approaching the hoop and not bother touching it again.
Mm-hmm.
So every time we're touching these balls, the lawn's so quick that they move a little way. So you don't want to hit them too often. So slightly overhit that blue.
Well, you won't want to leave yellow there. will
No,
you?
no, that's wide open from bulk. And that's one of the question marks I had. How comfortable was he going to be at running a 10-degree hoop from about 9 inches a foot, gently? And he seemed completely comfortable with that.
Yeah, he seemed fine with
Yeah.
that.
So that's a good sign for Rob that that's a shot he's got in his repertoire. So his last chance to position yellow correctly here. And that looks fine.
Mm-hmm.
You can either rush red off the lawn if you want to be defensive, or you can tap it and stop it over there.
He's looking like he's rushing this.
Yeah, he's always going to want to defensify this ball. He might leave it a foot in lawn with his take-off back, but he's never going to want to leave it yards in lawn.
He didn't want it there, and I'm saying that because he shook his head quite violently.
He's clearly trying to rush it north of hoop 5.
Yeah.
Now he actually has to do quite a lot of work to move it 7 yards up the boundary.
He's good at thick takeoffs. So.
He is, but you've almost got to aim this inside the yard line because it's going to pull. You won't want it veering a yard into the lawn with pull. Shaking his head still.
Well, his angle is such that to get to black, red will be coming into the lawn.
I don't think it has to be. I think you can play 3 yards north of black, and you can send this up the yard line.
Okay.
That's
Well, it's come off the yard line.
a long way. A long way. But I say he could have played that much further north.
He could, yes, true.
Just double checking whether he's got a possibility of.
Rebounding off black onto yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to make sure that isn't possible. Now, if you're GC player, you just play with this a bit more stop. Yeah, bring the angle out. And the standard shot for red and yellow to take, Keith?
Well, people take. They pick up yellow and shoot from corner 3.
They do. They do. And one of the reasons that Rob likes red defensified on or virtually on a boundary is that if yellow hits the black
centrally,
knocking it to the south boundary, taking off back up the lawn to get a rush on the in-lawn ball to the ball near a boundary is actually quite tricky. So would you be tempted here just to lift the red and shoot at something?
Yeah, totally.
And say,
I'll take the shortest shot.
Yeah, give you a standard TP.
That's what I tell people, just take the shortest shot. Even Rob, on this lawn, well, if it was an easy lawn, I'd take the shortest shot because I'm playing Rob.
Yep.
And on this lawn, I'm going to still take the shortest shot and go, well, go on Rob, do a standard TP if you think you're hard enough.
If he then does a standard TP,
well,
do you do something different in the next game?
No, not necessarily. That's the thing. Depends. If a standard TP looked like the easiest thing you could possibly imagine, then you might, yes.
Okay.
But today I'm not sure it will.
Fair
we'll
enough.
See.
We've already mentioned the little hill in front of 4-back, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Well, that's due to, I keep mentioning it, you can see
you can see the drainage.
And it goes right through 4-back.
It does. Meanwhile, on lawn 4, Jenny's got a 4-ball break.
Is that the first break?
That is the first break, yeah. I think Jenny won the opening, made a hoop and a leave.
So Jenny can win this?
Jenny can definitely win it. She beat James in the McRobertson Shield.
Okay.
She's beaten James,
I wouldn't have said James was on top form in that McRobertson Shield.
No. Obviously, the English players were struggling, many of them. So you still got to be able to beat them, haven't you? That's the thing. Lots of good players get away with it because the people who aren't quite as good as them wilt when they're about to win. So Mark's looking at this unhampered shot.
Well, you always check, don't you?
See,
you have to check.
I often don't look at it very closely because even if it's sort of on, because my swing's not very straight, I'm very bad at this shot.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying I've ever actually taken it on.
I've definitely taken
it's
it
sweepable
on.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
But it's quite a long one.
The shot I like taking is from the end of A-ball court, just a yard or 2 back, an 1/8 of yellow, and a full ball in the background.
Yeah.
I think visually I like that, and if you manage just to snick the ball in the foreground, you cut it and you get an automatic break.
Yeah. They're still looking at this. One thing he isn't doing, but perhaps ought to be doing, is getting a referee to mark that.
Because the rules have changed.
The rules have changed.
The laws, I should say.
People have not many people have adjusted to that.
So yeah, if Mark goes and
if he touches yellow now and moves it,
He's not allowed.
He's got to be replaced, but he's then not allowed to take this shot. He's got to do something else.
But does he have to still play the yellow?
No, I don't think so.
So he could just lift the red.
But I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, we should find that out.
That's a good question, actually.
So those championship referees out there,
People actually read the laws.
I'm just a
and
normal.
understand them. With most sports, you tend to play to the laws that you got familiar with when you first learned.
That's certainly the case for me. And Mark is calling for a referee here. So, yeah, I know Ian Bond's around, and Mike Town's there.
Mike Town is moving.
And Mike Town's going to be our manager for the Robertson Shield next year.
Yes.
So, looking forward to that.
Very competent, very calm manager, I think.
Yep.
I'm not saying, I wouldn't go so far as unflappable.
No.
But, because any manager can be flappable.
Yep.
When put under sufficient pressure.
I remember Ian Vincent.
He is very calm and competent.
Yeah, in 2010, Ian Vincent was refereeing at Robertson Shield.
He was, yeah. He wouldn't let me have a lawn damage.
He was so nervous that the ball, he moved one of them. And Ian would never do that.
No.
It was just from his point of view, this was his sort of peak event, refereeing at Robertson Shield.
Yeah.
So let's see what Mark can do. It's going to be a little proddy go.
Is he actually taking this on? It's
a shorter shot, Keith. That's what you've told him to do.
Yeah. Maybe I should qualify that. A shorter shot you can actually hit. This has miss written all over it. You've got to be very confident about your swing to do this, haven't you?
I like standing a bit closer than Mike so I can see what part of the mallet this comes off.
That is about the only thing you're watching for, isn't it?
Oh, good strike. Hates it.
Missed on the easier side.
Yeah.
Right. Oh. That was a disappointing use of a left shot, in my view, but hey-ho.
And every chance here to tap yellow and promote blue to hoop one going to red.
I don't know what you had for lunch, Chris, but come on.
Not the type of shot that Rob will be considering. The only thing
who in their right mind?
Oh, James would think that'd be fun.
Okay,
That'd be a fun
shot.
Yeah.
Fun shot, yeah.
But no, the thing I think Rob will be thinking about here is how he wants to make hoop 1 and 2. So he could do the normal thing of rush partner over there, send it to make hoop 1 off red.
Well, but you could tap. He's going to do that. But you could tap blue, take off behind you, and keep blue as the ball that at least have a chance of getting it to hoop 3.
Correct. And the other option is to tap yellow, croquet and lawn, rush blue to hoop 1, and do it that way. So there were 3
you could.
clear options, he's doing the sort of standard thing, which means he'll have partner at hoop 2. So a bit more cautious, more break orientated rather than TP orientated.
Now we should. Well, he's rushing this to red, so we're going to get the break orientated option.
Yeah, and
which I think is sensible.
Yeah.
It certainly doesn't mean you've given up on a TP, does it?
Not at all.
Any means.
No. He's rushed that further south than I would have liked to.
Much further south.
I could almost cope with it, almost level with it.
Well, I
with
think,
my stop
yeah,
shot.
aim for that gap in stop boarding.
Yeah. So he's going to have to put
because
some
again,
roll in this.
He's playing an awkward croquet stroke, in my view. Sort of a half rolly type shot. And he's moving black probably 3 times as far as he'd like to.
Correct. Yeah.
That's not to say he won't play a good shot, though.
Sure.
But
a good length on black.
how's blue doing?
Yeah,
Blue's
okay.
pretty good.
Yeah. And we mentioned before, this it's 3 yards away from the hoop, but it's much better there than a foot or two past the hoop.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yellow's well in the lawn. He's got yellow well out. That's a good
Now,
rush.
thinking ahead a few strokes, where do you want red and yellow when you're making hoop 2?
I generally have them a yard or 2 feet east and west.
So
of hoop 3.
both at hoop 3?
Both at hoop 3. One a couple of feet east, one a couple of feet west.
Yeah, that's what I tell people.
And I see a lot of people...
I do know people who deliberately try and leave one at hoop 4 and one at hoop 3.
Oh, that's just awful. The thing I find some people do is try and get one of them behind hoop 2, so they can hit that first. I don't like that either. No, just get them either side of hoop 3, and then if you get any sort of rush out of hoop 3, whichever side you whichever side you rush to hoop 3.
Well, you've got a huge area
Yeah.
you can rush into.
And you can croquet the peely into position.
Do you think we'll find that now? I'm not sure we're going to. This is a bit awkward.
I think he might just tonk this up the lawn towards 3 and then take off behind yellow, rush yellow to that gap again.
What we used to call willocking.
Willocking, indeed. The downside is red can go in a completely bad direction because you're not guaranteed, like a croquet stroke, which direction it's going to go in.
And having rushed it, you can rush it to places where you can't improve its position.
With a croquet stroke?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's decided to dribble this off, and then he's going to play a square croquet stroke.
Lovely. This is a test of how what sort of nick he's in.
Generally, when you've got these sort of very wide angle ones, he's okay at them. His weaker shots, I think, are more rolls.
Okay, well, it's all relative.
Everything's relative, yeah. I'm sure people would bite your arm off to be as bad at rolls as Robert is. But he's left black short.
It's not horrendously short.
I think
it's not horrendously short. It's rushable.
You see, I've got 2 options here. I'm probably going to tap yellow and roll it up there, going to blue.
Oh, yeah.
But Rob's far more likely to rush this up.
Yeah, he's going to rush it. But this is one where direction is more important than distance. By which I mean, if he gets the direction right and he just leaves it a bit short of... See, for me, that's too far east.
It is a bit too far east, you're quite right.
If he'd got it nearer, say, the distance red is, west, east, then...
That would be great.
Yeah, you can move it north-south on the takeoff.
You can.
But you cannot move it east-west on this
My
next shot.
negative about this is I'm now moving my ball across the rush line.
Hello.
He's now going to the third method option of putting it behind hoop 2. I hate it. I just want to focus on getting a rush on blue to hoop 2.
100%. I agree.
So the yellow's fine there. Yellow's very playable there. It's not perfect.
His hearing's good as well.
I certainly guarantee Rob's hearing isn't particularly good. But yeah, he's underhit that. That's well short.
I'm not sure it is. I don't think it is. It's short. Okay, it is
You'll
short.
be disappointed with that.
Well, he probably will be. But do you think it was going to get that far?
I thought it was
well
about
short?
2 feet short of that.
Okay.
Whereas it has finished in a position where he can cut this to the hoop, should he choose to.
Yeah.
No, he's hit the wrong side of it. That's a me shot.
That's and me. I mean, obviously, I'll be pleased to hit it, but yeah, I think cut rushes are interesting, aren't they? Because particularly ones you're hitting hard.
Yeah.
I try and get people to think about, well, where's it going to go if you don't cut it?
Correct.
And can you then play a croquet stroke?
Yeah. And people will think, oh, that's a great shot because black's dead in front.
Yeah.
It's good because blue is able to be rushed over to 3 when he hammers off the lawn.
Yes.
So the position of blue is equally important.
Yeah.
Now Jenny's round to 4 back, made another one of her sort of defensive OSLs. It's marginally better this time than the last one.
I think we should start calling them the JSL.
JSL. But yeah, enables himself to run hoop 2 firmly off the boundary and has a rush over to hoop 3.
And you can see that on the replay.
Just big shout
Lovely.
out once again to Stephen Allen and his team, Roddy Sheen. Who's on camera today? I'm not 100% sure, but a great team we've got coming over from Hurlingham. Did such a good job at the 2024 World Championships. Or was it 2023 actually?
2023,
now?
yeah. Time flies, Chris.
Yeah. So needs to position blue into
The older you
peeling
get,
position.
the more time flies.
Well, we're closer to one end than the other now, Keith, aren't we, I'm afraid. So, blue into peeling position.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? I mean, I'd prefer to be playing this shot from south of the hoop.
Getting a rush on red to
Getting a
corner
rush
3.
or depending where blue ended up, either red or yellow, to the north boundary.
And now it gets on.
Well, we
that.
know that he's definitely thinks he can do a TP.
Yep.
There's no question about that from current ball positions. I think we should also give a shout out to Ailsa Lyons, because if we don't do that, I'm in big trouble.
I did in my first session. I said
Did you?
Ailsa
Well done.
did
Thank
2
goodness.
great days on the editing desk, and I'd never done it before, and did a great job. And they were just sort of bonus coverages because we weren't really planning to do full coverage.
Yeah.
So thanks to
Yeah,
Ailsa
she
for
did
that.
2 11-hour sessions.
And yeah, the more volunteers we can get, we've got the kit, and people are really starting to produce high quality videos now.
And as you said earlier, it's fantastic to actually have a record that people could go back to.
Yeah.
I mean, I've probably seen sort of.
Thank you. Mr. Plummer has told us
Dr. Plummer to you, Sonny.
Dr. Plummer.
Dr. Plummer
had told us that lawn 2 is measured at 14 seconds at the moment.
Okay.
14
similar to
plumbers
yesterday.
to be precise. So we had it up to 14.2 yesterday.
Okay.
Lovely, lovely lawn it is. And Rob is now approaching the hoop from a lot further away than he would have wanted to.
Yeah.
And the
He's
question,
very good at those shots.
when it comes through,
Very good.
is it going to hill to our right, his left? Or is it going to just run through and maybe hit blue? He's failed the hoop.
Stick in the hoop is what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So
that's 2 errors.
Yep. And you can see it took quite a lot of the left-hand wire, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just hit it well into that left-hand wire. And New Atkins in firm ground are never going to go through there.
Well, new anything in firm ground, they're not going to go through.
This is not only a good opportunity for Mark, it's a great opportunity for him to immediately pop Robert to hoop 4.
Yeah, and he's spotted it.
So blue will go to hoop 2.
He needs to get a rush on red to hoop 1, and the way to do that is to rush black through the hoop down to red.
Yep. And I think he'll just be settled for that. Don't think he'll peel through 4 to hoop 5.
No.
So a little bit under hit on yellow. Fantastic blue.
Well,
Black
Mark is somebody who can, when he's on form, make croquet look ridiculously easy.
Absolutely. That's a good cut. That's going to be on top of red, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice shot. Meanwhile, James is going to be taking his lift shot. He's lifted the ball on the western side of the lawn and is taking a short lift at Jenny in corner 4. We can't actually see what the result of this is from where we are, so we'll go back to Mark. Mark's already marching over to hoop 4, indicating no intention of popping him to hoop 5.
Good thing too.
Yeah, red's blocking it. Red's blocking it.
Red's blocking the attempt, right. And looks like that missed, given where James's balls went. Mark's got not a dead straight rush, I don't think. He needs a tiny bit of cut here. Is that good?
Better
Far
pace.
enough?
It's a better pace. It's short, but it's a better pace than his previous attempt.
No, James hit.
Ah.
Can't have hit much because his own ball bounced over the boundary boards onto the next lawn, so he must just have flicked it. So, approach to hoop 1, and that looks good. And when Mark was not having a great patch sort of 10 years ago, he'd just prod this into the wire, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And I think he then changed mallet.
Well, yes, he used to play with, what was it, some sort of Jake's Solomon type
Yeah. Yeah.
mallet?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's changed to I presume that's a trimmer.
That's a trimmer, I believe, yeah.
Yeah.
And immediately started to hit the ball straighter again.
Yes.
And the rest of his game's tip-top. So immediately started moving up the rankings again. I think he got to... Did he get to World Top 3 to World Top 4 at once? A couple of years ago?
I don't know, to be honest. But, well, when he won the Opens, he won the President's Cup for the first time, 2021.
Yeah.
And then he won the Opens in 2023, and he had a fantastic McRobertson Shield.
He did.
5 out of 6 singles win.
Despite turning a lot of peeling turns down.
Because of.
There we go.
Yeah, because of.
That's a good shot there. He's got red pretty close to hoop 3
Yeah.
from hoop 1.
Yeah.
He's got a lovely rush on the black. So this is very much a settling turn for him. First time on the lawn in the match.
Yeah, yeah.
He's played on lawn 4 this morning. This is, I think, just a fraction of a second slower.
Okay.
Try and find out where the hills are and just settle. James picked up a break and he's got a TPO, Keith. Does he go for a TPO against Jenny?
Who knows? Should he go for a TPO?
But
No.
you're Mr. TPO.
No. 40 years ago.
Ah,
Yes.
this is where
30 years ago.
we need to
possibly.
get the copy of the Gazette where you tell people that you have absolutely no sympathy for them if all they do is go take a ball to 4 back and then lose.
Yeah.
So your
Well,
sympathy has been restored, has it?
Yes. Well, people have got better. I don't know what happened. Why would that happen? But yeah. Well, I used to win 90% of the time, so I did a TPO.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it's nowhere near that now.
No, I think people will be able to check on that as well. So it's not like this Stephen telling us he does 50% of his sextuples. Well, you can't actually tell because it doesn't keep a record of all his failed ones. But your OTPs are clearly marked.
Mark got to number 2 in the world.
Number 2, very good. Very impressive. A beautiful player to watch. So he's left black deep.
He is one of my favourite players to watch.
Yeah,
Always
absolutely.
Has been. Always has been.
Very elegant. Very large hands, hasn't he? And
Okay.
they cover a vast area of the top of the mallet. So it just looks like he's mastering the mallet. He's got so much control over it. An Irish grip, I always think, one of the most attractive grips to watch. So James is going for a TPO, unsurprisingly.
Mad.
First peel is being played with a roll and split.
Oh,
It's
wow.
bounced off the right hand wire.
That'll hopefully be the end of
That
that.
should be the end of
For
that.
his sake.
Because he hasn't got a very good hoop 4 pan here, actually, Keith.
No. Well.
Mark, meanwhile, just swapping the pivots around. Black's not ideal there because he's left it on the wrong part of the lawn. But he's got a nice rush on blue to tidy the break up a bit. And hopefully black will be good enough.
He's not going for a TPO.
No, no. I think I did go for a TPO on a slightly more difficult lawn than this when 2.5 games down against Rob in the semi-final in 08.
You were quite good then, though, weren't you?
I was quite good, I suppose.
And that wasn't game one.
That was,
Yeah, and I missed it all because I was in a WCF management committee meeting. I was not happy. I went in the meeting with Rob 2-up.
Yeah.
And then came out of the meeting and you'd won. I didn't see any of it.
Yeah.
I did see the final.
Oh, Joe Hogan said it was the best match he'd ever watched.
Wow. And he's seen a few. And played a few.
I know Ian Burridge in his commentary said it's lovely to watch. It's just like they're both down the club at Colchester. And that's how it should be, isn't it? Just playing fluent croquet.
Yeah.
Finish 5 games by about 4 o'clock.
Well, Colchester used to be that quick.
Yeah.
As well. So.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why so many of the Mac players have been members at Colchester. People who've played here this week will come out of it better croquet players.
Yeah. Yeah, when I'm coaching who aspire to this level, I try and get them to, wherever they practice, whatever their club is, play as tight breaks as you can, even though you don't need to.
Yep.
Just make sure you're approach each hoop from straight in front, get a 6-inch to 9-inch hoop, run it with control. Because I say, when you get on a much more difficult lawn, that will really help you.
Yeah. I was talking to a couple of our newer players in New Zealand at the New Zealand Open, and they were saying, but our hoops are too easy and they're big and the lawns are slow. I said to them, well, try peeling each of your pioneers through the hoop.
Right.
And count how many times you can do that going to the peg.
Yeah.
And that's a way of trying to improve the tightness of your break play.
Okay, we've got a comment from Chris Grant here. It says, if he touches the ball with his mallet without it being marked, that's his shot. That's not actually true in AC.
No.
It's true in GC.
Correct. Well, it's true in GC if he's taken up his stance. If you accidentally walk by it and hit it, then you put it back. But yeah, the laws changed 2 to 3 years ago for AC, and now providing you've got it marked,
probably
you can have it back and play the shot. If you
probably
actually touch it,
4 or 5 years ago.
It is. I lose track of time.
Time flies, Chris.
Yeah.
When you get to ours, I keep telling you, we're already older than we were 5 minutes ago.
So James has just played an approach from the side of hoop 6. And he's fractionally under hit, and he's got about a 30-degree hoop,
which he's going to fail,
and he's going to smash it.
Yeah, and it's going to bounce off the.
It's only short.
West boundary.
Yeah,
no,
easy,
well done,
lovely shot.
Anyway,
Mark's doing well. This is all tidy.
Come on. Yeah.
Is he going to be someone who's going to put out an early 2-back pioneer? He always does normally.
Yeah,
always.
Yeah. I think he will.
Partner waiting there.
And why would you put an early 2-back pioneer? I'm going to answer my own question.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Personally, I like to do it because 2-backs quite near hoop 5.
Yep.
So while you're there, you might as well put a pioneer out, and it's probably going to be more accurate than putting it out from north of hoop 6.
A bit like hoop 6 after hoop 3, really.
Which is another thing that I do. I know you don't like that, but same reasoning.
But yeah,
and Rover after 3-back. That's another one.
Yeah. Yep. I tend not to do that either.
Oh.
And interesting, Mark is again
he's
not doing it.
No, he's not doing it. No.
So everyone's changed their standard pattern of a break to maintain control of the balls, all 4 balls, in the hoop 6 1-back area.
Well, yes, okay. gives you 2 goes at putting a one-back pioneer out.
Yep.
That's the only difference. But one of them is
No.
from down here.
No, it
No?
isn't. No, after hoop 6, when you've hit your 4-yard return roquet,
Yeah.
you don't have to take off to your pioneer at one back.
Ah, okay.
You can rush your
Yeah,
pivot up
yeah,
there
okay.
and reduce the amount of
So it's not right.
So
So
there's-
you still yes, okay. You're not using the pivot necessarily as a better one-back pioneer.
No.
Okay. Is this going to one-back?
Oh, we can send it to
it's
2
two
back.
Now you see.
There you see. Here's a man who likes his standard patterns.
Could he not have put black in a more standard place?
He
then?
could. He could. I don't like that. First of all, he's put it up there from too far away.
Yeah, so it's a poor 2-back pioneer.
And now he's got to 3-ball round 2 hoops.
Yeah.
And if he puts black 2 yards too deep here, it all just starts getting a tiny bit ugly.
And you sort of go, oh, I'm sure it'll be fine, but today I'm not sure it will be fine. It ought to be fine. That's gone too far. Only a little bit.
Yeah,
though.
not bad.
But it was too far.
It was.
And why is it too far? I'll answer my own question there. Because you're coming from near hoop 6. So you'd rather black was on the east side of the hoop and you were approaching it up the rush line.
Yep.
Rather than having to go past it, which is A, further, and B, you might have the hoop or black in the way of getting to it perfectly.
So he's on hoop 6 now. He must have already decided what leave he's trying to make, Keith. What would be going through your mind?
Right now,
Yeah.
I'd be going, well, I haven't got a rush on blue. That's what I'll be thinking.
Yeah, okay.
Because I'm trying to make a diagonal spread.
You're going to try and make a
I'll
diagonal
always
spread,
make
are
a
you?
I'm like Reg. Always make a diagonal spread.
Standard or reverse?
I'd make a standard one.
So you'd be laying up quite close to black
Yeah,
hoop.
don't care.
You don't care.
Don't care.
So I'm going to say I think that would be disappointing.
Okay, well, I'm sure.
And I want to have blue on hoop 2.
You want to have blue on hoop 2. On hoop 2.
On hoop 2. And I want to be laid up tight in corner 2.
Okay.
And I want black to be floating somewhere, you know, east of hoop 4, near the boundary. And black's got next to nothing then.
Would you put blue in hoop 2 then?
In hoop 2's good.
Okay.
On hoop 2's good. As long as it can't see corner 2 and it can't be hit from B-bolt, it's good.
Yeah.
And I think when you've got unusual clips, if you're wanting to become a better player, you need to take advantage of them, particularly when you play someone like Rob. And making a diagonal spread of here against Rob just gives him a break when he hits in. I want to make a lever. If he hits in, he probably isn't going to make a hoop.
Yeah. I agree. That's sensible, commendable.
But Mark's not got the balls.
But you asked me what I was going to do.
Fair enough.
And I would make a diagonal spread.
Fair enough.
Because I could make a diagonal spread.
But,
but yeah, you should aspire to doing things that are a bit more creative.
yeah. Now,
But the reason you've got to be able to do it
you do. You do.
is and sticking a ball on a wire or in a hoop, particularly in these conditions, is not easy.
It isn't. But if black and blue were the other way round here, it'd be a lovely position.
It would be easier.
Much easier. Just
Yeah.
tap blue, just nudge it onto a wire, into the middle of the hoop, somewhere like that. That's good enough. Hit blue, make 2 back and 3 back. Yeah, it would be hit black then, wouldn't it? And we'd have the balls the other way around. And it's not a difficult leave to make. And now, I really don't know what he's going to do, to be
Well, he's
perfectly
not
honest.
touching black, is he? He's just run the hoop, hasn't
He has just run the hoop.
he? Yeah. He looks like he's not touching black. So, I don't know what he's doing. Is he going to take black? He's got to leave blue there and take black to 3-back, surely.
Yeah.
And he's clearly black is now going to be his 3-back pioneer.
Yeah. Now, part of the question I don't even know the answer to at the moment is he trying to make a distance leave, where he prioritise the distance of the opponent's shot, or is he going to try and make a defensive leave? I'm not sure he even knows himself, to be honest. Nice cut there, makes the next croquet stroke a lot easier.
Yeah, he's moving yellow down the rush line towards 2-back on red. And he'll get a good black.
Sorry? Distance or defensive. So distance means trying to get the opponent to take as long a shot as possible. So don't offer them 13-yarders. So a diagonal spread like Keith was saying would offer them 17 to 19-yarders. So a longer shot. Or a defensive leave, where you're laying up tight in corner 4 or tight in corner 2 in this case. Gives them a 13-yard shot, but when they hit it, there's no balls for them in the middle of the lawn to make any hoops off. So that's a defensive leave. And simply because black is on hoop 4, the defensive area of the lawn for Mark is corner 2.
Is basically away from hoop 4, the other side of the lawn.
Yeah.
So even if you can get a rush to hoop 4, which you can do, you can get a rush to hoop 4, or you can get a rush to the other, one of the other balls and rush it to hoop 4, you will not be making hoop 4 with a pioneer at hoop 5.
No, and you'll need a rush out of hoop 4 to make any more progress.
Yeah.
So rushing to hoops and making them from 20 yards away is difficult on a tricky lawn.
Whereas if you just make a diagonal spread like Reg and I would do,
Yeah.
You will have a pioneer, or should have
Yeah.
a pioneer and a rush to your next hoop.
Yeah.
If you hit. You've got to hit though.
And certainly the way Rob plays the game, he doesn't want it to be all about does his opponent hit or miss.
No, it's what, yes, used to be called black and white versus grey.
Yeah. So James is round to 4 back with an equalising break. So we'll just keep you up to date in that. So break all over on lawn 4.
Game one in both matches.
Plenty of play left here today.
Yes, did he bring a sleeping bag? Yes.
And potentially one of the sad things is when we get to sort of 7 o'clock, 7:30, the lawns will just start slowing down a bit. So I'm hoping...
I think the other sad thing is we don't finish one or both of these matches today.
Yeah, that would be disappointing as well. But I think we'll finish both.
I think
today.
we will too. I think the players are good enough, even if they go to 3 games. So
yeah,
they'll finish today.
Yeah,
good enough and positive enough in their tactics.
Correct.
Yeah. So Mark's having a think here.
I won't do too much commentary because he's only about 10 yards away from us, and we need to leave him to make his own choice as to how to make a lead from here.
Well, it's looking a bit like a basic NSL to me. Don't you think? I think you can say that much, can't you?
He could certainly make an NSL from here.
Yeah, I'm not saying he should.
No.
No.
He's rushed black to one of the worst places you can rush it to if you make an NSL. Fraction on the left-hand side of straight.
Yeah, because the place you want to send it to is the hoops directly in the way.
Yeah. A nice approach. Slightly more difficult than these players make that look. just nudging your ball to dead straight in front. He's run it quite a way.
He'll be able to tickle this.
I still don't know whether he's laying up in corner on the east boundary or the west boundary. Corner 2 is still winking at me.
That tells me that this is going to be a defensive lead. I'm going to call it now.
Still needs a decent rush on red to corner 2.
Absolutely.
And I like having black much further south than he's putting it.
Because?
I don't like allowing blue to lift and take a defensive shot through to corner 4.
Okay.
If he punts this 8 yards, 9 yards further north, that's probably going to mirror my lift shot. So I think blue at black into corner 4.
Yeah, that's winking at us.
Isn't very attractive for red and yellow. It doesn't give you very much. Admittedly, you've got him to place 4-back ball and take a longish shot. Fair enough. But it doesn't give me enough. Whereas just moving it almost sideways, level with hoop 4 and a yard off the boundary.
That's not bad, but he can't.
That's not good either.
He can't move it any closer to corner 2.
No.
Coming to blue.
So it's close to being the worst place it can be. He may just decide to move blue 2 yards further south when he rushes it off the boundary. So instead of it being peg high, it's 2 yards south of peg high.
Yeah.
He knows Rob wants to play the black.
It's not horrendous where he's rushed to.
Actually, I thought he was. I thought he was 2 yards further south.
So did I.
So it's actually fine there.
It's fine. Yeah.
So once blue gets put on the west boundary, from Robert's point of view, the easiest way to pick up a break is to hit blue from corner 1.
Yes.
And croquet in lawn, so he's got a ball in the middle when he gets his rush to hoop 4.
Yeah.
On the other hand, that gives Mark all the balls on his side of the lawn, so it's very aggressive if he misses. So I think Rob will find this quite defensive blue at black into corner 4 I mentioned earlier.
Well, quite. Just because you want to play with black doesn't mean you have to.
And we're already at a stage with black being on hoop 4 where these players are going, I'm not really confident on finishing anymore.
Oh.
Am I even going to attempt a peel? So just move blue almost onto the boundary. Doesn't matter if it's a foot off.
Not an easy shot if he's trying to get yellow up. Because he's not going to do just a straight croquet shot here, is he? He's going to want to get yellow up closer to where he's firing off the boundary.
Just a thickish take-off.
Yeah.
1 or 2 feet off the boundary doesn't hurt, really.
I think. Okay, well, he's done it that way. Yeah, you see here, you've got to be quite accurate with yellow, haven't you?
Yeah, get a referee. Watch where it goes off. It's quite easy to miss it by a foot, and that foot turns into quite more than that at an angle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What do you think about this reverse rush? I mentioned it this morning.
Did I answer that? I didn't answer that question.
So I hate it here. I don't want blue to shoot at black into corner 4 and I have a reverse rush. That's the last thing I want to happen.
Well, you'd have to make a leave.
Yeah. And not only would I have to make a leave, I'd have to do a lot more taking off potentially than I wanted to do during the turn.
Well, you can rush the hoop 1 ball down to hoop 1.
Yeah.
Corner area. And take off to the ball in corner 4.
Yeah,
Croquet
I don't
out
really
to
want to do
2,
that
really.
shot. We've already seen takeoffs and rolls to that corner
Yeah.
come to grief. So get this watched if you're taking it on in a game. It's always best to have an umpire watch where it goes off.
Yeah, because it's the left edge of yellow first crossing the boundary, and that's not easy to judge.
So he's actually joined up quite a long way apart here. Didn't want to risk getting closer and leaving a double from that range. So they're further apart than normal. But first,
Rob will look at this target, presumably, first thing.
I just think he'll want to take blue at black.
Well, he called it, Chris. He's found blue at black from B-Bolt.
James hasn't managed to go round after Jenny missed the lift. Jenny's actually got a 25-yarder with 2 balls to hoop here. Oh, and maybe red's on hoop 2. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually missed by a little way there.
Right, here comes Rob's lift shot.
Looks good.
Yeah, it does look good. Oh, nailed it.
Yeah. Now he's got the same thing. He's got this nasty long takeoff to balls in a corner. And I presume he's not going to make any hoops this turn.
No, I wouldn't expect so.
So thinking about it from Rob's point of view,
what sort of lever is he looking at?
can you get across where at hoop 2?
That doesn't look easy. I mean, the answer is yes, he could, but
So
it's
take
not
off
easy.
to yellow, hit yellow,
Yeah.
croquet yellow 3 yards northeast, getting a rush on red.
Getting a rush on red.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well.
Rush red to wired,
Yeah.
adjust it,
Yeah.
and then hammer off a yard south of black. So you haven't got a rush.
Okay.
Because Rob's always
you
going to
will-
be thinking about trying to maximise this turn.
Sure.
If he was going to hammer off a yard south of black,
He wouldn't take off from that side.
correct. It is possible that things like hoop 2 are in play, so he's just taking off from whichever side takes it out of play more.
It's not in play going to yellow, don't you think?
But yeah, definitely be thinking about what lead he wants to make before playing this takeoff. Which ball of these does he want to hit first? What's he going to do with it?
I think he's going to red. And he's going to leave red fairly defensively placed, and he's going to bring yellow into the lawn. He's going to bring red into the lawn as well, a bit.
Looks good length to me. Excellent shot.
Okay, well. I'd want to put yellow somewhere. Where you go, you really want to play yellow.
Yeah, yeah.
Sunny. Don't you think? Because if you miss, I'm going to have a break.
I'm equally interested in trying to make something that my opponent might corner off, that I might go round from.
Well, potentially that's red dug out a bit. Yellow.
Even if I play another set and win it, I'm still not sure I'd make the set.
Southwest have won.
So I
Are you going to put a ball at red too?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's wrong, but it's just.
Red's not going to shoot. I mean, red's going to be miles away from blue and black. And
Do you not think
red hitting yellow is okay? Red hits yellow.
Do you not think red might shoot at blue and black with a ball at its hoop?
No.
No?
I think you're right. It's too far.
It's a long way.
Miles.
Gives you a break.
It gives Rob a break too.
He's probably going to go around whatever you do.
Yeah, but he might even get a TP if you do that.
He might. Is that necessarily a bad thing to encourage him into a TP?
Well, okay.
I don't think
he's
he's
yellow
gonna...
first, so that's what you wanted him to do.
Well, but I thought it would finish north and he could croquet it out behind red, and he hasn't got any of the angles that I anticipated. So part of me saying rush red off the south boundary, 2 yards out corner 1, leave yourself rush 2-4.
So basically yellow already on a boundary.
More or less.
Red on a boundary.
Yeah.
Exactly coming down lots this coming week.
Encourage your opponent to either take something at you that's guarded, where yellow's still on a boundary,
or red at yellow.
Or red at yellow,
which doesn't give you a great deal. Which gives you a potential.
Gives you rush 2-5 for a break.
Rush 2-1.
He's on hoop 4.
Sorry, gives red. I'm talking about red.
Oh, red. Okay.
Yeah, it gives you the chance for the break if you can make 4 and then get a ball at 6 and rush to 5 from up there.
So he's not rushing it off the south boundary. He's trying to make a point. There we go.
Okay. That's interesting.
So that is a fast lawn tactic. Make a point.
But only one. I don't think he's going to the peg.
He definitely won't go to the peg. I think it will just be 1. Yeah. It's completely valid. He's going to get a defensive leave at the end. He's going to get red in the middle of the lawn, black and blue near corner 4, and it's going to be very tight. Up the hill, up the hill.
Ooh, it took a little nudge to the right there at the end.
I think he'll still take it on. We've seen a couple of goes from here. Some have run, some haven't. That fails the hoop. And we saw Jenny play a very similar shot, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
So now that's failed off the hoop 1 ball.
It's not an easy pick-up though, is it?
No, not at all. Yeah, yeah, it's
Totally.
completely legit. Yeah, yeah.
Well, he would have needed a central hit on blue.
I don't think that's a bad place to have it. If you're good at touch, you still should fancy getting some sort of rush on black.
Is it?
And blue's much more helpful there than 3 yards away from black.
It is,
if
but
you make it
if he'd sort of rushed it to the south boundary,
sure.
that would have been
Sure.
even behind hoop 4. It's quite. At the very least, he can send it back there, and I'd prefer to approach black from down here than with this shot.
Okay.
I'm predicting this will be short. And if it isn't short, there's a risk it goes off.
Right, it's not off. He has got a rush to a potentially wide position here. It's quite fine cut.
He's not even looked yet.
I think if you do rush to the south boundary behind 4 and get the wire and join up 4 or 5 feet south of actually in corner 2, won't it be? That isn't a lot of room. Rob might still shoot. I was going to say you could get him to corner, but I'm not sure that's true. Meanwhile, on lawn 4, Jenny has made 4 back. Her partner's still on hoop 2.
Yeah.
But she's got a ball at penult, so she's got every chance of making that as well. And if she can make a good leave at the end of it, and I'm talking a proper diagonal spread, aggressive leave this time, it's going to put quite a lot of pressure on James. So, again, this isn't what I like doing. This is forcing black to play next turn.
Yeah.
And okay, he's going to try and get in front of the hoop, but your percentage chances are pretty low here. You don't want to take on a 2-yard hoop off black, do you? Oh no, he's not even approaching it.
It's a lead.
That just leaves black a free shot at blue.
Yeah.
Into corner 3 or that sort of area. Not a big fan of that. Probably going to go into corner 2 here, leaving a double target for black.
Well, he can guard. He hasn't had yellow yet, has he?
Yeah, surely he's had yellow. No? No, he hasn't, has he?
No.
So he could roll to corner 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of prevents or discourages black at blue.
Yeah. Well, that's clearly an improvement, isn't it? Corner 3 is as far behind black's break as you can get.
Yeah.
So just rolling them both
Just
way
roll
over
them,
there.
Yeah, roll them both off if you can play the shot.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Uh-oh.
That's not the action of a man who's about to roll over to corner 3, is it?
It isn't. They're laying a wide rush to hoop 1 from black, but black's still just going to shoot at blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure this gives red enough. I admit that it's a long way away from hoop 4, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I suppose that's the positive about it. But equally, it's a long way away from hoop 1, which is his own hoop. And there's no real threat on black shooting at blue. Shall I just have a wander and see if blue's got a perfect double?
Okay. And the
blue's-
answer is?
Blue's got all of red, but none of yellow. So I think we'll just see this black at blue shot that we've been talking about. And we've got a lovely camera angle here, so you'll be able to see Robert's technique. And you'll see he doesn't have a dead straight backswing.
Lovely tempo though.
Lovely tempo. Much straighter than it used to be. I hit that quite a lot harder than some of his other shots, didn't he?
Well, it's right in the corner. Oh, and that's very helpful. Oh, did he hit? Oh, he did hit.
Here we go. Watch this replay again. There we go.
Did hit. Yes. My eyesight deceived me there.
So wants to get blue closer to 5,
well,
and also out of his way of rushing to 4. Red and yellow being so close, he's going to end up with a double. Probably better to take the yellow ball down there. Jenny's managed to get to Rover and make a lift leave. So just recapping that, Jenny, I believe, is 2 and Rover against James on 1 and 4 back. And it is a genuine OSL this time, which is quite a good lead when you for hoop 2.
Very much so. Yeah.
So Dave can come over on Friday afternoon. Yeah. But
So Rob's priority here is obviously getting a rush to hoop 4.
Yeah.
There's not a lot he can do with red.
Oh, well, of course they are. Of course. Now it's been such a size I can't help.
Where's that gone? That's a really poor shot. That's pointing at hoop 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's a good rush player, but, you know, he's lost that black badly there.
This will test what remains of his wrists.
And undercuts it, and it's going at hoop 5. In the middle of hoop 5?
Well, yeah.
I think he's bounced out.
He has bounced out, so he has got a croquet shot he can play.
He can't get yellow right to the south boundary, can he?
No, because we're pretty much on that line, aren't we? You can get a reception ball though.
He can get a ball that's hittable afterwards, yeah.
One good shot, followed by a few more good shots.
I think again his odds of getting a rush pointing towards red and blue after the hoop have gone, and that's poor.
Oh, he couldn't get a really good reception ball at all, could he? He couldn't get it south of the hoop.
Yeah. Now, partner's in the middle of the lawn, and Rob will not lay up in the middle of a lawn on a fast lawn.
Okay.
He'll give the innings up.
Well,
I think. He may go, I can join up on the basis that yellow has to play. But normally he wouldn't. Normally he'd run away. Just be patient. You're probably going to get a fairly free shot next turn. If you just go to corner 3 here. Blue will probably get a fairly free shot.
well, yellow will go to red, won't it?
I was thinking red might come to yellow.
I'm not convinced, but
Because that puts more pressure on blue's shot if blue shoots at yellow.
it's not.
You don't want to go to corner 1 because that's red's
No,
corner.
that's red's corner, absolutely. Yeah, if you're going to a corner, I think it's got to be corner 3.
Right, I'll pop out for a drink for a couple of minutes. What can I get you?
I'm okay.
You okay?
I think, yeah. Well, maybe a glass of water, actually. Thanks, Chris. It's thirsty work, this commentary. Especially in these baking hot 30-degree temperatures. Luckily there's a bit of a breeze coming under the marquee. Keep us slightly cooler. I wouldn't want to be playing out there because it's 30 degrees in the shade, and out there's no shade. Now Rob has not gone to corner 3. This is a situation where I desperately need Chris back to tell me what on earth's going on. Now I wonder what he's thinking. Is he teeing up a shot black at blue for next turn? If say, yeah, okay, so yellow is still sitting near black's hoop, so from a defensive point of view Mark should be thinking about moving yellow, but he's just been given a bit of a tempter, possible tempter, red at black, and he wants to play red. But if he doesn't hit it, he managed to disappear just before Rob put black there. So I'm just...
Oh, red at black.
Well, that's the tempter that he's given Mark, but...
Presumably if it misses on the right, it goes off fairly close to
black.
black.
Well, it might go off close to black, which would be very bad, which will... and if he just misses the first corner, there's black at blue, with yellow still sitting at black's hoop.
Yeah, and he's minimised the length of black at blue, should yellow join up.
Yeah.
Just by going off at 90 degrees to it.
I think yellow should join up, personally. Don't you? I'm not that tempted by red at black.
No, I'd join up as well, I agree. Yeah, yellow at red looks fine to me. Is Mark looking at yellow at blue here?
No, I think he's looking at yellow at red.
I think he's shooting at blue.
No, he's not. Yellow at blue gets black an even shorter shot if he chooses to take it.
Sure, but it's got pressure on it, going to red. I thought if it missed about 10 yards away from black, it was interesting.
Okay, well, is he?
He missed the peg.
And he's
missed.
Only just though.
Nailed that red flag though.
So we're anticipating black at blue, aren't we?
We are.
He's basically teed this up with.
We are, yeah.
Putting black there.
The problem with blue at the nice target it's got is it gives the cannon away if it misses.
Yeah.
But I'm a bit surprised he hasn't looked at it. If it was a perfect double, I think it would probably be the right shot. But there's a ball and a half between it.
He's doing quite a lot of hitting.
Oh, he's done some missing as well. I mean, you do expect Rob to hit a lot. Unlike David Fuller, he won't roll up to hoop 4 from here. This will be just
no
thick take-off.
It's a lot easier to get blue near a 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
What he does need to do is make sure he gets a good rush to 4 this time.
Correct. That he just lost that little croquet stroke, and
he could have done a takeoff, couldn't he? I mean, why did he want red on that side rather than just leave it on there?
I actually find it easier to control the back ball moving the balls further, so hitting it harder.
I hear you, but my exception to that rule is when it's near a boundary.
Okay, fair enough.
There's a list up if you want to sign, or show up if you want to take off. Yeah. Okay.
destroys the whole town. Police station, gas station, the whole town's on fire.
You're signed up. There's all this stuff.
There's a small chance here, Keith,
Yes.
that something remarkable may happen. In these two semi-finals,
Yes.
the first peeling finish may be done by Jenny
With a single peel.
with a single peel. You could have got some odds about the first peeling finish being by Jenny, but she is on hoop 4 with a single peel to do to win.
Right.
So anyway, Rob's got a much better rush this
Yeah, he's
time.
got a proper rush to fall this time.
Has it missed the peg?
It's coming on down. It has missed the peg.
It's still travelling.
It is
This
travelling
going
like a
quickly.
train.
5 out of 10?
I'll give it 7.
You give it 7,
I'll
no?
give it
Good,
7, yeah.
very generous.
Oh, 10's allowed.
10s are allowed.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll give it 7.
Yeah. I think James played a 10 yesterday.
Did he? Yeah.
I think I'm trying to remember who it was.
These shots are tricky, aren't they?
I find them difficult.
Yeah. It's just when you're in good nick, you just play them.
Yeah.
And when you're not,
Or when you're thinking about the type of balls you're playing with.
yeah, and a friend of mine used to mess with my head by going, God, they're really difficult approaches from the side, don't you find? Because you think, if I don't hit this quite hard enough, I'll have an angled hit. And if I hit it slightly too hard, I'll have an angled hit.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, this is a big shot.
This is huge.
It's a break for Robert.
If this goes through, then he should get to the peg if he can hit red.
And if it bounces off open,
Right.
Mark should go round.
Yeah.
Good hoop.
Yeah.
Good hoop.
That's, yeah. That's the nature of AC, isn't it? You get big moments.
Big swing points, yeah.
Whereas in GC, it's I lost that hoop, off to the next hoop.
Well, you can often get 2-point swings, can't you?
Well, you can do, but yeah.
Now, it looks like Jenny's avoiding doing one of the things that I don't like, which is I always say if you've got a single peel to do on a difficult lawn, don't do it after hoop 5.
And leave a ball behind.
And leave a ball behind, yeah. Wait till before 2 back or before 3 back, or even straight.
Yeah.
But keep the balls in play.
All of the
So Rob's now going to be pottering round.
Yes.
I'm interested in how much effort, if any, is going to go into getting one peel.
I think one peel's massive.
I think it's important.
Yeah.
And if you're good enough, again, this is a prime example of where you play for hoop and roquet.
Yeah.
Just approaching from the side, nudge blue behind, get your straight hoop with black.
Oh, that's dear.
They come in different colours.
Wow.
Which is testing now. I know it's only inches long, but it's a good 30 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah.
And has he put blue too far as well, so he might not get a hoop and roquet?
Well, I don't think he's running it by very far. If he runs it. Do you?
But James smashes at these and can go yards through.
He can do, but this one's quite angled.
Yeah, a good
Oh,
shot.
he had to. Okay.
Good shot.
No, these are both the same.
And often when we see slow-mos, and Stephen's given us a fantastic slow-mo there, you see them hoop shift out of the way, don't you? And that hoop stood its ground.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
So again, he's tried to do the right thing by putting blue to the left-hand side of one back as we look at it, but he's underhit it by yards.
Yeah.
So picking that yellow ball up starts to become tricky again.
Which is interesting because he's actually, for once, he's got the ratio wrong there.
Yeah.
Because black was perfect.
Completely wrong, yeah.
results on this?
Yeah, the
No, that's both
we talked about the gap, don't we, on the hoops, and these will be set to about a 32nd, we think.
I tested one this morning,
Mhm.
and I was delighted with it. It was on the 64th side of a 32nd.
Okay, well, but what's important is the effective gap.
The effective gap, indeed.
And, I don't know how you would calculate it, but it's the gap's made wider by the hoop moving.
Correct.
In the ground when you hit it, when they hit the ball hard at it.
So a 4-inch hoop in concrete is arguably more difficult to run than a hoop with just a few mil
In
or
soft
1
ground.
mil in soft ground.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So he's going to go back to the yellow. So this is going to be quite a big croquet stroke he plays, loading 2 back, getting south of blue.
I think he's up to the job, personally.
He'll certainly have to move his hands down the mallet. It'll be one of those sort of half-rolly, 3/4 roll stances he has.
He's done quite a bit with red there,
And
which
he
is
does,
good.
he
But
does.
That's good.
And I
like
wouldn't
that.
have done that. It's a really good shot. I just find that shot much more difficult to play than a thin takeoff.
Yeah. Well, he's got another reception ball by virtue of doing it.
Correct.
hasn't
I'm doing like this year. It's very restricted. Oh right, yeah. No, I don't think it's
he? He's actually made this shot a bit easier.
Handy cut rush, wasn't it?
Mm.
So he is actually playing this standing up. I thought when it was in the second corner he was going to have to move his hands down the mallet, but this is his just a little bit more than a drive.
And
nice shot. Yellow tiny bit short, black good.
Black's the important ball.
It is.
Maybe he's going to make one bite.
And if we see blue being put to 3 back, it'll indicate no attempt at appeal at all. If we keep it as a pivot and swap, so red's now no longer the pivot and goes 3 back, then he may still have a little bit of a thought of appeal in his mind. And Jenny's rushed to worse than death at 1 back, and he's calling a referee. Black and blue are joined up, down by 2 back, so quite an important one. She's very good at the bounce back shot.
Now, when you say worse than death, which sounds nasty.
It is, it's pretty bad. So you're trying to run the hoop from one direction and you're rushing the ball from the opposite side of the hoop. And you rush it into the jaws and it doesn't go fully into the jaws, so you can't place your ball in contact with it in the middle because your ball would have started running the hoop. And you can't go play a takeoff from either side because it comes out too wide. So one thing you can do is place it at an angle so it hasn't started running the hoop and play a little tight stop
No,
shot.
it has started running the hoop.
So it has started running the hoop,
Yeah, and bounce off the wires.
Bounce off the wire, so it comes back to a position where it hasn't started running the hoop and clears the ball from behind the hoop. And she's a lot better at that than myself. And one of the things that helps that shot is firm hoops.
Yeah, it will do, won't it?
Yeah.
Because you're bouncing off the hoop. Pity we haven't got a camera on that. That would be quite exciting.
Meanwhile, this partner ball does look like it's going down to 3 back. So no attempt at appeal.
Okay.
And again, we need to start thinking about
Interesting.
what the lead's going to be.
Well,
That's,
oh
dear.
That's hit the peg. And
Gone 3 back.
Gone to 3 back.
Very elegant.
Yeah.
So I was going to say,
Yes.
one of the leaves for 4 back and peg against 1 and 4 back is to leave the 4 back ball in the jaws of hoop 4.
Okay.
and you normally do that after 3-back. The problem here is he's got the wrong ball at 2-back.
Yeah.
So you actually pop it there after running 3-back. It will rush all the way to 4-back, but it won't rush to hoop 1. So it's very useful to you and very difficult for your opponent. And you'd play a 3-ball break round 4-back Penalton Rover and make a leave. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that with partner at 2-back. So a little bit underhit that again. Like to see the players go back and stalk these very short hoop shots. Make sure you're pointing directly at the gap. Any little error and that ball's not going to go through. Jenny does look as if she's going to have to play a bounce back shot here. Samir's over refereeing. Rob now has the chance to swap the balls around and he can rush blue to the south boundary.
Yeah.
Send blue up to 4-back and potentially peel again.
I think he should, actually. I actually think he should. You don't lose anything.
No. The assumption being you've got enough room to still hold for rush on black to
Yes.
red to 3-back.
Yeah.
So he may end up rushing this to the end of A bulk, give himself a bit more room. Oh, so she's played the shot. She's now got a jump shot and she's jumped through 1-back. So 5-yard return. Oh no, she's clipped yellow on the way through. So she's still going. Getting the single peels starting to look a bit very delayed now. It's going to be straight.
I like this from Rob. Rob doesn't play strokes until he's ready. Knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Just got to make sure hoop 5 isn't in play.
If you're impatient, you just take this rush somewhere.
Yeah.
And then you find out you haven't given yourself enough room.
Correct. Or if you're like me, you go and have a look at the 2 spots you need and rush it in between them to where you tried not to rush it to. So he's got plenty of room there. Cut it wider than he was looking. Quite a long distance the black's going to have to travel to red.
I don't think he looked at that spot.
No, he overcut it, didn't he? And quite a long way blue's got to travel to 4-back. Yeah, I'm starting to get worried that the Peely's actually going to end up at 4-back on Jenny's game, which isn't going to be the most precise Pioneer at Rover. So underhit both balls. Not bad, but not brilliant.
Yeah, well, pretty good. Yeah, blue's a lot better than black is.
Yeah, yeah.
Because however gently you think you're going to go at this, he's going to have a sidey approach. And that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually very good. Thing is, though, if you keep having these, the percentages against it working mount up, don't they?
Yeah, and
he is very good at that, though.
Yeah.
Another very good approach.
And it's a bit like 4-back with Jenny, isn't it? Eventually you find one where you've got a hill you didn't know about, and...
Well, speaking of 4-back, that's what he's for next.
It is.
And in terms of getting this peel, some people might be going, well, it's easy, he's got blue there. But he will not take this straight peel on unless it's absolutely smack in front.
But he may take it on what we call posthumously.
After making 4-back.
Which is much safer.
It is safer, but yeah, it is.
And if all he's going to be doing on his leave is clearing balls to boundaries,
Yeah.
you don't really lose a lot of control for the leave, do
By
you?
leaving a ball behind.
No.
North of fullback.
But if you're trying to make something more aggressive, like a diagonal spread, it does cause problems leaving a ball behind.
I think we can guarantee he won't be trying to do a straight triple.
Well, you say
Having
that,
said
Keith.
that, of course, commentators curse strikes again. Well, he still won't be trying the fullback peel unless blue is absolutely straight in front.
And we know it hills left to right.
Yeah. Well, he's avoided putting...
That's the left to right hill.
You see, no, that did not get up. Because that, what happens is this, for some reason, this sort of drainage bit is raised up.
Right.
It sort of comes up when it gets very dry. So if he'd been the other side of it, he'd have been thrown off to our left.
Okay. Which would have been better.
Which would have been a lot better. Now he won't be. He won't sharp his peel now.
Well, now he's down. Isn't he approaching down the slope? Isn't he going to go on top of it? And if it goes half a ball over, it's going to go completely right.
Yeah. He'll get a...
He's still looking at this peel, is he?
No, he's not.
Surely
He's not. He's not.
No, he can't. No, he can't possibly be looking at that. It's a lot further away than it looks on this picture on your screen.
Well, it's not straight either.
And it's nowhere near straight.
But he is looking at the posthumous. Oh, no, he's not. I don't think he's looking at a posthumous peel now, is he? I hate doing these take-off approaches.
Down a cliff. Stop.
Oh, what was that?
Well, he survived that little episode, I think.
Yeah.
Still looking at peeling this blue going to red.
Do you think so?
I do.
Okay.
He hasn't played that takeoff if he's not going to keep going for the peel.
True. Yeah. How far beyond yellow has he gone? He could get this to rover, can he? Easily. Yeah. Get this to rover, get a rush on blue. Still not easy.
No.
That's
bad. That is not peeling.
Well, it's yellow's fine.
I don't think it's bad. I think it's what he played for.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think he tried to get the right side of blue.
So just going to be a ball to the peg, no peels.
Well, yeah.
Which is increasingly what Jenny's turn's looking like, with her single peel to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's starting to get a bit scrappy in this break. The peely's up as a bad four-back pioneer. So hoop leaves again have value. Yellow on the wire of rover, definitely a useful place for it to be.
Unrushable to hoop 1.
Yeah, or hoop 2.
Or hoop 2, yeah.
That's definitely something you can be thinking about. He can be looking to maybe defensify red towards corner 2, leave himself a nice 1 foot rush pointing at corner 3, or even he can point it at 4-back if he wants to.
Both red or yellow can play them, because yellow's got a turn to play now, hasn't it?
Yeah, yellow can just go to the peg him out.
Yeah.
But this leave I'm making is quite defensive.
Oh, sure.
So
yeah.
yellow lifting.
Yeah, it won't be easy. Yeah. Yeah.
So yellow's... Jenny's going to end up putting the peely out from the north boundary behind 4-back. That wasn't part of my master plan of how to do this single peel.
No, it's our house is constructed quite thick, I think too
So that's interesting, putting another ball down there. That's a ball to hit first after over. Starts to indicate that he is looking at putting yellow in the jaws.
Okay. And red just somewhere up towards corner 2, west boundary.
West boundary side, yeah.
Plug in unit, maybe. Maybe I can bring it to random hotel rooms. Oh, they've got it.
Big shot coming up for Jenny, which the viewers can't see, but she's about to croquet partner ball down to Rover.
We're about as far away as you can possibly send it from, without a particularly good penult partner. So, putting blue over there, Keith.
Exactly. Now that suggests we're not getting yellow.
Yeah, that suggests yellow middle of the east boundary, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So almost a Jenny leave.
Yeah.
Or JSL, as you're saying.
JSL.
She's played a pretty good role from the north boundary there.
She has, yeah. I think she's still got chances of finishing.
Well, any machine has to be a generator. Yes, direct that.
And Rob can't move that red very far,
He can't
holding
now,
for a
can
rush
he?
on yellow.
No.
So is he just going to croquet it towards the peg?
He is. But
the downside of that is red can shoot at yellow from where it lies, and then croquet in lawn going to balls in corner 4.
I'm not getting this. Where is this going? Oh, okay. So,
yeah, that's okay. It makes it a 15-yarder, doesn't it? Shooting at yellow from where it lies.
Probably 16. But yeah.
Misses blue. That's pretty much where the yellow's going to finish.
Yep. Pretty much peg high. And tight in corner 4. Mark can still play with yellow though.
And I think should play with yellow, in all honesty. It's his easiest chance of making hoops this turn.
Yeah.
And getting Robert pegged out is a very positive tactic. Another good shot. And one thing to note is you don't need the rush pointing at corner 4. It's much better to have it pointing at the south boundary than further up the east boundary.
Yeah, yeah.
You can just roll the balls off if you rush it off the south boundary.
That's a little nuance. Keeping half an eye on Jenny for you, and she's just about to rush in front of Rover. And she might have managed it.
Close. Yeah, it looks good. Good this case.
Worth a go.
Should be Irishing from there.
Meanwhile, Rob's rushed to the south boundary. And the corner.
Generally, you don't finish blue in the corner. You move it 6
okay.
inches out to avoid the opponent rushing in and getting a cannon. But yeah, black and blue will both be on the yard line, maybe 18 inches apart. And Jenny's peeled Rover, and it stayed on the lawn.
And she hasn't run the
Has
hoop.
it stayed on the lawn?
Oh, no, I'm not sure it has.
I think it has.
Yeah, might be in the yard line area though.
It's stayed on the lawn by 9 inches. And her ball's finished in the draw to Rover, I believe.
Yeah.
So she should be fine for running that. She does have to rush.
She's got to rush black to yellow.
Yeah, so I think she wants to tap through and hit blue first to get it out of the way.
I think so.
She doesn't look like she's doing that, Keith. Oh, yes, she is. Okay. So Rob's gone really, really tight here.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a double for red from where it lies?
Well, it might be.
It's a nice target, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mark's wandering along that line thinking, that looks possible. I guess Robert wants Mark to play the red because it's so difficult to turn. No, big gap. Okay. Sam says no. So wandering up to B bulk. The easiest way to pick up a break is to rush yellow into corner 4. But you do need quite a good shot to do that. I just think yellow at blue. Make 3 hoops, peg him out. That's your best turn.
It's a very hard pickup for red.
It is. It is really difficult.
Oh, he's playing it.
And if you miss on the left here, it's a very easy finish for Rob.
Yeah, he gets a promotion, doesn't he? He gets to promote black up near yellow.
Yep. That's hit.
Blue.
Has he cut it up for the cannon? Because that is the way to pick up a break.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Too far, too much cut.
Yeah.
So this is almost a wily method here.
You're going to need to explain that for our viewer.
Yeah, this is a bit more complicated. So he wants to get a rush on black towards yellow, and he can't get round it because sort of black's in the way.
Blue's in the way.
And then blue's in the way. So he plays a cannon from blue into black, keeping blue on the lawn, so you're only hitting black 3/4 ball.
Yeah.
Black goes off the lawn, which doesn't matter because it's not part of the croquet stroke.
On the corner spot.
And your ball has drifted a foot past
basically
black.
Comes up the yard line, down the yard line towards the corner without going off.
Yeah.
Or you do this.
Or you get a rush straight to hoop 1.
Yeah.
I'd probably play the wily cannon and try and make hoop 1 off partner.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Jenny has about a 5-yard peg out with a ball in bulk. So I think she'll go all out for this. This is an all or nothing peg out. That looks okay from Mark.
Well, if he picks a break up from there, this will be one of the great turns. That's travelling, but it's not dreadful.
Well, my TPO against Rob started from 2 balls down there. So the 3 balls Mark's had in the corner, and the other ball just south of corner 2.
Right.
I thought I was 50% to make hoop 1.
Yeah.
So quite an important shot coming up on lawn 4.
Quite an important shot on lawn 3.
Yeah. Needs to get a rush to either blue or yellow out of the hoop.
Needs to run the hoop.
Under hit. Quite a good black.
Yeah.
But a tester. A 3 foot. Almost. Good
Okay,
shot.
Okay.
Game 1 to Jenny. Plus 17. So you just tonk this, and if he gets towards hoop 3, that's a nice place
that's
for
a
it.
result. He's gone to 2. That's also, well, I think we're going to have to make the hoop. I think we're going to have to.
Yeah.
You're not going to taunt me out of making this hoop.
Yeah, I think so.
Any rush reasonably near yellow and north of it afterwards would be great. Don't you
Got to
think?
put it wide enough.
Yeah, you've got to put it wide enough, yeah. And you've got to keep it on the lawn.
You do, it's travelling.
You've got to keep
Where's
it
that
on the
black
lawn.
gone?
You've got to keep it on the lawn.
It's okay, I think, and it's a good red. But his rush is going to be more towards corner 3 than yellow, I think. Yeah, it's inside the yard line.
Yeah, it's a cut. It's going to be a cut to near yellow. As long as he doesn't go miles away from black.
Yeah, that
which
looks
he
fine.
hasn't.
That's a last gone.
Did that get under the hedge?
I think the ball's okay, but the glass is in all
It's a
million
glass.
pieces.
Oh, I didn't see that. All right, let's get a replay on that.
It's a really tight rush, isn't it? It's only about 18 inches long. You'll be able to cut this to yellow without too much difficulty.
Yeah, north of yellow. Stick it out. Yellow to blue.
You think yellow to blue?
Yellow to blue.
I want yellow to hoop 3.
Yellow to blue.
Yeah. It's a long way away.
It is, but once you've done it, it's good.
He's just run 2.
No, I'm not. No,
You're
I want
not
to
happy
make.
with that, are you?
No, doubling the distance of your rush to hoop 3. I'm not sure that's worth it.
David Openshaw, who's sitting slightly to my left in hearing distance, is giving me a big thumbs down.
He's overcut that one, and now this is quite a tricky few shots coming up with all the balls joined up.
That had to get off the east boundary.
Correct, had to get there, yeah.
Mind you, if you got a good rush on yellow now to blue,
yeah. I think now I might be taking your line of play.
Well, it's got to be easier than trying to rush yellow to hit 3.
Yeah.
Or even if you came via blue.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be. I wouldn't want to do that takeoff. Blue to yellow.
Yeah, I'd be happy enough with that. If you just get a rush pointing at corner 3, the lawn's quick enough you can just cut it to hoop 3.
He's a few, not too many good strokes away from actually getting a break here.
Yeah. Looks good to me. Looks good.
Well, as you rush to corner 3.
It's a bit better than corner 3 as well, isn't it?
Better, yeah.
I think he'll get this within 2 yards of hoop 3. Slightly undercut, but it's okay.
North of the hoop, which is good.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks fine.
You'd be very happy with that before the takeoff.
Yeah.
Very happy. I'm sure there's some people out there who'll be going, well, this is easy. You just approach the hoop, run it off the south boundary, hit blue,
oh yeah.
croquet blue
all
to
day
5,
long, all day long,
and then you've got a break.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that unreasonable a line. So I'm slightly angled on that side. Smashing this through to the south boundary is playable.
No, well,
no, it's better than that anyway.
Sticking in the middle of the hoop. was disappointing.
I think one of the things we ought to say is that we're currently on day 8 of the Open Championship, and no ball has wedged in a hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Think about past years where you've had 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So I think Rob will probably decide to rush that through hoop 3 and give it a point. And we'll end up... it's interesting. There's a line of play here where you hit yellow and you leave it very close to the north boundary. You rush peel red down towards hoop 4. Yeah?
Yeah.
Take off, leaving red on one side of hoop 4 in an area where you can be crosswired from it, and just lay up where blue is.
Yeah, okay.
And then that's quite difficult for red and yellow. There's another alternative of taking off from yellow now, rush peeling red just by a few inches, moving it a few inches crosswise from yellow and coming off the south boundary.
Yeah.
That does allow red to corner. But both those options are viable.
I quite like that one, actually.
I think it's arguably better if with the first shot you roll yellow 3 yards in front of hoop 3.
Okay.
Because it's easier for you to attack.
Yeah.
And it also arguably makes the crosswiring easier. Negative is you are laying up at red hoop.
It's not red soup if you peeled red though.
No, it is. You're laying up down here.
Oh, sorry, you're laying up
Yep.
at red soup. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, this looks like it's going towards corner 3.
Yeah. Needs to slow down as it's gone too far. Just about okay. Very close to coming to a bad position there on red. Oh, what's he done?
He hasn't missed it, has he?
He hasn't missed it, I don't think.
No,
but
he's hit
he's
it.
left it somewhere unbelievably bad.
Oh, the middle of the hoop.
Yeah. Oh, he hasn't got a shot here, has he? I can't see how you can get this a long way away from yellow, or wide from yellow,
Without joining it up with blue. Well, if you can do this, this is fraught with danger, surely. This only needs to wibble a few inches and red and yellow are open.
and we've seen it go both ways, haven't we?
Yeah.
But because that first ball just travelled that fraction too far and he had just a flick on the ball in the hoop, he thought it was going to come out.
Yeah.
And I think he was doing that tight crosswire we mentioned. But red not having come out at all.
Should the championship referees doing this?
Yeah, you're not a championship referee. Me neither.
And here goes Andy Myers. Thanks very much, Andy. There is a rule for this event that you're not only meant to use championship referees.
They're a rare breed
They
these
are.
days.
Jenny's a championship referee. I'm just a normal, ordinary one. to me as a championship referee. No. I think Rob's checking whether red is in the hold. So he's asking for it to be marked. He's saying, is it in the hold? Because I'm about to play a shot where I'm moving it a precise amount.
Yeah, very precise amount. Hey, is he checking it? Not checking it, it's wedged, is it? No. Well, he didn't lift red up, so as far as I saw.
I'm going to come up with a suggestion here.
Okay.
You play the shot, trying to get red out to wired, but you move black to a position
where you can scatter.
Going back to blue.
Getting a good close-up of what's going on.
Apparently just an assistant referee.
I'm just making sure you can place black in contact without moving red from its critical
red. Exactly. Well, I've just seen Andy's kind of helping there by replacing red.
Yes, this is very good from Rob. If you've got position before you place your ball in contact, get a referee to come out and mark. It is absolutely crucial where it is at the moment.
Yeah.
My issue with this is even if he gets it crosswired from yellow,
how's it going to be open on?
How's it going to have a backswing on blue? Yeah. Thinking about this scatter shot as a fallback plan.
He thinks he can get red to come out, so he's got 6 inches for it to be open on blue.
I think so, yeah.
So he's got to be doing this at an angle, because if he's not doing it at an angle, then it can see yellow.
Yeah.
So if he moves it that far on that bit of ground, it could go either way.
You wouldn't want to try and move it about 10 yards.
It's a viable play, Sam. If you think that's your best option, 10 yards might be the best possible play. Yeah. If you move it 10 yards, do you dare join up at red's hoop? Maybe. It's not completely unreasonable.
Well, this is certainly much more interesting than people just trundling around to fall back, trundling around to the peg, doing TPs, isn't it?
I love conditions like this. So much variety in the game. Every element of it tested. Always trying to get the lawns that you ready for this.
Rob's going. So he's not laying up for any sort of scatter, is he?
No.
And he's not moving red very far. He's moved red. Oh, you see, it did move back.
But it's open on blue. So that's step one.
It is.
Yellow can hit a lot of it.
Yellow can hit a lot of that.
And red can hit probably
I'm not sure
a third of yellow.
I can't really tell.
It's really tight. You need to be up there and down on the floor to see exactly what red can go. But yellow has quite a short shot at half a ball of red.
Yeah.
And it's going to be equivalent of a 12-yarder probably. And it's going to cut red towards penultimate and you can get a rush on black and blue to fall back, and you've got a ball to the peg and a peg out.
Red could be open on blue, though, as it lies.
Definitely open on blue.
Well, I think... Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But it's... So to be open, Mark has to be able to have a free swing.
A free backswing?
Free backswing. Such that he can make red hit either side of any part of blue using any part of the face of the mallet.
So in this specific instance, he has to be able to hit the middle of the red with the right hand edge of his mallet.
Yes. And make it hit the right hand side of blue.
And
That's the most difficult.
I think he's got loads of room to do that.
I think
loads of room.
Yeah. When you say loads, you mean sort of an inch.
Yeah.
Or half
Oh
an
yeah.
inch, yeah.
Yeah, that is loads.
Yeah, that is loads. Yeah.
I won't be surprised to see yellow shoot at red. I think Rob's initially looking at a comparatively wide join about 5 yards away, but now he's looking more joining up closer. The number one priority for Mark is to hit something.
Yes.
And I think the easiest shot is yellow at red. Meanwhile, Jenny and James just having a tea break. And yeah, halfway house from where he was looking. Not really close to blue, but not a long way away. And yeah, Mark will have a better view as to what red can hit of yellow. There are 2 balls at red's hoop, so he will be interested in that shot. But I think yellow at red.
He didn't take long looking at red at yellow, did he? You're not sure he's not going to try red at blue.
So lots of people will be thinking, what about red's corner 2?
Okay, what about it?
Is it playable?
Not as playable. You're going to get another shot.
Are you going to get another shot that's more hittable than yellow at red is?
Well.
That's the key. You'll
That's
get
it.
another shot, I think. But it'll be longer than yellow at red is.
Well, he'd love to play this, wouldn't he? No, he's just checking the wire, I guess. Convincing himself it is open, which it is. And now he wants to check that he can't hit yellow, because if he can, he will.
He hasn't really looked at yellow at red, I don't think.
Don't you think? I think he knows that that exists.
It's so much bigger and so much a better visible target, for want of a better phrase, than red at yellow. This is just not long. Now he's having a proper look at it. I think he just fancied this. A little bit of wind getting up.
Quite refreshing.
So how long's this game been going?
I haven't had a time on it at all.
Yeah, anyone with a rough idea? I guess our live stream started near the start of this. Be fascinated to know how long it's been going, because it's certainly, I'd say, 3 hours.
It's coming up to 5 o'clock.
No, obviously done. pretty close to it with Jack Good on.
I simply can't tell from this angle how much of yellow red can hit. But it is easy to tell how much of red yellow can hit.
Oh, the limit.
Other people will do a bit eventually.
Well, this is what he's decided he wants to take.
Yeah. Okay.
What's he aiming at? Third ball? No, he's just changed his mind again. This is the shot I'd be taking. Close. Hit the wire. Oh.
Well, that should be that.
That should be that. Yep. I always get to this stage and I go, oh, I wish I'd gone 2 feet close to blue.
Where is it?
Oh, maybe it's by
By Rob's chair.
Chair,
Well, this should not be an exciting turn.
No.
If this is an exciting turn, then something's gone wrong.
So, summarising the first game, Rob's tried to keep it reasonably tight, hasn't he? And Mark's tried to take some more aggressive lines. Rob's failed a couple of hoops. Mark's played a couple of poor approaches to hoops, probably. Failed hoop 3 from very close Rob when he was about to start his triple peel, which I think we're all looking forward to a triple on this lawn.
Yeah. Mark's just failed it recently.
Yeah.
And it would have been quite interesting to see that turn progress.
And then Rob failed 4 back as well, just trying to score a point.
Yeah. What did Rob do? Rob missed return Roquet, didn't he, early on?
Early on after hoop 1.
And then Mark missed a pickup immediately afterwards.
Yeah. So not quite as clean as Jenny's games earlier on this lawn, but lots of good stuff as well. And that blue hardly moves at all, but looks like he's okay.
Is he coming down for black?
I wouldn't have thought so.
I don't think he is now.
Yeah, he's still looking at it.
Oh, he is looking at it, well...
I'm not sure it's necessary.
No, you can do it. If you get a good rover pioneer, you can croquet black to the peg. Going to the rover pioneer, can you?
Yep. The danger here is you have to take off from black to yellow. That's a horrible shot.
Yeah, if you don't get a rush on black now, that's nasty.
It is a foot in from the yard line, so he does have some room.
And he can send red to rover still, so which is good.
But I really do want to get a rush on this black ball.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that's really, really good.
pulled quite a bit, didn't they? I assume it would be aiming red as a north of the hoop by a yard.
Yeah, probably. That might go straight to Pinault. Might not need yellow.
I went through them pretty quickly. That's the. Oh no, that is the actual.
I wouldn't bother with yellow.
That's the different puzzle, yeah.
I don't think. He's going to. I mean, you ought to. You ought to be able to rush yellow closer than black is now.
Yeah.
But I can see a scenario where you don't. Okay. Slightly better.
Yep.
See the camera. Find out what you need to do, how to spell it.
Yeah, I have to.
That's my contribution.
So just get a rush on black down beyond red and croquet back to a pagan.
Yeah, you definitely want to be rushing south of red, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you might think you could just, because it's only 7 yards away, you just rush black to the peg and then take off to red. But
it'd be really bad.
Well, it certainly put the. Well, you should still finish, but this is
coming
a
up the rush
lot
line.
easier to get a rush on red to the hoop.
Yeah, I'd rather black had gone, 3 yards less far.
Yeah.
And blue had to go a bit less far here, but it's much easier coming along this rush line.
I can't stand an broken image. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like being there.
Because when I saw you last, they were doing something with your office, and they basically just
Yeah, I see this part together. Not on the system, yeah, I interact with it.
Not the easiest approach, but I'm sure we'll cope.
Or the Bristol office in particular. So you go to the London office and you can get into the system. It's crazy.
Yeah, and straight in front. Just these little shots round hoops. They're the key shots for people to practice. If you think about when you're playing a game of croquet, what shots do you play the most? Well, approaching a hoop.
Yeah. Yeah. They're fairly important, because if you can't play those, you're not going to get very far.
And for people at home watching all these top players, you'll see virtually all the hoop approaches are made standing up with a stop shot or a drive.
Yeah.
And I think lots of beginners get taught to roll up to hoops.
Yeah.
At some stage you need to transfer, don't you?
And the other thing I quite often see is that people have one hoop approach.
Yeah.
They can play.
Yeah.
And they play it well. But you've got to, if you're going to progress, you need to think, well, can I do different things with the croquet ball?
Yeah.
In order to get a rush
Correct.
after the hoop. And as you say, it's usually a roll approach. So that's Rob 1-0 up.
Plus
It's usually
14.
a roll up when they could use a drive or a stop shot or they could do a split.
What I say
they will improve enormously if they pay more attention to where the croquet ball's going and expand their repertoire of croquet strokes they can use.
And one of the things I say to players is, when you're trying to make one ball hit another, how do you do it? And they say, well, like this, and they stand up and they play a normal shot.
Yeah.
And I say, well, when you're approaching a hoop, why don't you stand up?
Yeah.
Instead of crouching down to do a roll by your side or through your legs, or, you know, you should be standing up to do all your hoop approaches from within 2 yards. So just get used to approaching from 2 yards all the way around the hoop with a shot where you're standing up. That's a really good practice for anyone. So, they'll probably have a short break here.
I'm going to have a short break as well.
Okay, thanks, Keith. James, meanwhile, has made hoop 1 in game 2. Game down against Jenny in his semi-final. He's run it by about 12 yards and there's a 6-yard returner, okay. Which she cuts nicely over towards the red ball. These semi-finals, both best of 3. Hopefully both of them will get finished this evening, and then we'll get the pleasure of watching the final on lawn 2, which, if you think these 2 lawns are fast, wait till tomorrow. Going to be an absolute delight, lawn 2. James has done well and got a rush on parting the ball over towards the ball just out of corner 2. We'll just have a short break and come back for the start of the third. Sorry, the second.
think that works. Alright, we've got a change in the commentary box now. Joining me is yesterday's back with more trenchant insights into today's now semi-finals. We're watching James Death and Jenny Clark. They're into game 2. Clark took game 1, I think. Is that right?
She did.
Yeah.
Plus 17.
Okay. And Death has the first break here in game 2. Everything nicely under control, approaching hoop 5. So it's 1-1 versus 1 and break at the moment. So yeah, this is 4th turn, in fact. He opened up the game in a kind of interesting way by he got a corner 4 cannon to start 4th turn after hitting in, and then proceeded to play the promo ball that he was trying to send to hoop 1 off the west boundary, but 1 or 2 brilliant croquet strokes later he had an organised 4-ball break. So impressive play there, particularly given the speed of the lawns. He managed to croquet from the east boundary into the yard line on the west boundary to get a rush to 1, or kind of to 1. So that was pretty impressive. And now it's all organised. It's just a 4-ball break, presumably round to 4 back. He's set an early 2-back pioneer, so I imagine he'll be looking for an NSL or a diagonal spread. The other semi-finals currently having a break after the first game, which Fulford took, as you've just seen. I imagine they'll be back shortly, but we'll stick with Death and Clark for the time being.
I'll be interested to see in game 2, Fulford Avery, if Fulford persists in trying to triple as a strategy. He did try to start the triple peel in game 1, and his only significant error of the game was sticking in hoop 3, trying to run it gently to start the triple. So whether that leads him to re-evaluate it as a strategy. The player who's looked most comfortable today has been Jenny Clark, certainly in her quarter-final, and she's 1 up in the semi-final. She's not looking at tripling, she's just playing to the conditions, get the ball round, try and make a tight leave. So I'd be interested to see if Rob has a change of heart.
Did Avery attempt anything resembling a TP? Did he have the chance?
He didn't really get the chance to get going.
Okay.
He stuck in hoop 3, but not with a triple in front of it.
Okay.
It's hard to imagine James won't have a go at a triple if the opportunity arises.
I'm very confident he'll have a go. He did. Fine. I'm sure he'll be feeling confident trying. Yes, of course, make it a bit trickier.
More difficult.
I haven't really seen today. If they found the reset hoops a bit.
Yes, in the quarter-final between Avery and Mulliner.
That took ages to finish, so they must have had
there were a
few,
lot of failed hoops.
Yeah, okay.
When I say a lot, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
There's quite a few.
Okay.
It's definitely a factor.
Interesting, James has decided to swap the 2-back pioneer from partner to oppo ball. Do you think that means he's more likely to be doing a spread? I know Fulford likes to do a spread with oppo at 2-back. He didn't need to do that swap. He rushed from the north boundary all the way down there to do it, so he must have something in mind with it.
Meanwhile, on lawn 3.
James continues. Let's check out the opening on 3. So
Avery Black has played about 7 yards north of corner 4.
Yeah, level with hoop 4.
Fulford.
Fulford shooting. I think.
Shooting. This is like game 1 began.
Okay.
Now and again, Fulford misses. We were interested to know what he was going to do if he hit second turn, and second time we're not going to find out.
Yeah, shame.
Now yesterday, my quarter-final with Rob, I did this, hit second turn and put each ball, well, between about 9 and 11 yards out of each bulk, out of each, away from either bulk line.
On east and west boundaries?
Well, one ball near a corner 4, so but a few yards out, and then a ball then shot off with my ball a couple of yards outside corner 2.
Oh, I see, that way
So
around.
he's got to try and move both of them, really. I did win that opening. I don't know if Rob might be, saying, this Murray fella with a grand idea here. Try that.
Maybe. I once asked Fulford, what should I do if I hit second turn? And his suggestion to him was just roll both balls into the middle and leave a rush pointing at 1, so a giant double from Aborg.
Yeah. Yes, the thinking there is that they
can't shoot hard.
They've got to trickle at it, and you'll be the first one to be able to take a shot in anger.
I've tried that many times since he suggested that, and most of the time I end up with a triple target in the middle of the lawn to shoot at fourth turn. And Rob here will have a triple target on the east boundary. James's first ball is going to go past 4 back here. He's put out a 4 back Pioneer, so he's no interest in triple peeling. He's going to go around and give contact. That's interesting. I don't know if that was his original plan when he started off the turn, or he's adapted it as he's gone. But yeah. Okay, I'm playing black towards corner 3. I think he's setting up some kind of contact leave here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he goes all the way to the peg, perhaps just makes...
I reckon he might just make 4 back, given that he's already setting up for that leave. You'd want to put black down in corner 4 now, and then he'd struggle to get a penalty Pioneer. I think he'll run this past red and then rush red off to the corner, or... yeah, that's what he's doing. So, yeah, red in corner 4, and then he'll rush black up to blue, and maybe he could make penalty then. Leave a rover peel. Interesting. Okay.
Meanwhile, Rob
back to
has
Fulford,
quite a large target
huge
on the
target here.
East boundary, turn 4.
Never in doubt there. First chance to Fulford. Deeth has rushed that black from corner 4 up to 4 back. I suspect it's going to blue in corner 3 after this one. Or maybe black, one of them. He's putting black behind 4 back, so... oh no, he's putting it into corner. Yeah, okay. So he'll try and rush blue into corner 3, and then he'll rush black across to corner 2, and I bet then he'll put yellow out in corner 1. I reckon it's going to be a 4 corners leave. My prediction.
Now Rob's hit in has generated a cannon, so he can promote yellow to 1 without playing it here. Come back and hit blue and then split that.
Deeth had at the start of his current turn, except it was from corner 4. The problem Fulford has is blue's very close here, so he can't hit this too hard, or else red scoots a long way past blue. What he's trying to do is play an open cannon and run into blue in this same shot. Looks like Deeth has managed to get blue into corner 3, which is always a tricky one. It has to actually stay in the corner. I think he's done it. decent effort from Fulford there. He's got yellow most of the way to 1. It should be good enough to get the break going. Deeth rushing off to corner 2 with black, yeah.
So in the Fulford Avery match, one of the players has elected not to go first in one or other of the games. Avery's gone first both times.
Interesting.
I don't know if Rob has chosen to put him in.
Yeah, either that or he's chosen the colours one of the times.
Yeah, which
is kind of
usually
almost the same thing. Yeah. Deeth isn't going for the 4-corner sleeve. I thought he was going to, but he's going to put yellow middle of east boundary. So he's got corner 4, 3 and middle of east boundary, and then a ball in corner 2. That's a pretty cool leave. And his clip is going to go, or has already gone on to penalt. So 1 and penalt versus 1 and 1.
Jenny with a contact on the. Jenny's very so that will certainly be part of James's thinking that given the high and average chance of Jenny hitting a lift, why not just left in a very difficult start.
And he's a genuine threat to finish with a double peel on the next turn. That was definitely part of his thinking as well.
My guess is probably wouldn't even look at the peel on opponent. If she does get going.
Yeah, in these conditions that's risky enough as it is.
So Rob's made 1 at hoop 2.
And black's well in the lawn. Yeah, it should be no trouble to get round from this. No doubt after game 1 he's used to the speed of the lawn, so I don't expect any mistakes. But interest will be for the moment on what Clark does with her contact. So she's taken blue from corner 3 down to corner 4. She's going to take the contact from corner 4 and go up the boundary line to the yellow ball, which is middle of east boundary. Croqueting red up to hoop 3. Okay, I think she's going to tap yellow, croquet it to 1, and then join up with black, probably with a rush pointing at red. James will want to play the ball from hoop 1, but he'll have very long shots in every direction and no big advantage to hitting other than he gets the innings back. And you can't take a shot at anything if Clark's rush is pointing at red, because she should have an easy enough start. It's my prediction. We'll see what happens.
Fulford makes 2. Could probably rush towards black near corner 4. Remains one of the best rushers in the world. Dare say when his wrists were a bit more flexible he was a stupendous rusher. Still very strong.
Yeah, that was alright.
That was very, very good rush. So he can dink blue in front of 4 here, send black up towards yellow to make sure he's got a nice easy croquet stroke to get on his hoop 3 play now.
Yeah, big roll shot coming up here from Clark. Yeah, as I thought, yellow going out to 1. Blue's bounced off hoop 6. Oops. That makes things a bit awkward. So she would have tried to hit black in corner 2 and then set up a good rush, but now she might just have to lag to position, or maybe just hit off the north boundary. That would still leave a rush pointing at red, but it would probably also leave a double target, which she wouldn't want to do. And with yellow in front of hoop 1, James might eye up the shot with red at a double target, given that he has a Pioneer straight in front of his hoop. Yeah, she's just hitting this off the north boundary, making sure not to leave a double target. Instead, she's had to leave herself with a 2 metre rush, but that should be fine.
Rob making untroubled progress.
Think we'll see any popping from Rob on this turn?
Well, he's got full control now.
It's not a huge advantage to popping when both opponent balls one, is there? He'd be more likely to do it if it was 1 and 4 back.
Earlier in the week against Ewan Burridge, he, on first break, popped Ewan to hoop 3 with 1 ball. The break he likes to make then is with a ball about halfway up the east boundary, the hoop 3 ball. The hoop 1 ball maybe 14 yards up the west boundary, and then just a tight rush in corner 2. It's a very defensive leave. Make that against somebody like Ewan, who's a great shot, but you'd want to test out his croquet strokes with such a defensive leave. Obviously Mark Avery's a rather different prospect.
Deeth declined any kind of against Clark's leave. He's just played his penult and over in corner 4. Every shot option would have made life quite easy for Clark's. Corner 4 in these conditions, no guarantee Clark. He's willing to be patient. If I was thinking this way, one, don't think that's on his mind. No.
Now the players have swapped colours in this game. I think that should be banned, Joel. What do you think? I can't imagine any other sport in which teams would alter the colour of balls or their kit halfway through a match.
Wimbledon changes balls every 7 games.
Well,
every 9 games.
Well, okay, but you wouldn't have the players swapping from the colour of their shirts, or
not at Wimbledon. No, they might do it at the French. Get the lucky red shirt out for the 5th set or something.
I think it's not very spectator-friendly thing to do, to switch the balls around.
Yeah, I'm not aware of Fulford or Avery being superstitious about their choice of colours, but maybe one of them felt that the game didn't quite go his way, and this might bring a change of fortune. And others, but still for red.
I do feel on a grey April day in with black and blue, and it was certainly hard at the edges of the balls. I did wonder if that's a slight advantage of red and yellow. They're slightly more distinct colours for that purpose. Otherwise, I can't see a great reason for choosing one above the other.
Clark's rush to the red ball by hoop 3 went badly. She ended up rushing to middle of the north boundary, but she's played a great take. Doesn't hit it to the boundary level with hoop 1. So she's got about a 5 or 6 metre side onto the hoop roll up to get something resembling a break. She'll still have a lot of work to do even if she gets hoop position here. She'll be trying to play for a forward rush up to blue, I think. A big split croquet. Is she in front of 1? I think she might be. That looks like a good approach. Oh, it's gone slightly past.
It's quite angled.
Yeah, it's fairly angled, but well, we'll see how easy she's finding these hoops here. No.
Fails it. So James can join up.
Bounced off.
And he's in full control.
Yeah, Clark's left with ball in front of 1. If it's directly in front of 1, then maybe he won't join up because there's a possibility she could run it through to blue on the north boundary.
Yeah.
If that's the case, he might do a wide join possibly.
I think it's still fancy
rarely
shooting.
seen wide join at A-class level. It's possible that hoop 4 is in the way of shooting at partner. He would fancy the shot though, because he's got a hoop 1 Pioneer and he'd be shooting with his hoop 1 ball. Shooting no on target straight away.
There's a little now for the first time today.
Yeah, he walked away from that shot. It's not always the easiest thing to do when you think you've got for some other players to wander past his line of sight. Did back and forth twice. No about it at Southwick because up to the clubhouse is past all the courts. So he wants to have his full concentration on this. The position in front of 1 to run all the way to the north boundary. The delightful full length of the lawn takeoff to get to the balls in corner 4, which is almost as horrible a shot as trying to run the hoop all the way down there in the first place.
Mark Souter has just beaten Neil Grizzly Adams in the plate.
Must be getting to the business end of the plate now.
I think we've got a finalist in one half already.
Okay. Patel's playing in one. Right. Clark's obviously not enough in front of hoop 1 because she's taking the shot at the balls in corner 4. And absolutely nails it. So she's now got a second chance to dig a break out. Remember, Clark is still for 1 and 1. It's only been 1 so far. I don't think her Roquet has produced a cannon because one of the balls was a little bit out of corner.
Apologies for a lack of on the game on lawn 3. It's been uneventful, which is another way of saying Rob is progressing very competently.
Very competent looking 1 back there.
Yeah, that's probably the least convincing stroke of the turn, but he is through.
It's fine, yeah. Couldn't actually see from he hit black in that. I think he might have. Yeah. So he's got an unexpected chance for an NSL with the black ball on the wire at hoop 2. Dinky little spot. Clark didn't get the cannon in corner 4. She's just played a rush, leaving one of the balls in the corner, and not particularly well. The ball she's trying to rush to 1 has gone good 5-6 metres past it.
Rob, meanwhile, split black over to the west boundary, which suggests an NSL as his target here.
Yes, it's got NSL written all over it.
He might be happy with black there. He typically wants it slightly tighter, but he may have an opportunity to rush blue there after 3 back and swap those 2 around. That seems improbable though. I mean, he may have a chance to improve black, but he may decide that's
if he rushes blue
enough.
there, he won't get a ball on the
sorry, I
back
was getting slightly
he could rush yellow over
myself
there,
there.
perhaps.
So blue's going to stay at hoop 4.
Yeah.
Question of whether he tries to improve black.
Ooh. Clark got a good takeoff from her wayward Pioneer at 1. So straight in front and has run it all the way off the north boundary. Which surprises me. I thought she was close enough that she would have been happy running it gently and then roqueing red again, but she out of an abundance of caution perhaps decided to wallop it through. So she's off the north boundary, but next to her partner ball blue. But the other two balls are at the opposite end of the lawn, so I don't think we'll see a break of any sort there. I think we'll best see a leave. I think Rob's doing defensive spread here.
Yeah, he's rushed back towards black. He hasn't played the rush particularly well.
Yeah,
but
he would have tried to actually go to black, I think. But
he's not going to just leave black where it is.
Did Jenny miss that? Yeah, Clark missed a probably 3 metre roquet of partner along the north boundary. A bit careless, really. She's surprised. She'd normally expect to hit 100% of those. So she's now given herself a 10 metre wide join along the north boundary. Deeth's balls are in corner 4 and nearly on the west boundary, a couple of metres north of hoop 1.
Apologies for the metric measurements.
International measurements. What do you think Fulford's up to here? It looks like he's taking off from yellow to black.
I wonder if he's splitting yellow into the middle of the lawn here. No, not much.
Yeah, I just...
Well, he could still make an NSL here if he takes... He could rush it after he's put blue in position. Not gone pointing to the middle of the north boundary.
Yeah, at hoop 2 really, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I think rolling black down to 3 back, coming to blue would be one way to set that up, and then you can place blue where you want and rush black back to yellow. Not sure what he's going to do now. Maybe he's going to make 4 back as well. I wasn't expecting that, but black could be a 4 back Pioneer there.
Yeah. Looks across it.
And into position. Up in corner 4, thinking that if Clark can't hit a 3 metre roquet across the north boundary, then a chance of hitting a 10 metre one or even less. But if she does hit, she then has a break available with the Deeds balls joined up. So Fulford has, as I expected, got black down to 3 back. He's left himself a slightly longer roquet now than he would want to rush blue in front of 3 back, but don't imagine it will be any trouble for him.
My guess is blue will be in NSL position at hoop 4. He'll then rush black to the west boundary, position that just and then rush yellow back to its final position. He's kind of just now approaching from the wrong side of the hoop to make the NSL leave straightforward.
I reckon going for the wasn't watching, but I think north boundary, so subjective. You know, just slightly at the end. Okay. Yeah, I think it's over. Find out. Yeah, just croquet blue. The corner 4 or maybe a bit more like max distance.
Apologies for those. We might have to locate ourselves to get out of the wind.
He's leaving it well in lawn. This is kind of attacking defensive spread, putting blue more in lawn.
Excuse us one moment, we're just going to move to try and get out of the wind a little. Hopefully that will improve the audio.
But how many have there been all
Let's try it. Should be
Anyway, you take it if you even if you could get the photos, you'd have taken it.
So you're in a swap side.
Hopefully that might improve things a little. We'll see.
Yeah, the wind's just picked up a bit today. It's made the croquet a little bit less pleasant. It's hard enough in these fast conditions without adding wind on top of it. Oh, he's using the force there to slow it down, and he didn't respond to him.
So Rob's going to have a fairly unpleasant roll up to corner 2 rather than a simple rush now.
Yeah, I thought once you got to -2.5 handicap that you had the ability to influence the balls after you hit them by using the force. I've seen Rob do it successfully many times before, but yeah, maybe it would have gone even further without that. He's cut it halfway to where he wants. He would have liked to be able to get that much closer to corner 2.
Yeah. All right. So that means 11 or 12 years gap there. Yeah. All right. So 20. So yeah. Well, it depends what you want. I mean, that's not a bad idea, is it?
I think it's fair to say this leave isn't quite as Rob had planned.
I think he's got yellow in the corner there, and just south of the corner. That's okay. And then he'll knock red off the boundary just south of yellow. Deeth has something resembling a break. He's just run one to peg high, and now he's shooting 8 meters back at his receiver. Hit it on the nose though. So, nothing that looks quite like a break yet. The other 2 balls are both on the north boundary, although one of them's in the vicinity of 2, I suppose. But he now has a full length of the lawn roll shot to get to one of them. I think he's playing the takeoff there, which doesn't make the break any easier. He'll probably take off to corner 3 and then across to the Pioneer near hoop 2, nearish hoop 2.
We could have a poll, couldn't we, for the end?
Avery considering his options. He's got a 13-yarder from B bulk at yellow. He could create a target from A bulk of black with red and yellow in the background. Gives away a lot if he misses that. It gives away a lot missing either of those shots.
Also has black and blue from A ball.
Yep.
Relatively short shot. And that gets a probable break because red and yellow have been joined up there.
There's no defensive option here really.
Yeah, if he shoots blue at yellow and red, he's giving away a reasonably easy start to Fulford. If he shoots black at red and yellow, he's giving away a bit less, but with blue out in the open, he didn't really have a choice but to play blue there, I think. Any miss with black at anything gives a breakaway.
So takes blue to the end of B bulk and a 13-yard shot at yellow.
Which one are you looking at? Oh,
These are penalty.
yellow's for penalty and red's for 2.
Red's for 2,
Yeah.
that's the correct answer.
Yeah. It's in his pocket. Yeah.
He gave away contact on his first free.
Meanwhile, Avery's hit in. Good hit.
Sorry, Mark's just too quick for me. Most players would still be lining that up, casting. Avery doesn't hang about. So he's hit the lift.
Yeah. James smashed red off the north boundary, but I didn't see whether he actually ran the hoop on it. He has run the hoop. Okay, so he's run 2. His pioneer for 3 is closer to corner 3 than hoop 3. And the other Clark ball is on the south boundary behind hoop 1, and he's just rushed his hoop 2 receiver into hoop 2. So everything's going wrong there for James, other than the fact that the break still continues. And he's played a couple of brilliant croquet strokes so far. So he just needs a couple more, I guess. Not sure what he's going to do next. It looks like a giant roll down to blue on the south boundary with yellow and possibly hoop 2 in the way. No, not a roll. I'm not sure what he's doing here.
Yeah, well, that's what we're thinking about, yeah. Seemed like
Lawn 3, Avery rushed red close to black, and now
He won't be happy with the direction this rush is pointing.
He's got quite a bit of cut towards hoop 1.
He's played it okay, but he certainly would have been hoping to get this closer to hoop 1 than that.
Yeah, this is not a trivial approach.
Ooh. Deeth has taken off to inside the yard line on the south boundary, and now he has a rush 2 black in corner 3. So that's some impressive croquet going on there. I really hope we've got this on video. He's just rushed the ball from the south boundary in front of hoop 1 into corner 3, where just behind black he's going to be able to stop that out now and get a rush of black 2-3. His partner ball yellow is stuck on the wire of hoop 2 though, so there's still some work to do. He's going to have to get that off the wire to get it over to Penalt for a peel, probably after 6, but well, that's a long way away yet. He's still trying to dig the break out, but he's certainly making it entertaining.
Avery's through 1 after a very good approach. Ball's not in the lawn yet, so he's work to do to gradually get everything under control.
You play for the rush of red to corner 2, you reckon?
Yeah, trying to stop black in as far as he can.
Yeah.
Rush red to corner 2.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Might be able to play a stopper approach with yellow, going to hoop 2, sending yellow across to 3, or in the direction of 3. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you can get in behind yellow there. Yeah, that's fine. James is in front of hoop 3 with blue and black now in the lawn in front of him. So getting closer to an organised break. A little bit of distance on this hoop run, but he's through smoothly. And he's running all the way down to peg high, level with one of the 2 balls in the middle of the lawn. So he's probably he's gonna try and cut this up a bit, is he? Or just tap it? No, he's just tapping it. Everything's pointing in the wrong direction. He's looking at yellow, I think. So he's going to try and get yellow off the back of hoop 2 and rush that across to black. This is a tricky takeoff. He needs to get past yellow without leaving himself cross-wired by the hoop. Almost got to go through yellow and the hoop to get to the ideal rushing position, I think. He was halfway through the backswing and then stopped that. Maybe yellow moved slightly as he was looking at it. That happens a lot on these lawns. It's very hard to get the balls to stay where you want.
So Avery proceeding as Joel suggested.
It's a bit short on that, I
stop-shot
think,
approach to hoop 2 with yellow to send it over to 3, but he wanted a bit more distance on both balls there. He has a angled hoop 2 to keep the break going.
Still expect him to get this though.
No. Fails, and so
Fulford wants to play with yellow, so it's the longest shot.
He does. I don't think he'll risk that. I think he'll play with red here and make a lead.
Red at blue.
You should be able to put on a squeeze here, leave blue.
Blue at 2, black at 1.
Black at 1, yellow. Corner 3 or 4.
We missed it, but James did manage to crossfire himself, as I said he was trying to avoid. And he tried to hit partner through hoop 2, I think. Anyway, whatever he was aiming at, he definitely missed it. So the break's over after 3 hoops. Entertaining break. He's left himself still paired up, really. Yeah, yellow I don't think can hit red, but red can hit yellow, so that's okay. Blue and black are a long way apart. And Clark will probably want to move black, I imagine. That's the danger. Oh no, because red's for 4, so blue's really the danger. Well, anyway, she doesn't have any good shooting prospects, really. Right. Ooh, first refusal from Fulford. The wind just getting up there on that one. I can feel it from the commentary box. Centre ball.
No, I think he'll roll this towards 2. And I think get a rush from black probably to the north boundary where he can croquet it down to 1 and then get his rush on partner ball. It's quite a big advantage that Mark's not 1 and 1. It means Rob can just leave each ball at its own hoop.
Clark shooting with black at blue. Any shot she takes is giving away a likely break if she misses. She doesn't like that. Yeah. Didn't look like great contact off the mallet, that one. Maybe she slightly hit the ground, something like that. So Teeth has a 6-metre roquet. Yellow in the hoop to start off again. And with black on the south boundary, it's a much easier break than he had the chance to do before. Meanwhile, Fulford's thinking for 20 minutes before we finally do the option that I suggested. He's probably trying to think if there's something better than balls at hoops 1 and 2, but I can't think of it. But then if anyone can think of it, the guy on the lawn can. What do you think he's thinking about, Sam?
Well, I wonder if a crosswire at 2 is a possibility.
There's a way to not finish the TP and run out hoop.
It's a possibility, yeah, I agree. It's not an easy one, though.
Certainly, yes,
a
a
lot
lot
of
harder
distance
to
to move
execute.
the balls. Let's watch James taking his shot. And he's walloped it. Nice rush down there. He's now got, although he's got yellow now as the possible hoop 5 pioneer, which is not really what he wants because he needs yellow to be peeled at penult, which is probably going to be when he runs 6. So he'll do a bit of a switcheroo here. I think he'll take off to black, send that to 5, and then blue will be his hoop 4 pioneer.
So it looks like Rob's proceeding as foreseen. Blue up towards 2. Getting the rush on black to the north boundary, which I expect he'll then stop down toward 1. And then he'll rush yellow.
The east boundary, probably.
East boundary would give probably the longest distance from the 2 enemy balls.
The spot you wanted is wide from blue by either 6 or 4 back. So then you can leave the rush pointing at blue.
Yep, I
Black's
mean
the
that would be
ball
very
he's gonna
useful
wanna
if you can. And the advantage of rather than rushing black to 1 and taking off to yellow here is he doesn't have to move red far in the croquet stroke to get to yellow, and therefore has more chances of an accurate rush to a wired position.
Deith's done things a bit differently from what I expected. He decided that he would have his partner as the Hoop 5 pioneer, so he'll have to delay the peeling finish now. But I think if anyone can handle the delayed double finish, the man with the mallet in his hand at the moment can. So he's run Hoop 4 nicely. So remember his clips are, well, break and penult. He's just run Hoop 4 with the red ball that he's playing with, and Clark is 1 and 1. No, where's it? 1 and 2, I think.
1 and 2, isn't she? She ran one hard to the north boundary and missed
1 and 2.
Subsequent Roquet.
So 1 and 2 versus break and penalt. So this should be a finishing turn for Deith now. He's got run 4 nicely with an easy return Roquet. The other ball's near the south boundary, but he had no trouble picking that up after this next shot.
I think Rob is possibly contemplating a cross-wiring at Hoop 2 here.
Yeah, it looked like he's lining up a takeoff here. He might have fortunately rushed black into a wide position, or very close to a wide position.
The advantage of a crosswire at 2 is that Rob can then go to corner 4, and it's a long shot for either of Mark's balls. If he just left the balls at 1 or 2, one of them is likely to have a shot that's not extremely long.
Do you think this was his plan, or he just got a bit lucky with the rush of black, and when he got there he went, ooh, I've got a crosswire, I may as well make use of it?
Well, he did do a lot of thinking before playing black.
He never walked up there to look at a spot though.
Well, that's true, which suggests that perhaps he's just been a little lucky. Well, if he's rushing to corner 4, he's overcooked that.
Maybe he's just going to rush to near Hoop 1.
Being near Hoop 1 with black so far north, that would still be a pretty long shot for black, so yeah, it works.
Yeah, blue is the ball Mabry's going to want to play with, given its proximity to Hoop 2.
He may, and then black is a pioneer of sorts for Hoop 2.
Bit of disaster there for Deith after making Hoop 5. He's tried to croquet 1-back pioneer to 1-back, and it's bounced off the peg. So it's now nowhere near 1-back. It'll still be fine. He's going to have to rush the likely peelee to 1-back now instead, which delays the peeling even longer. He deliberately arranged it so he could take peelee to penalt and peel it after 6, but those plans are having to be delayed slightly now. Or are they? Oh, he's okay. He's put peelee to the north boundary north of 6. I think he's going to now. Okay, he's going to run 6 off the north boundary, get a rush of peelee back to penalt, and then peel it, getting a rush of blue across to the wayward 1-back pioneer of black. Send blue to 2-back and then rush black to 1-back. And in that time, Fulford's played 1 shot.
So Rob laying up south of Hoop 1.
This was unusually bad.
With a rush for his Hoop 1 ball.
Yeah, he'll look to wire red from blue behind Hoop 1.
Avery's shortest shot is going to be about 25 yards, I think.
Well, blue and black presumably can't see each other, so that leaves the shot of blue at yellow, or black at red or yellow.
Now, like my co-commentator, Avery seems to be more interested in the game on lawn 4
It's
at the
way
moment.
more interesting. We should definitely have vision of that game. Deith has run. He's run 6 off the north boundary, but he didn't have a rush of peelee to penalt. He had a rush of it to 1-back, and he rushed it to 1-back, and then decided not to make 1-back off that. Instead, he's sent it as the 2-back pioneer. So the Peely keeps being sent further and further ahead as pioneers. And now he's rushed his what was supposed to be the 1-back pioneer to 6, where the hoop 6 receiver is waiting to be now the 1-back pioneer. It's all over the place, but it's great fun to watch. Nice little rush there to 1-back. So now he has a very organised looking 4-ball break after all of that. Goodness knows when he's going to start doing these peels. I think I imagine he's going to try and rush Peely back to penalt after 2-back. He'll have a escape ball waiting for him there after he does the little switcheroo with the balls at this stage.
Lawn 3, Avery's weighing up his options.
I predict blue at yellow. It's a shorter shot.
Blue at yellow is the shortest shot available.
In times of crisis, no one's going to criticise you for taking the shorter shot. Deeth's put the escape ball nicely at penalt, and then rushed the pivot over to 2-back. He's gone a bit close to 2-back though, but luckily his stop shot's amazing. That's okay. He's run a little bit further, so he's slightly less controlled at 2-back than he would like, but I think this should be absolutely fine. Alright, here we go. Avery's taking the shot. Blue at yellow.
Blue at yellow, about 25, 26 yards. Hesitates again.
He doesn't like it, but I don't think there's any better option. The alternative is cornering, and that's always a bad idea.
I think that would be a dire choice.
I'm not sure anyone has lived long enough to remember the last time Avery cornered.
I did too much cornering against Rob in game 1 against him yesterday and paid the price.
Deeth's run 2-back a little bit too far, which makes the rush back to penalt a bit trickier, but it's pointing in the right direction at least. He won't get this into peeling position. Good effort. It's going to come up a little bit short or angled, but that's fine. He'll just roll that into peeling position or close to it, and then poke blue out a little bit further. So blue has to become the 4-back pioneer now, so he needs to make sure he can put it in a spot where it rushes to 4-back. It's not like Avery to take this long over a shot, is it?
No, and I guess that says something about the quality of the lead, that it's left Mark taking quite so long to make up his mind. There's no obvious choice, or no nice choice.
Is a reasonable option here? Given where black is, it's not going to be straightforward to get that to hoop 2. He's going to need a forward rush out of 1 to do that. And, and these lawns...
He'll be haunted though by the idea that he'll corner and then lose the match without having taken a shot. That would be the greatest source of regret.
Yeah, he's going to think about it for another 5 minutes and eventually take blue at yellow. Meanwhile, Deeth has put the penalt Peely not very close to penalt. It's quite a long way southbound. I don't know quite what he had in mind there. I wonder if he's just abandoning the idea of peeling. Let's see. So blue's going most of the way to 4-back. Yeah, I think he might be abandoning the idea of peeling, which is quite a shame for the 3 spectators that are watching this match. He's cornering.
I think Avery's going to corner 1.
12th of July 2025. Put that date in the record books. The day Avery cornered. Well, it'd be interesting to see if he lives to regret that. I predict he will. Deeth's got the forward rush out of 3-back. So there's chance of the finish still. Yeah, he's rushed nicely to the Peely, so he has to rush yellow from there to in front of penalt. It's not going to be easy. Croquet's good. I'm not sure I'd want black quite that wide, but it's fine. I can deal with that. And let's Let's see how this rush goes. It's short, I think, or is it? Oh, that might be absolutely bang on. I think he's got that. Yeah, this is in front of Penalt. Lovely shot. Beautiful touch there. So now peeling Penalt. He's waited till almost the last possible opportunity to do this first peel that he left himself. But it's a big split on this. Can he control the pull? Oh no, is the answer. He hasn't even jawsed it. I don't know if it's rush peelable or not, but it's close enough that he can just tickle it into the jaws next time he comes back to it and play the straight double. Now, how's Fulford going to deal with this situation?
Well, I assume he'll make one and then try and rush back to blue in corner 1.
I think that's exactly what he's trying to do, yeah.
Now, cannon would be very useful.
Cannon would be ideal. Otherwise, he's just going to have to leave red in corner 1, which makes the peel of 4-back rather tricky. Well, certainly after hoop 3 anyway. He's got a cut rush into the corner. It's definitely playable in these conditions. Deeth's through 4-back. Straight double coming up.
So Rob took a fair bit wire with his hoop stroke, so has a cut rush into corner 1. And he's overcut it.
Overcut.
Life now gets difficult. His hoop 2 pioneer is almost on the north boundary.
I think Avery's made a brilliant decision already. That's already gone wrong. Alright, straight double is getting organised by Deeth. We can't tell from here just the exact position of the PLE at Penalt. It looks like it's on the left wire, but if it is, that's okay. He just needs to get really close to it to tickle it into the jaws. He looks pretty happy with that. So just a little nudge, get it central in the hoop so that he can stop it down to Rover. That's perfect, yeah. All the escape balls are in place. He just has to judge the length of this shot and hope that it doesn't hit the peg. Fulford's done a reasonable job taking off to the corner. He hasn't quite got in the corner though, so I think this is going to be a leave now, don't you? I don't think he's making hoop 2.
No, I mean it would take 2 very big croquet strokes, or very difficult croquet strokes to keep this break going.
Nice. Penalt peel through, and he's missed the peg. The length looks good. The length looks really good. That is world class. What an absolutely brilliant peel. He's finishing from here now. What a brilliant peel. Just getting the length of that can be really difficult when you're trying to navigate the jaws. It was obviously well enough through that he had good control over that length, but it stopped in exactly the spot you'd want to pick it up and place it. Other than obviously the jaws of Rover, but that's a bit much to ask. Now he's played the deep ball anyway. He hasn't got the rush he wanted on the ball by the peg, so he's having to cut this a bit. Now I have to come across the rush line of yellow. If yellow is as straight as it looks though, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Escape ball rolled into place. He has come up short. Oh, he doesn't like that. Something. He's not happy with it. Now what are his options? He does have a deep ball, so jaws and jump is available. You won't want to give Clark another shot. He'd love to finish on this turn. Depends where that rush has gone. He seems happy enough with it. Yeah, this is straight. I think this is straight. Okay, so this will be an Irish peel now, and it should finish. Given the length he got on that Penalt peel, there's no surprise he's finishing. But he had to negotiate a very tricky little roquet to nudge yellow into position.
For anyone less familiar with the game, an Irish peel is one in which both balls run the hoop at in the same stroke. So James would look to get yellow and red through the hoop in the same stroke, in the croquet stroke, rather than stopping yellow through and then running it with a continuation stroke with red.
There you go, so here it goes, nicely through, and he now has a little rush of black to blue, blue to yellow, and then he will rush yellow to the peg. And all this time Fulford's just been standing in corner 1, figuring out his options. And not that there's anything wrong with that. It's there's a lot to think about at this stage of the game.
So he's not gonna go to black.
Leave as I predicted. He's just plonking blue over near the east boundary, and he's going to leave a rush to either blue or black, I guess.
So Avery's choice vindicated.
Very much so, yeah, and quicker than I thought. Deeth rushing to the peg. He's managed to avoid rover. It's good length most of the way to the peg, so he'll be able to peg that out to take game 2 and make it a win, or is it 1-1?
That's
1-1, isn't it? Yeah. Excellent. So we'll have some late night drama of game 3. That's what we've all come for. And Deeth pegs out both in the same stroke for game 2. Make it 1 game all. Nicely done. A beautiful straight double peel finish there. Yeah, he ran into a lot of problems earlier in that break, but held his nerve, didn't panic. He's done straight doubles before, it seems, and he had no trouble doing that one. A few of them, I'm sure. All right, let's see what Avery's left with now. Deeth and Clark will no doubt have a bit of a break. It's just starting to cool down a bit here, which will help the court conditions. It's slow down slightly now. The shade's across the southern half of court 4. And making an appearance in corner 1 of court 3, but there'll still be a while before it covers the rest of court 3.
Yeah, cooler conditions tend to slow the lawns down. I'm not entirely sure why. Paddy Chapman once told me it's that grass lies down in the hot weather, which will make a course slicker or faster.
Given how short this grass is,
well, you
I'm
think
not
it'd
sure
make
it's
less difference,
capable of
but
standing up or lying down.
it might still make a little difference.
Maybe.
But if any budding agronomists can contact us and let us know why a lawn would be slower as it cools, please do.
That's very good. Yeah, I was loving that. It's an entertaining turn from start to finish, really.
James quite happy with his finish there.
He was punching the air as he came past. Avery doesn't look very happy with his options, does he?
No, I mean, although obviously that turn didn't go anything like to plan for Rob, he's still not leaving Mark with easy options.
Yeah, shooting and missing yellow will allow Fulford to stop blue a fair way into the lawn and get a rush of black, red to black, so that doesn't look attractive.
I'd be surprised if, well, having cornered the last turn, he's now taking on the aggressive shot.
I think he might feel that he got lucky last time and this is his only shot chance, and missed everything right between them. So I don't mind that as an option. I think basically in taking this shot he's saying, go on Rob, show me the finish, show me what you can do. And well, he hasn't looked convincing on his finishing turns, either yesterday or today. He's been giving chances that he wouldn't normally give, so I mean, it's not what you want. He obviously wanted to hit it, but I don't think he should expect to not get another turn here.
No, and I think in easier conditions Mark wouldn't have taken on that shot. Rob would have too great a chance of finishing. As it is, he's got work to do on a fast lawn.
Yeah, this is far from a certain finish, like it would be in normal conditions. Sadly, these aren't normal conditions, although we would all like them to be. Blue stopped into the lawn. He gets good ratio on his stop shots. It's well into the lawn there, so he'll be able to pick that up after hoop 2 probably.
You'd hope so.
He can rush black, could rush black to 4 back here, but he's probably rushing it to black. No, he's rushing it off the east boundary level with hoop 3. That's probably not where he meant to rush it, I'm going to guess. You'd probably prefer to rush that to black, wouldn't you, to make sure you get a good rush to 2.
Yes, it may be that rush wasn't quite available. This is now leads to a more defensive line of play. Keeping red and black a long way apart, but making the chance of getting the rush on black obviously quite a lot lower.
Yeah. So what's he going to do here? He can either take off from red to black, or he can pass roll red to get. Yeah, he's pass rolling red to 4 back or hoop 3. Not much pass there, but red's nicely in the lawn, so he's basically betting on making hoop 2 here.
It is, so that he's contrary to my prediction, taking quite an aggressive line here, putting partner ball right out into the lawn when hoop 2 is far from certain. And he's underdone the rush.
Underhit it a little bit. It's okay though. I expect him to still get good hoop position here.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of pressure on this because
he's making it. I don't think we're very comfortable now with red having been left out in the lawn.
Yeah. He's making this off black, which is for hoop 1, and their blue ball is a very good hoop 1 pioneer. So if this goes wrong, then Avery will get an easy break out of it.
Sextuples to be attemptable as a matter of course, or you prefer this?
That's okay. It's a bit angled, but I think he'll be okay. Yeah.
It's quite angled.
Yeah, about a 30-degree angle, isn't it? I expect him to run this still. He looks, yeah, it's very close. You can see there, so I expect no trouble.
Yeah, not too much hesitation.
Wallop, nicely through.
Should be able to rush this back.
Who's go for a wander around and check them off?
Yeah. So ideally, he'd rush black well down the lawn and pick up blue. Send black to be the hoop 4 pioneer, and then blue can be the 4-back escape ball. But,
I think he can do that. I mean, even the middle of the
east
boundary, or a bit south,
west boundary,
works well. But I think Rob's got a chance to get closer than that.
Yeah, that's all right. Be happy with that. So he can. He's got lots of space to get black over to 4 and get behind blue to rush it up to red.
Now, partner ball is the hoop 3 pioneer, so if he's minded to do so, the triple could be on.
Yeah, I'd say definitely. This has got TP written all over it. Do you know where Fulford ranks on all-time TPs completed?
I don't off the top of my head.
Morm is number 1, I believe.
I think Morm will be one. Will be one with kind of sheer volume of play almost.
Yeah.
Rob might well be second.
Wouldn't surprise me. He's number 1 in sextuples. I know that for sure. 300 something, or maybe 400 something sextuples. Terrifying.
Maybe it should be my ambition to have as many triples as Rob has sextuples over my career.
That sounds like a realistic ambition. So blue's going to go into escape ball position here. This TP is definitely on. Half roll it. Needs a rush of red to 3, which he's got.
Yeah, well, I just asked James and he said it's not. He thought that lawn 4 at any rate wasn't.
He wants to make sure red doesn't go directly in front of 3. That means you can't get into peeling position. But this is fine. Nicely to the side of the hoop.
I think you'd probably rather have had another 10 inches on that.
Sure, yeah. From where it was, I'd settle for this. The hoop's a bit tricky to approach though. He's done very nicely there.
So it's good to see he's not put off by the fact that in this situation in game 1 he's stuck in hoop 3. He's persisting with the strategy of triple peel, and
no,
well,
that's okay. That's fine. It
just
came through further than it looked to us initially, I think. So just tickling red, and he can play. He'll play a straight peel now. You don't want to play this with any pull. He doesn't need a rush of blue. I mean, in easy conditions, you play for the rush of blue. I say easy conditions. With Dawson balls, you play for the rush to 2 because we're much more familiar with the amount of pull they get. These balls, not so much.
yeah, these balls are new. They're a new brand, and one of the differences players are noticing is a greater degree of pull. So, as Joel says, Rob probably won't want to risk playing a pull with any angle.
Plonked it into the left wire there, so that's bounced off to a position where it's possibly not rush peelable. On the replay there, you can see it's bounced off. Can't tell from the angle of the camera whether it rush peels. From the commentary box position, it doesn't look rush peelable. Maybe if you're really close and directly behind it, you could rush peel it. But yeah, I think he might need to have another go before hoop 6 if he wants to get that fullback peel.
I mean, I thought it moved a bit to the right anyway. Yeah.
No, he'll play this as a kind of squirty pass roll to
Pass roll again. His last pass roll wasn't very passy, but this one's a bit better. Bit too
overdone
passy,
yellow.
in fact. Overcompensated. Game 3 is underway in Death versus Clark. The opening will be of interest, and Death has put out a super shot first turn. I don't think we've seen one of those in today's play, have we?
Not today, no.
Haven't seen many this week, in fact. James is obviously feeling fairly confident.
I think so, yeah. His
after that double peel finish, his
check us up.
confidence is sky high. Clark's going corner 2. The super shot ball is quite short, fairly close to 5, so the roll out of corner 2 is a very long one. Oh, Fulford, he's scrobbled through 4. He was hoping for the, I don't know what he was hoping to do with black, as he's put it halfway to corner 4, but he's got a good swing at it, so he'll be fine still. Yeah. So now we'll know if he's still thinking peeling finish by where black goes.
Yeah, I think his hopes of a triple will be sort of fading by the hoop here.
Yeah, so I tend to agree. It does look like this is pointing at hoop 6 to me. Could be wrong, it's hard to tell. Big half roll. Where is that going? It's kind of halfway between.
Well, that suggests he's looking at a peel still.
Yeah, that's not gone to hoop 6 at all, so I think he's still considering the finish. It might be the case that red is close enough to the jaws that he can, with a dinky little croquet, if he can get close to it, tickle it into the jaws, and then a take-off peel to black. He's placed it in a nice position for doing exactly that. Death has missed third turn, so it turns out he's not the super shot that he thought he was. Clark now has a generous-looking double target in corner 2 to shoot at fourth turn. Fulford has got the forward rush. It's so hard to get, but he's a master at getting those forward rushes out of hoops. So he's got the rush. He's now looking at the blade of grass he wants to put blue on so that he can get it to one back and get super close to red so he can tickle it into the jaws. Let's watch Clark shot fourth turn. She's already had one refusal at it. Maybe she's going to have a think about it, just waiting for the wind to die down a bit, perhaps. Fulford's going to survey each blade of grass for a while, it looks like. Debating whether it was rush peelable or not, or is he about to play wrong ball? No. We had a wrong ball yesterday, for those of you that are watching. Always exciting to get one of those. Clark shoots and hits black on the nose, so she'll get first chance at the break. And game 3, Death is immediately regretting his choice of super shot. Now Fulford's decided the spot to go is east boundary level with 4 back. Gives him a nice angle to come to red. presumably there's a line that you can play blue along that gets it to one back.
He wants to get really tight on red here.
Yeah, you've got to get so close to red. There's not a big area at all to land this in. I think he's got that blade of grass though. Oh, another couple of centimetres would have been nice. He has just underhit this, and say blue's not made it to one back either. But he's going to try to rush peel. Would you try to rush peel? I don't think he's got the angle to confidently
Well, I think the
rush
croquet
peel.
stroke and the rush peel are almost the same thing. You just play it fairly gently, and as you say, if he trickles it into the jaws, he can then take off to black.
Yeah, it's a very fine cut.
Yeah, he's
Which
not.
in some ways helps as long as he gets that fine cut, because it won't move red very far, no matter how hard he hits yellow, as long as he gets the line right. He's got to focus really entirely on the line of this shot rather than the length.
Well, he's brushed down to the hoop, and it's come back almost exactly back to where it was.
I think that's peelable there.
Probably will peel.
At the very least, it's jawsable. I think it's peelable. Black is very nicely placed for peeling it from there as well. Ooh, Clark's massively overhit the rush to one there. That's gone closer to corner one.
Well, red's not making a lot of progress the last few turns. Shake of the head from Rob.
Oh my goodness.
It's like one of my triples where the ball just stays in the same place for the whole turn.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess we could call that his third attempt to peel it.
Yeah.
It's still rush peelable though, so if he gets a rush to corner 3 out of here, he can have another go at rush peeling it before one back.
Well, he can, and he may even be able to peel it with a croquet stroke. Blue's probably just about far enough north
if he doesn't rush peel, there will be another peeling attempt going to blue.
But he'd need a decent rush out of hoop 6 to set that up.
From where he is, I reckon he can get that decent rush. No, he wants a hoop hole repaired. So black's basically sitting in the old hoop holes. To the west of every hoop on this court, and on every court, there are old hoop holes that are basically covered in dirt. And he wants someone to come and help him repair that. Avery's not going to be any help. He can't find anyone who wants to ref, so he's going to get the bucket of dirt himself.
I think Rick Harding is...
all of the championship referees are looking in another direction.
So do it yourself job for Rob here. He's heading back onto the lawn with a bucket full of soil and a trowel.
This is not what we're used to seeing in an Open Championship semi-final, but that's fine. This is what would happen in a normal Open weekend tournament. Everyone else who's a referee will be busy playing their own match somewhere else. Even though we have an abundance of championship referees here, none of them are interested. Avery's just coming out to check everything's all in order.
I remember a cricket match in, I think it was Pakistan, when England were playing. It may have been the A side rather than the Test side, and they felt the ground staff were being very slow in getting the covers off when it was in Pakistan's interest to delay the game, and in the end the England players are taking the covers off themselves. So it does happen in some other sports.
Yeah, some similarities there. Both of them are referees, aren't they?
Jimbo mucked about with.
Yeah, they reset the hoops themselves.
Banging hoop 5 hither and yon.
Yeah, those hoop holes have been there all week, and I've done a lot of hoop approaches over the top of them, and I found that they don't really affect the path of the ball. They've mostly all been very well filled in and levelled. So, but I think Wolf is just being super cautious here because of the situation. Open Championship semi-final, possible finishing turn. He would rather not have to stay until civil dusk tonight to finish the civ. He can avoid it.
Yeah. I don't need to do it now.
Oh, he's a little bit short on that. He's going to have to really trust his hoop stroke to make sure he gets the rush to 3-back. Most people would end up with a rush to corner 4 or hoop 4 out of this, which is, well, back to hoop 5 he's got the rush to. So, now if red is rush peelable, which I think it is, then he can just tap black and take off to red, rush peel it to the north boundary and then croquet it to 2-back.
It's very, it'd be a very brave choice. Obviously, if the rush peel goes wrong and red just stays glued to the hoop, he's then got nothing as far as hoop 2-back's concerned.
If he's worried about that, then what you should do is put black to 4-back as well. So then at least you'll have the 2 balls close together. Because he can't get black to 2-back here. He's feeling confident enough that he's going to get the rush peel, so he's going to leave black there.
Yeah, right.
It's just this shot's all about the length here. If you get straight on this, the rush peel's easy.
I think he's short.
We
want it to be, if anything, slightly the other side of that.
That's not a good shot.
I mean, red's in a marginally better position than it was before his last couple of attempts to get that through.
Yeah, this has got sticking in the jaws written all over it here.
And this is a tricky snooker-style shot here to slot this through.
Yeah. It's a half ball pot on the right. Bringing the cue ball on and off the cushion, holding for the blue.
No, he rejects. That's not too bad. He may be able to get this to 2-back now.
He'll have space to get this to 2-back. That could have gone worse, I guess.
Yeah, if that had just stuck in the jaws or on the wire, he would have had no chance of getting a ball to 2-back.
I think finishing turn abandoned now. He might have a speculative look at a straight triple.
The polarity of the balls is right. Red will go back to 4-back after 2-back.
Just overhit that slightly. That should be able to cut blue to a reasonable spot. Lost track of what's going on in Clark's break. Have you been watching any of that?
I haven't, no.
I've been fixated on Fulford with his entertaining 4-back peel attempts, but Clark still has the innings after hitting 4th turn. Don't know which hoop she's up to at the moment, but hopefully for her hoop 4, because that's where the only hoop that's got a ball anywhere near it. Very cautious on that approach. Some might even say tentative.
Yeah, didn't really commit to that.
No, and given where he's standing, I'm not even sure he's making one back here. Huh.
If he fails this, he gives a huge amount away.
But not a lift.
No, but if he fails it to where yellow can hit, where yellow can be hit by blue.
Yes, that would be a disaster. If he wallops it hard enough, he could fail it into corner 2. Blue and black are pretty close together, and I'd expect Avery to hit one of those at the other. So and red's a beautiful hoop 1 pioneer. So yeah, not really many safe options here. Corner 4 is no use. Any corner is no use because there's a hoop 1 pioneer. You just have to hope that Avery missed. So maybe west boundary behind the shot of black at blue, where he'd hope to go to.
Yeah, with Avery 8 or 9 yards apart, I think Rob's deciding he's just got to risk taking on the hoop.
Roll the dice, yeah. Sometimes that's the only option. No, doesn't like it. Jump shot, maybe.
To get a bit more feel for it, I'll do the express one, and then for some reason.
He's quite good at golf croquet, I've heard. So maybe he can get this through with a bit of a jump shot.
I didn't see it until I eliminated more or less everything else.
Yeah, easy hoops. By this stage of the day, they've probably been bashed up enough that they're a bit receptive to jumps. speaking of jumps, Clark is doing the exact same thing at hoop 3 in her game.
There's nothing else to do.
And yeah, easy. Those was a bit easier than Fulford's, it would appear. She smoothed that through nicely. Apparently smooth is a verb when it comes to hoop running, I've learnt this week. Some people talk about smoothing the ball through the hoops. Well, smooth is a verb anyway, I guess.
Well, it is in other contexts.
So, break back looking organised after that slightly unfulfilled-like couple of shots around one back. But nice recovery. So now the only interest remains is whether he will have a crack at the straight triple. Yeah, one thing he could have done was try and manoeuvre black to 4 back, so that if he got a rush out of 2 back, he could have potentially rushed it into peeling position at 4 back, and he'd have an escape ball waiting. But that was a big ask to do that. A couple of quite long rushes. So it's going to play for the croquet of red to 4 back. Clark's got her break organised as well now. Initially she had some balls close to corners and her rush to hoop 1 was terrible, but she's recovered all of that and now has a nice organised 4-ball break approaching hoop 4. So we'll come back to her when she's setting a leave or doing something interesting. Meanwhile, Fulford is going to be playing for the croquet of red to 4 back. He's put black in a position where he can just tap red after the hoop and then stop it up to 4 back. 3 back Pioneer is pretty much perfect, so no worries until he gets to 4 back, and then maybe he'll go at straight peel. Little tap, croquet red.
Red's not very close to 4 back.
Yeah, looked like he slightly mishit that croquet. It seemed like he topped it a little bit. That's like most of my golf shots. That's still fine. He can. I mean, the straight triple is always going to be a bit of a speculative thing anyway. If he happens to rush it into perfect position, he can do the peel. If he doesn't, it'll just be a 4 back and peg leave.
Yeah, I think Red's fine as a Pioneer.
Drama on court 4. Clark has missed the return roquet of maybe only about 2 metres. Very short shot after hoop 4. So her clip's going on to hoop 5, and she's left choice of short hit-ins for James, who is very eagerly taking a sip of water before he strides onto the lawn. And, wasn't expecting quite such a generous present at that stage. Only moments ago I said we'll come back to Clark when she's doing the leave. Commentator's curse.
What did she do? Fail to make contact with blue on the way back.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much like that.
It's
a really 4-ball break put down to
Yeah.
That time of day when we can start to hear the parakeets again.
It's been some good Heathrow aircraft action today as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah, with the wind direction favouring 09, the departures have all been on 09 right, which means a lot of them, those that are going out to the south, have all been flying over here. Saw a good Singapore A380 making a low pass over the club earlier.
That is exciting news.
I enjoyed that, yeah.
Yep.
Deeth has failed hoop 1. He didn't bother touching 2 of the balls on the lawn, he just took a rush to 1 and has failed it to maybe in front. Can't tell if it runs from where it is.
I think it's angled.
It looks a bit angled, doesn't it? So Clark, I think, will take the opportunity to join up on the north boundary.
So we'll find out within a couple of strokes whether Rob's, well, 3 or 4 strokes whether Rob will have a go at the straight rover peel, straight 4-back peel, excuse me.
Yeah. So blue to Penalt, which is not normally where you'd put it if you were thinking of a straight triple. Fulford likes to play the bombard, and normally you'd put blue a bit closer to 4-back than that. So it makes me think he's at best only giving a half-hearted look at a straight triple. We'll know if he's going to try it by where black goes here. So if black goes north of 4-back, then he's going to have a go at it. If he just takes off, then he's not interested.
I mean, it's not impossible he'd do 1 peel. I always think it makes things a little easier. I know there are players that disagree, but I'd generally rather be peg and Penalt than peg and 4-back.
Yeah, there are some advantages. It takes away the lift hoop that you might have to then make. Sometimes if you're trying to dig the break out, then you don't really want to make a lift hoop as your first hoop. But the trade-off is that by making the peel, you generally have to leave a ball behind at 4-back, which then makes the leave a little bit less controlled often. Doesn't have to if you get the shots landing in the right spot, but that is potentially what can happen. So yeah, no interest in black going to 4-back here, so we won't even be seeing a straight triple. Just double loading Penalt for no obvious reason. This is just going to be a 4-back and peg leave now. What kind of 4-back and peg leave do you think Fulford will come up with? Something normal or something that none of us will have ever seen before?
Well,
the standard options for 4-back and peg are cross-pegging, with both balls quite close to the peg. That way you're guaranteed a ball in the middle no matter which one opponent lifts. A normal diagonal spread, although generally with the western ball not too wide so that you have room to get past it and then rush it to 4-back. Reverse spread I've seen people do, although I'm not quite sure why.
I mean, there's a vertical spread. You don't typically see that at this level.
Those of us that were watching the MAC will be well aware that vertical spread is the worst possible thing you can do on a croquet court.
Unless maybe you are for peg and Penalt.
Peg and Penalt, it's definitely a much more realistic option. You end up having to 2-ball it from 4-back to Penalt usually with a vertical spread, and in easier conditions that's probably not an unreasonable thing to do, but in these conditions I wouldn't really fancy that. I think, well, I wasn't there obviously, but the conditions they had at the MAC were even more difficult than this. So. Clark shot and joined up on the north boundary. She didn't hit anything, so Deeth has a ball kind of in front of 1, a ball kind of in front of 3-back, so he'll have a long shot of some sort to try and regain the innings. Fulford's having a good old think about this. He'll be thinking about the leave, won't he?
For sure.
Yeah, other than the standard options we listed, I'm not quite sure what you do. Opponent clips are 1 and 2, so nothing particularly remarkable about the clip positions there that makes me think an unusual leave is in order. He's hitting blue here. Okay. Don't know why he wouldn't have just brushed black north. So he must, for some reason, he wants to make blue rover off blue Can you think why he might want to do that rather than making Rover off black?
Obviously, Mark's not 1 and 1, he's for 1 and 2. Blue's the ball for hoop 2. It's going to be easier to get that ball in the hoop 2 area by playing it after Rover.
Yeah.
And then black perhaps near the peg.
Yeah, if he can get black in, he could get black on the peg in such a way that it doesn't rush to 2, but does rush to 4 back.
Yeah.
Then it would be useful for Fulford, but Avery then wouldn't be able to lift blue and play with that and expect to get an easy break out of it. So that might be what's going on here.
Well, I'm relying on, I mean, my memory is definitely not what it was. But mine used to be good.
So I think we'll see black croquet to the peg after this.
Yeah. I think rushed red down to get a tight approach to blue and then sending red back into the middle. Oh, has he rushed that? No.
Maybe he's doing a vertical spread.
Well, perhaps he is after all that. Right, perhaps that was the plan all along.
And he's rushed it into the jaws because you can take croquet from north of it here. And just so this is a vertical spread. Hold the front page.
Where's David Moore? He can talk us through the merits of the vertical spread.
He was here earlier. He might have gone home now.
David, not a fan of the vertical spread. Now red's being sent away towards the west boundary, which suggests it's not a vertical spread, otherwise he'd be leaving red tight to Rover. So he can finesse blue and then rush red.
Yeah, you wouldn't be putting red there if you're doing vertical spread. So he's put black, maybe, I don't know. I wonder if this was the plan or it just happened to be where the balls ended up after he ran penalty and he just thought, may as well just pop it into the jaws of 6 here. Yeah, where's he going to put blue then? Is that to go over to jaws of 4 back? That would be quite cool. He's not going to go there though because red's nowhere near it.
I think he's going to stop it to the east boundary, rush it to the east boundary and then stop it back towards hoop 2. I'm guessing black's in the jaws enough that
it doesn't rush
blue's yeah, and equally blue's safe in that area that they won't be able to hit one another.
Yeah, I don't think black's hitting anything from where it is, and blue will be able to see a bit of black, but only at most half a ball, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, it's not cold, it's not baking.
Yeah. Rob and Rob. No, it's Rob.
So, how many do we have to...
Corner 4, eh? Okay. That's a nice position there. So, yeah, he can leave a rush to blue / hoop 4 from corner 4. And if Avery lifts the hoop 4, lifts the blue ball and shoots, then he's not got any realistic break prospects as black doesn't rush anywhere.
No, it's a smart leave because Avery's got very little whatever he hits.
And if he lifts black and hits, then he needs to make hoop 1 with all the balls on the east boundary. And no matter what he does, Fulford has a relatively easy finish because he's going to leave a rush to blue, so he can take that rush halfway and croquet red towards penalty, getting the rush of blue to 4 back, and then an easy 3-ball finish. I like this. I might have to do this leave myself.
There's probably no one in the game who's done as much thinking about leaves as Rob.
No.
He's,
Well, if he misses something with blue, it's trivially easy to rush to 4 back and make it, and there's a pioneer
So James hit in on court 4 while we were watching Fulford's leave. He hit in, dug all the balls out for a break, and then failed hoop 1 from pretty close, directly in front. He's still smiling about it though, so obviously it's not as much of a disaster as it looks. He might have got a squeeze, in fact. Red and yellow are kind of lined up along the hoop 1 and 2 line, and black looks like it's in front. So perhaps that's what he's smiling about. We'll find out soon as Clark gets out there. Avery doesn't like what he sees here.
No, he's now thinking through the dilemma that Rob's set up for him.
There's no good shot option here. No choice he can make that makes things worse for Fulford or better for himself. The only thing he can do is hit.
Yep.
And even that is probably not going to result in a break. It can do. In easier conditions, I'd back Avery to dig a break out from this, but in this court, maybe not. So Deeth has managed to squeeze, and Clark is taking a very long shot of yellow at red. Probably a 20-metre shot. Let's watch Avery take this one. And
this is...
I almost thought I heard red get hit, but I guess not.
No, Mark's reaction
might have just
definitely
imagined
tells you it missed.
Clark similarly has missed her shot. This is probably the shot option that makes Fulford's next turn the hardest it could have been of any of the shot choices. But I don't expect Fulford to not finish from here. Or to put it in a more sensible way, I expect Fulford to finish from here. Oh no, Clark has hit. I wasn't actually watching, I just assumed she missed. So she's hit with yellow, which is a hoop 1 ball, I think. I think red. Yeah. Red's for 5 and yellow's for 1. So she's 1 and 5 playing with the hoop 1 ball and has a perfect hoop 1 pioneer. And Deeth is still 1 and 1, having failed hoop 1 twice. So that's the state of play there. Let's watch the finish of Fulford here.
Let's talk tomorrow. I think you'll have made the grade. Okay?
So he'll be rushing towards blue. He doesn't want to go all the way to blue.
No, maybe 3 yards south or...
No, he's gone about halfway.
Not as close as that, so he's banking himself to get the rush on blue and getting yellow quite a long way to panel.
Yeah, leaving. Oh no, he's croqueting yellow to 4 back. Okay, that's all right too. And then
it makes it a straighter croquet stroke.
Yeah, exactly, because this boundary tends to heel into the lawn a bit, so he actually has to aim this slightly at the boundary line. So it'd be a slightly unnerving thing to do. There you go, and you can see it just come back a little bit. And now he's going to try and rush blue to somewhere roughly where yellow is now. Which is right next to 4 back, but to the eastern side, because he's going to want to then croquet blue across to Panot while approaching 4 back. He would have liked yellow a little bit further north, or a lot further north, but should still be able to cope here. Yeah,
looks
another
pretty
shot.
good.
The only thing that can go wrong now is running 4 back to the north boundary and missing the return roquet, or sticking in the hoop. He's going for the first of those options. Clark has made hoop 1 and now has a nice 4-ball break organised. So as long as she doesn't do anything careless, you can have a ball round here.
Yeah.
No. He's very good at this length shot, Fulford. If I had to pick someone here to take this length shot for me for my life, Fulford would be very high up on that list. No worries. Instant replay. Boom.
Battery dead.
We have 1 hour of juice left on the laptop. That should be enough to see Fulford's finish here. And then we can switch attention to Deeth and Clark. Oh dear.
Rushed to the wrong side of panel.
Absolute disaster.
And almost directly behind it.
That's a disaster. This, I don't know quite what this lawn is like. There are some courts here this week where you probably couldn't get in front of panel. It would hill away from the hoop no matter which way you decided to play this takeoff. Don't know what this particular hoop is like though. He'll be hoping that it stays straight enough that he can run the angled hoop. But yeah, it's really in the lap of the court gods at this stage where the red's going to go. It's played a very fine takeoff. It has, look at that hill away from the hoop. Seems to do that much more than hilling in line with the hoop, doesn't it?
It's a sort of upside down saucer.
Clark's just grovelled through 2 and has a hampered shot, but she's very quickly put the mallet in the air, so I think she can hit it. Alright, let's watch this. Is he going to jump it, or is he just going to play it on the ground? Can't tell from here. And someone shouting referee for Clark has just put Fulford off. And he's quite calmly stepped back. And as before, all the championship refs are looking away when Clark needs someone to come out and help her play the shot. Right, back to Fulford.
Critical angled penalty.
Sweeping on the ground, and
That was
well,
pretty remarkable. So it's all down to that errant rush
to
penalty.
Right. There'll be quite a lot of us here this week that have found ourselves in the exact same spot, rushing a Pioneer to that horrible spot, the wrong side of the hoop, and then having it hill away on the takeoff. Yeah, not really Fulford's fault, that one. That's just the way it's been going here this week. Hey, Avery would have been working out the phrasing of his congratulations speech to Fulford.
Well, yeah, I think he was checking his bus timetable home there.
Yeah. And all of a sudden he's having to come out and play a turn. As the sun gets low, the courts will start to be slowing down now as the shadows creep across. That will make this takeoff to black a little bit easier. But it's been a long time since he's played a turn, so he won't be quite as comfortable with the speed of the court. He's at least going to partner ball, so even if he comes up short and misses it or goes off the lawn.
Yeah, he's played it nicely though.
That's beautiful length.
Blue's hoop 2, he sent red toward 3.
So he can just take off from black and play for the rush of yellow to 2. I think that's probably what he'll do. He doesn't need black in the lawn at this stage with red as a good hoop 3 pioneer.
No, and it's a bit risky if he doesn't get it right.
Yeah, if he doesn't get position at 2, he can retreat back to black and leave Fulford a long shot. Clark, with the assistance of championship referee, other Clark, has hit her hampered shot. I don't think it was that tricky, it's just something that needed to be watched. And her 4-ball break will continue. Her partner clip is for 5, so she's for break in 5 versus Deeth 1 and 1. Avery has very cunningly kept black on the lawn in that takeoff. Almost looked like he was trying to send it out, but it just stopped in time. And he's got slightly longer than you would like, but relatively straight rush to 2.
Yeah, that's a good rush.
If it stops, is it going to stop? I think it's
slightly overdone. Right, the line was great and just...
The line was great, yeah.
A bit too hard.
Yeah, there isn't a player in the event who hasn't done that at least once this week. Now, he'd like to be able to push yellow across to the other side of the hoop, but that makes the hoop approach much harder from here, so I think he'll probably just play the thin takeoff.
Yeah.
He doesn't need
want to
the
do
rush.
too clever here.
He can just tap yellow and play a big split half roll, sending it to 4 if he needs to. I know he has decided to push it across the hoop. Blue's gone further south than he would have liked here. This is now a missable hoop. In normal circumstances, I'd back him to run this every time, but there we go, no worries. Clubbed it through. These hoops generally accept balls that are clubbed at them.
So you're familiar with Sainsbury's Smart Shop? No. Waitrose Scan and Go. I scan and go. Right, so you've got an app on your phone and you scan it up. Well, in New Zealand, otherwise, something you carry around. Well, no, you can up in the store. Well, it's the same.
It's just tap yellow. It was deep enough that it could just tap it on the edge pretty confidently. And now this is a half roll, split half roll. You want to put yellow just past hoop 4, but difficult to control that from this distance. Anywhere in the vicinity of hoop 4 will be fine. And then like a little bit of a rush of red in front of 3. It's pretty good where it is, but I'd still like to rush it closer. Okay, yellow is drastically short. He put all of his focus on where blue is going there.
I've got all the proprietary goods I need, so I go to finish it by scanning the code at the end, and then at which point
it should still be fine, but I think he's now going to struggle to get black out of corner 4.
Yeah, Mark's had not a lot of lawn time recently, so if the court has slowed down, he's not had the opportunity to adjust to that as yet.
In that shot though, blue landed where he'd wanted, so I don't know if that was a matter of under-hitting it so much as just picking the wrong club for it.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it would be a good idea to go to black here.
I think with yellow so far from hoop 4,
the shot
he'll probably want to go straight to it.
Yellow just looks
that would be unpleasant,
unrealistic. So he's, and this next shot isn't great either. But what he might do if he happens to land on the rush line is rush yellow into the corner and kick it out a little bit and then rush black to the hoop. I think that would be a realistic line.
Yeah, black's a few feet out of the corner, so
he has
there's
to land
room
on
to
the
get
rush
behind
line
it.
for that first. Which
No,
I
he's
think
gone
he
past. I
has.
think he's gone past yellow.
Yeah, you're right, he has.
I think the best thing to do is chip this back towards the hoop.
Yeah, it's looking ugly now.
I don't think we have, actually, but at least you need 7:30 or something. Okay. Yeah, I'm just wanting to check it isn't strictly. No, well.
Clark's break continues under control. She's made 4. Her hoop 4 pioneer was a little bit wayward, but she was able to take off nicely behind it and rush it to the hoop, so no trouble making hoop 4. She has a good hoop 5 pioneer and a good pivot, so all under control there. a ball to fall back probably. Avery's got some dilemmas here. This is none of can't get behind black to rush it to the hoop. He doesn't have a rush of yellow to the hoop. He's dead on red. He can rush yellow in line with the hoop. He hasn't even done. And play the long straight half roll or kind of roll which he's doing. This is low probability of landing. Yeah, that's what's been happening today. These courts don't like long roll approaches to them. You've got to get close to the hoops. He does have the shot at black still, which is hit. So he's got a couple of choices here about where to place black. So yellow's a good receiver after 4 still, so he can black. Stop black off to the other side of the lawn, so in the direction of corner 2, trying to hold position at 4. Problem is red and yellow is relatively together. Even if he gets black a long way away, the chances of going in with red. He really needs hoop position here. Right, this looks alright. Oh, it's just come up short. It might still run from there. He needed to run it up to another 2-3 rolls further. Yeah. So judging from where he's standing, this is not a nice shot. He has to take it on though. There's no defensive play to be made. Fulford will finish. He's given Fulford a penalty pioneer with black, so if he fails his hoop, yeah, it's all over. Actually, it's not. Play with yellow here rather than red. Red is the winning shot, but yellow's much closer, so he's going to take the yellow for sure and set Avery an impossible shot. I think this has got penalty crosswire written all over it here.
Yeah, I mean black's already quite close to penalty. Rush.
And the rush is going away from penalty. He'll croquet to penalty, going to red, I think. Or no, actually, probably croquet going to black. Maybe, actually, I don't know. Don't know what he's going to do. He's going to. That's a good start.
4.
Yeah. That no, it would make. I was going to do the 9 tuple peel. Clark's break is still nicely under control through 6. 5 back at the end of this turn against 1 and 1. So things are looking a bit more deep. There's 3 over there, so winner will take all, go through to the final tomorrow. Fulford's going to have a 10 to think about. Lots of options.
Yeah, difficult by only snicking blue, not getting any distance on it.
Well, exactly. I mean, if you have any trouble with your mind wandering, then
I'm going to take a quick break while Fulford does this. I'll be back soon.
Yes, we'll go on to not in this.
I'm still thinking the crosswire at penalt, but Blue's much too far away from penalt now to be able to manufacture that. Maybe they'll just want black and blue a good distance apart either side of penalt. Slight problem here is that if you are leaving opponent near penalt, you typically want to be near corner 1 or 4, but those are the hoops that marks 4. So the leave is going to have to be sort of sub-ideal.
Yeah, the wrong ball there is not bigger. Yeah, fall back and peg, Dave missed the short shot after.
Yeah.
Yeah. Playing Dave's ball with a bat.
Okay.
But yeah, when you have a choice of 3, there's a good choice, an okay choice, and a horrible choice. You want to pick the horrible one. There's your advice for the day.
Yeah, thank you. Wise words, mate. Wise words.
I think black will go further west, and I'm guessing red and yellow will end up in corner 3. So this is really just about maximizing.
Because of speed. Yeah.
No one's going to turn the hill to get
Black way south.
So you managing to
Corner 2's an option now. That's where the rush is pointing.
Corner 2 with red.
It looks like it now. The rush wasn't great, but I assume he's going to roll up to corner.
Yeah. I
Corner
think
2.
the objective here is just leave Avery a choice of really long shots.
Yeah, I was saying just as you popped away that the lever's just become about maximising distances more than anything else.
Yeah, Fulford will want to be able to get a good rush to penalt, can then rush to whichever ball is most for him to make Rover or.
Stroke, as he's asked Mark to
okay, so he won't have
keep an eye on one of them.
Yeah, he's left him apart as well.
So
he won't be getting any kind of rush to penalt. Well, he'll have a kind of rush to penalt from there, but it won't be accurate. But I guess by doing that, it kind of discourages any kind of shot by Avery, doesn't it?
Yeah, if your opponent doesn't have a good rush, then shooting becomes less attractive. If your opponent's got a perfect rush, you may as well be taking a shot, but that's not the case here.
About 8 weeks.
Yeah, blue at black or black at blue gives an easy or relatively easy finish for Fulford. As does blue or black at red or yellow, really. So I don't like any of the shot options here. I suspect that's probably why he's done this leave.
Yeah.
Avery doesn't take any of the available shots. Fulford is going to have his work cut out for him to make penalt and also rover. So probably means Avery will get another shot opportunity if he doesn't take this one. Oh, yeah. Blue at black. Different game. Black's come from court 2, bit of late day plate action there. I think that's the draw final. 5 as well. Also, I think draw process, but just the draw left. 3 back, so she'll be setting a leave now. I think she was planning to do an NSL, but she's managed to run 3 back to nearly level with the peg, so might be a slight change. Probably be an OSL. What would you do, Sam, if you were Mark here?
Well, if he corners, then Rob will just give himself a better rush next turn. So
maybe. But then if he does, then you take the shot, right? So I don't think you get left with anything worse than
no.
you have now.
I think he's
But then,
shooting blue at black.
He is. I think this is not unreasonable. If he misses it, it will leave them further apart than if he shot black at blue.
Misses, so the chances for red to okay yellow, take off to blue and rush black to penalty. You need to retrieve yellow at some point then.
Or he could play a massive role, sending yellow to rover going to blue. Probably unnecessarily risky there.
Yeah, I think he's shown a fair degree of caution in the last few turns, so
yeah.
I wouldn't expect anything like that.
Well, he's hit yellow, that's a good start. Clark has has decided for an OSL. She lost control running through 3 back, so she's just done a good old OSL. 3rd best leaving croquet.
I mean, I'm sure all these operations are like 99% good, but the downside of it going well is somewhat tragic.
Take off to blue, and then rush black to penalt, I expect. Good length.
You can get blue a fair way toward rover.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
And there may be an opportunity after penalt to rush backward to yellow to get that back into the lawn for the peg out, or to rush towards the rover pioneer.
Yeah, so that's just getting old like this. How old are you anyway?
Just behind Fulford is Clark, waiting to set her her 2 balls for the OSL. I think she wants to just roll them both off the lawn. Don't think that would disturb Rob too much, but there's no reason not to wait either. Here comes the rush to penalty. Looks decent.
You know when you work on a spreadsheet,
Is it going to stop?
you want to
No.
you've got 3
Yeah.
No, it's tricky. He's the right side of the hoop. But
Yeah. But with yellow in the vicinity, you can't safely run away to anywhere. He'll be croqueting black towards blue. And yeah, so he really has to get hoop position here. He doesn't have an option of not getting position.
based on the fact that people can remember 3 little words, but I can't. So you're not doing
Yeah, lovely approach.
yeah, nicely done.
No worries.
Forward rush would be very useful here.
Or a backward rush to yellow. I think he's got both
Yeah.
options, doesn't he?
I'm finally used to that once. Just, it was his 70th birthday, I think. We were using Hampstead Croquet Club as a venue, but we were meeting in the afternoon.
He's oh dear. That's not nice at all. He certainly made sure of penalty. And he's left himself a horrible length shot at blue. At least it's not going into ball or something, but it doesn't really matter because yellow is already just out of B-ball. Deeth on the next lawn paused to watch Fulford run that hoop. And now he's taking his lift shot. So he's playing with blue, which is one of his hoop 1 balls, and he's going to be shooting at Clark's balls paired up in corner 4. Rob's taking the only reasonable shot available to him, which is at blue. The screaming children at in the park next door have put him off temporarily. Deeth has changed his mind about which shot to take. You can see him there in the background. Alright, crucial shot coming up here. And he snicked it. That is good enough. Now, do you go to yellow? I think I would go to yellow.
It's tempting in that he's then approaching black more along the rush line.
Yeah. He doesn't need to roll yellow into the middle. He could
No,
take off
I
from
think
it.
he'd still take off.
And he's coming back down the rush line. Taking off from blue to get past black is not very nice. Deeth has missed. So Clark is for 5 and 4 back. I can't see from here, but I imagine she's left the rush for a hoop 5 ball, which is red.
Yeah, it's not very...
They're both on the east boundary, are they?
They're both on the east boundary. It's not a very close join.
Okay.
And our rush is pointing due north.
That was probably in James's thinking for taking the shot that he took. Fulford's come up fair way short of this, so he has another missable roquet to play. And he's moved blue back over to Rover, so that would be his Rover receiver now.
No.
Yes, I think perhaps the effort of moving blue means there was a bit less concentration on the getting the distance on red, but he's coped.
I still have never particularly felt to be any particular age, and that's true now, except obviously the physical side. When I've had, I've been very lucky with
It's only 7:30 at the moment. Feels later than that. We've got a good 2 hours of play left, potentially. Expect Fulford to finish from here, so I don't think there's 2 hours left in this match, but
yeah,
could be a bit of life left in the other one.
We expected him to finish about 20 minutes ago.
I did.
So the takeoff here means he is approaching black straight along the rush line pretty much. So it's really about judging the pace.
He's pushing yellow a bit into the lawn here. Quite a lot into the lawn actually, but that's nicely judged.
Yeah, that's good. That means there's a bit more room behind yellow now when he ends up rushing a ball. back up there for the peg out.
He has sort of put yellow with hoop 2 in the way of the rush to peg, though.
A little bit.
Only a little bit, though. Should cope. But that is not ideal. This is now about the same approach he had to pen out. Put black nice and deep here. You can crash through to the boundary.
Black's made it to peg, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one. Well, there's one from
And he's played that pretty nicely, yeah, so I expect him to take this.
Yeah, good outcome eventually. Run through to black and then rush blue up to yellow.
And then rush yellow into the back of hoop 2. Well.
More drama.
The late evening entertainment goes on. Right, so Avery's clips are 4 and 1. Blue is for 4. Black is for 1.
So you could tap red and take off to black.
Yep. Probably the easiest way to do this. He doesn't have a lift, so he's going to have to play them from where they are. Yeah, nice little tap of red there to the north boundary.
Well, I guess he thinks he can get behind yellow.
Getting
there.
behind yellow is a sensible option. I wonder if playing with black would have been a good way to do that, because the balls are more in position to play with black. He has a kind of hoop 2 pioneer already. It's a slightly longer hit in, that's the only downside.
Well, that's the thing. At least he could be sure of that rush with blue.
Jenny's still 1 and 1.
No, she's 5 and 4 back again.
It looks like a good takeoff from Avery.
Standing over the black.
Yeah, that's the ball she's about to
Rush this to the south boundary. Stop yellow to 5, getting the rush on black to 4. Now he's come the wrong side of black, really. In fact, he's hit it.
That's a disaster.
That's really unfortunate.
It's not fatal, because he doesn't need to... he can go south of black to get the rush to 4. It's more awkward than it needed to be.
Yeah, he's got to squeeze yellow past black now.
Clark's looking to get a rush to hoop 4. She's come up badly short. Sorry, rush to hoop 5, yeah. She's come up badly short there with the big roll out of corner 1, so not sure if she'll be making hoop 5 here. Alright, let's watch this shot. Avery is pretty good at croquet strokes, and he's played that one nicely. Got something resembling a rush to 4 here.
He has a good rush. I guess the cost of the bad rush on yellow now is that he doesn't have a particularly good hoop 5 pioneer.
Left that a touch short. I wonder if that's because the lawn's slowed down a bit now, being in the shade for a while. And Clark's rush to 5 has ended up at 6, so that's not ideal. She'll be playing this with the defensive idea of running back to partner if it doesn't work. Yeah, overhit. That's end of break, I think. Or is it? It might run. He's
looking to play this as something of a jump.
The last 2 jump shots by players have worked. Let's see if he can make it.
This looks really quite angled. That's well played.
It was really quite angled, but he made it look easy.
And he's got a rush to red.
He's been playing a bit of golf lately, so I wonder
he has,
that's
quite successfully. Yeah, Mark's been selected for the GC First 8 in August at Ramsgate.
Did Jenny croquet red to there, or is she tried to yellow? Yeah. Clark has unfortunately croqueted red into the jaws of Rover while trying to approach hoop 5, so now she doesn't have the defensive option of running away to yellow. Makes things interesting. So Deet's going to have another chance here. Clark can't join up. So her ball's in the jaws of Rover and her partner is in corner 4. So more drama in that match. Avery meanwhile has played a nice rush out of hoop 4 up to the north boundary, so he can croquet this to 6, getting the rush of red down to yellow. This is starting to be something like a 4-ball break already. Yeah, nice shot. Club this to the south boundary. Even with his hat on, he's struggling to see the south boundary in the sunshine. Yeah, nice whack.
Mark's eyesight isn't brilliant. Tells me if he's shooting at a ball in the distance, it's just a kind of, a red or a blue blur.
Oh, right. He's 60 this year, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, in November. Yeah.
James has missed the long shot. It's might be a couple of more shots before someone takes croquet in that match.
And after having fiddled about with placing it sideways, he then took another look at it and went, oh, it's England. And particularly, he trivially, and that was the end of the game. And I kind of couldn't be playing well enough to go, hey, hang on a minute. The ball clearly wasn't there when you started deciding what you were going to do.
It moved.
Yeah, it clearly moved. But it'd be, say,
I think he might leave red here. Just rush yellow to black, given where he's landed.
Yeah.
And then he can rush black back down to red after 6.
Yeah, red's in quite a useful position for that. He leaves black to the east side of hoop 6 when he runs it, and rushes it south to stop it over to 2 back.
I think this would just be a ball to 4 back. What do you reckon? No peeling or peg outs or anything. I think that would all be a bit crazy.
Yeah, I think for hoop 1 with his other ball.
Yeah. 1 and peg versus Rover alone doesn't look like a winning position.
It's a bad position against anyone, let alone Rob.
Let alone full fig, yeah.
Seemed like 2 or 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden, oh, I can take croquet. Yeah. But I couldn't remember who it was. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's right.
Yeah, if you peg an opponent out whose other ball is for Rover, leaving a contact and then separating, there's always a danger they just use the contact turn to get in front of Rover. You're left with a long shot, and then if you miss it, they're through.
I tried to do exactly that in my game earlier. Not at Rover, at a different hoop, but the lawns at that stage of the day were so quick, even with the takeoff and the continuation shot, I still couldn't get my ball in front of its hoop.
Obviously Rover's reasonably close to bulk.
We didn't see how it happened, but Clark's got a break almost back under control already. I imagine she hit in from end of A balk to corner 4. So she now has a rush to 5 from near hoop 6 to get her 3-ball break back, and then she can get the 4th ball sometime after that. And it's Avery's done what I thought and rushed down to red after hoop 6. He's left an unnecessarily long rush here for red. I don't think he'll be too happy with that croquet. He's pointing in the right direction though.
Yeah, we did, yeah. With a pumping
Snicked it.
Yeah, clips red, so
Gives him a better angle to get to yellow now.
Well, he may take off, but I mean, ideally, he would have rushed that to the north bound.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Given the length Rush left himself, I'd probably be happy with just hitting that.
Well, yeah, you've got party
It's just
you still fundamentally, they're very similar. They're both, lying is just not going to
Ooh, Clark's run hoop 5 to the peg, and her 2 options are at hoop 5 and hoop 6, so she's not too happy with that, I'm sure. So close to the peg, she's had to take the peg extension off it.
And you would think that you would think that Forrest Johnson would be an anathema to him, given that you know he's a self-public liar.
Taking the long roquet at the ball at hoop 5, and she hits it on the nose. Good shot. Rushes it to the south boundary, so big roll shot coming to her pioneer at 6. Avery's approached one back into the jaws. Nicely done.
Yeah, he
rushed the pioneer into the jaws, didn't he?
Well, yeah, he played it as a sort of Irish appeal. He was that close.
That's fine. So yellow will go to 3 back.
Right, I think, what I think...
The red ball is the one he wants at the peg, so that's already nicely at the peg.
Just didn't consider. I think, well, okay, it's a bit difficult. I mean, whether she was kind of doing what she did with Malice and going forward. No, I'm not sure. I don't think so either.
Just run into red, but that's okay. He was probably going to be taking off from it anyway.
They had to change the name of their budget to a mini budget to make sure they didn't get scrutinised, because they knew that the OBR or whoever it is would just say that's bollocks, you can't do that. So that's...
I'd be tempted to take off from the other side of red here, push it a bit closer to the peg. Wow.
He wants it one away.
Okay, he's not intending to do a diagonal spread, is what that says to me. Maybe OSL. Sorry, not OSL, NSL.
Well, I don't think we haven't sunk as far as low.
You could.
The tourists haven't sunk as low as the Republic.
I don't know if there's any merit in the NSL over anything else. I guess you could possibly leave the ball on hoop 4 that rushes to 1 but not to Rover. It's such a tiny spot for that, though. I'm not sure he'd be thinking that.
I think that would be very difficult.
I think at this stage all you do is just do the leave that gives you the best chance of a break if he misses.
Yeah.
If he hits, he's probably finishing. I'd be thinking attacker here. Just give myself the best chance of the finish on the next turn. It looks like an all the balls around 3 back NSL to me, yeah.
Yes. Could be. Yeah, I haven't got the such a great
As Avery prepares for this NSL, Clark's three ball break is about to become a 4-ball break, and she's for 1 back, so everything nice in control. Her partner clip, remember, is for 4 back, so this will be a break to peg. So we leave 4 back and peg, and James will then have a last chance shot to hit. That's still about probably 10-15 minutes away, so she's got time to go and make a cup of tea before that happens. But in the meantime, let's watch Avery making his NSL.
Could still leave the ball at hoop 4 at this point.
Okay, is there one colour you'd prefer to have on hoop 4? Fulford wants to play with red.
Yeah, so I assume he'll perhaps want to leave yellow there.
So yeah, you're more likely to want to leave yellow on the hoop, aren't you? It's put red and yellow almost in contact there, which could make things interesting. And I see through the hoop. You can probably play almost full ball into yellow and bounce it off red.
Yeah, I think you can tap yellow here and leave in reasonable position.
Just nicked yellow first there. He wants to leave a rush of red to the east boundary here, so he's got space to whack it off to the other side of the lawn. This is really tricky on these courts to get this yellow to sit right. He's just nudged it, and that's really good, I think. Looks really good from here. Our monitor has run out of battery, so we've no idea what you're looking at now, but from sitting here it looks good. So he'll rush red to east boundary, give himself some space to send it across. Doesn't want to send it too far north. It'd be quite handy if it was closer to 1 as a hoop 1 pioneer.
So red will be sent off in the vicinity of hoop 2, and then black needs to be rushed to a spot on the east boundary where it's yellow has no shot at it. Semi-finals now, the only game still going on at the club. No, am I mistaken? There's a, I think a game
right,
still on
right,
Lord
no,
2. Are they? They're finished?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they just left all the balls on the lawn, but it's actually done.
Yeah, Avery's underdone blue a little bit, so he's got to cut black towards its final position.
Yeah. Yellow's good enough, but I think there's a huge area.
I think there's a large spot to make black and blue unhittable for yellow.
Leave a rush to red. Although he did this, I think yesterday when I was watching, so red was in a similar position, and he left the rush pointing at hoop 1. It's always better if you can rush partner to hoop 1 because it allows you to get the fallback peel more easily. But
yeah, and I mean, red's not. If red were much tighter to the boundary, you probably have to leave the rush to it. But as it is, it can just be function as your hoop 2 pioneer.
It could do, yeah. Right, Clark's made one back. As I said, this will be a break to peg, so plenty of hoops left to make, but everything seems under control at this stage. 3-back pioneer's a little bit wayward, but I'm sure she'll cope.
Well, she could put another ball there.
Yeah, she might be able to do that now. So that'll leave Clark 4-back and peg versus 1 and 1. So Deeth will have one more shot left in that game. Here we've got
Yes, I think Avery has left the rush more at hoop 1.
He has, yeah. That's what he did yesterday. That's where he likes to play him. Fulford won't be as worried as he might have been if we were playing on easier lawns. This is, even if he misses this shot, there's no certainty, and in fact it's far from a certainty that Avery would finish on the next turn. He'd certainly want to try it because he doesn't want to give Fulford any more shots than he has to. But yeah, we haven't seen many triples completed today. 0, I think, is the number completed. Samir Patel came really close to completing one on court 1 earlier when I was watching. He did 2.5 peels, had Rover jaws before 3-back, and then misapproached penalt for no reason. In fact, he actually hit the approach really well, and then the lawn robbed him of it. It looked like it was going to stop, and then it turned 90 degrees and left him an impossible hoop. It's the best that anyone's done so far, I think.
Well, this is interesting. Mark's choice of leaving the yellow at hoop 4 has led Rob to lift that, and that's his peg ball, so it's not a finishing turn if he does hit.
Yeah, with the rush pointing at 1, this doesn't even necessarily lead to a delayed triple if Mark's prepared to take on one big roll shot.
Yeah.
And he will do that as long as he has a good hoop 3 pioneer. I predict.
Right. Yeah.
He shoots and
that looks good.
Absolutely
yeah,
nails it.
Centre balls it.
Well, nothing much Avery could have done about that. I think he played pretty much the best turn he could have played there.
Yeah.
It was completely fine leave. Nothing at all wrong with it. I suspect he asked him if he had his time over, he would do exactly what he did. So
he did,
yeah,
and he's
can't help but your opponent hitting.
He's led Rob to shoot with his peg ball.
Yeah. So he'll get another shot, but I think he would have probably rather Rob missed that. I'll go out on a limb and suggest that.
Bloody difficult these days. Personally. And you know,
I don't have any personally all this case. Whoever did it during case they have a tough decision.
Yeah.
I don't agree with personally.
That was still,
You coming back tomorrow, Sam?
Maybe just first thing. I'll
Okay.
probably head home at some point in the morning.
You're not inclined to participate in the main event Z knockout?
No, I did win it in 2016, I think.
Very good. Yeah, it's quite the prestige.
Absolutely. It's about the size of.
Yeah. About 5 trophies available tomorrow. The main event, the plate, the main event runner-up is quite a impressive looking trophy in itself. And
I
then
think there's a peeling
there's a peeling trophy, which is a tiny trophy, but still, it's probably going to have one of the lowest scores of any peeling trophy in a long time. And then you've got the Z as well, so it makes 5 trophies for tomorrow.
Plus the doubles.
And then the doubles has got 4 trophies, I think. You get 2 for the winners and 2 for the runners-up, I think.
Right.
If I remember rightly.
I'm not sure. Is there anything for the winners of the plate double?
Oh yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of. 2 for the winners of the main event, 2 for the winners of the plate. I think that's it.
That's one I've won as well, but I can't remember what the trophy is like.
I recall you beating me and Mark Ormerod in the final.
Oh, that's right, yeah, Hurlingham.
Yeah. You and Jack Wicks.
That's right. So another lead that's largely about distances.
And possibly a cross-wiring.
Yeah, Black's in a position where there's a fairly large target area near hoop 3 for blue.
Yeah, that's in that large area.
Yeah, well they're definitely cross-wired by 2 hoops, doubling up.
Clark's break continues on court 4. She's through 3 back now. No 4 back pioneer though.
You are? Oh, so you want to go? So am I. Right. Right. You've got to. Well, you can't.
Where are you going?
Sorrento. Welcome to come. Everybody is.
Well, yeah, Annabelle's seen people going to
You've
Sorrento
got your
before
car,
what
haven't
problem.
you? Are you going to drive there? Yeah. Well, okay. I'm going to go now. So I'll see you. I will be. West London, so yeah, we'll fix it. Yeah.
Well, he was on the wrong side as well. Oh, I'm just going to watch this.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
It's going to leave a rush to Rover/Black here, I think. The shortest shot available to Avery will be blue at red and yellow. The only other shot available will be black at red and yellow.
Yeah,
that's
which
going to
is
be
very
a
long,
longer
so-
shot and probably a single ball target.
So Mark will hand up. Assuming he takes option, that's his 4-back ball.
Yeah, that's a good point. He might just shoot with black anyway, thinking that it's going to be his last shot. He may as well take his last shot with his ball that he can win the game with if he hits.
Yeah, it's a very long shot then.
It's a very long shot, and it will be at a single ball target. Probably.
I think I'll still go. I'll go 17 points.
As he walked past us out into the lawn to take the shot, he gave me a look as if to say, I'm definitely going to hit this. Clark's having to rush to fall back from quite close to the peg, which I'm pretty sure is not quite what she had in mind earlier in the break, but should be okay. She's got a nice tight rush to it.
Yeah. I'm kind of wondering, what have I done with my life? Why am I here? Well, you know, solving big AI challenges and planning.
So he is taking the shorter shot on the lawn. No problem with that. And she's looking at it, and he hits it. Great shot.
This game doesn't want to finish.
I interpreted that look correctly as he came past us. So he's rushed yellow into the corner. Don't know if that gives him a corner cannon. But now he's got a chance to set a quite strong leave and wait for Fulford to miss before he then attempts a finishing turn with black. That would be exciting. Clark has approached fallback very well, short and straight, so break to peg continues to leave fallback and peg versus 1 and 1. And then we just need James to hit in and extend the game for a couple more hours.
Yeah, the chances of a best of 5 final tomorrow are diminishing a little.
Was there a plan for best of 5 if both these matches finished
today?
today?
If the final could start first thing tomorrow, then that's certainly possible.
I think, what's the time limit for the 5 games?
I'm not sure, I'd have to check that.
It's 10 and a half or something.
And in such difficult conditions, you might argue that 5 relatively short games doesn't make a lot of sense. You really don't want games going to time in a final, and with the difficult lawn conditions, they'll be playing on lawn 2, the fastest lawn here tomorrow.
That's true, yeah.
You don't end up with a game with a 2-hour limit or something at the end of the day.
Yeah, I heard Chris in commentary earlier saying something to the effect of, if you think these lawns are fast and tricky, wait till you see tomorrow. I haven't had a chance to play on court 2 for a couple of days, but I have been watching it, and
it's certainly the quickest
fun,
lawn I've played on. I haven't played on 1, which I think is quite fast, but I think
that's borderline. Oh, he had a cannon. Okay. So Avery's been able to cannon. Yeah. Red to fall back. Rotate red, yeah. Wanted to put red at 1. Oh no, he's going to make fallback. That's actually quite sensible. Because finishing with a TP is always going to be pretty unlikely, even with the lawn. It's all in shade. But finishing with a double peel now, that is a more realistic option.
Yeah, or maybe even a single peel.
Maybe,
You
yeah.
can get a rush across to yellow. It looks like it.
Got it, yeah.
Oh no, rush down to black. No, he has just seen Rob sent a ball a lift shot, so brave choice, understandable.
Yeah, what are the odds he's going to hit 2 in a row?
No, you're a maths teacher. You know the odds.
I think there's an article involving my research of something similar to that published on Ian Plummer's website. It's about the probability of winning best of 3s versus best of 5s.
Right, yeah.
Given a theoretical fixed probability of winning each game being the same, which is obviously not a very realistic modelling assumption. That would be part C of the A-level exam question. Criticise this set of modelling assumptions or something.
Well, it looks like the intention is to go to the peg here.
Or yellow.
Well, I mean, take the break to the peg.
Oh, okay. It does look that way, given that he's put a rover pioneer there. I mean, no reason why not.
Yeah.
If he's, Fulford's not going to be interested in doing any
exactly.
peels when he hits in, so yeah.
No, so Mark may as well just leave himself the easiest possible break if Rob misses.
Yeah. Do you think he doesn't look like he's going to stop at rover because he's put a rover pioneer there, but if he does go to peg, Fulford could hit him with yellow and possibly peg blue out. It's the only weakness I can think of for going to peg here.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think he's got to bet on Fulford missing the lift shot.
Yeah.
He can't expect to hit another last chance full width of the long glory shot again like he's just done. Hey, Clark's approaching rover now. She's had a few interesting moments in that break, but nothing that looked like it was likely to be fatal, just difficulties in controlling the positions of the balls and the conditions as the hurricane starts to come through. So she'll run rover here, and then blue, James's blue is sitting by the peg, so it looks like she'll be trying for a diagonal spread. No half vertical spreads going on in the Clark leave. Nice approach by Avery. So yeah, definitely going to peg. And then what leaves are you going to do? Maybe a spread.
Could be.
Doesn't really matter. Whatever leave he does, he needs Fulford to miss. So he just needs to make sure it's good enough that Fulford takes a long lift shot.
But anyway, you're saying that because you won. If you get a few more experience, you're not necessarily lower handicap.
Yeah, so yellow's gone out. There is the wide ball. This could well just be an OSL, I think. Getting a diagonal spread will require rushing red to the peg after rover, which is possible, but it's not at all easy.
It is tricky.
Clark, meanwhile, is getting something that looks very much like a diagonal spread going over there. Looking like a very competent leave.
Yeah, fairly horizontal.
Yeah, slightly flat, but that's okay. It will slightly decrease the length of the lift shot if Deeth chooses to take it from corner 3. She slightly overhit that, and I think black and blue might
I
be
think
open on
she's
each other
opened
now.
them up.
Yeah. She wanted a slightly finer takeoff. So black's gone to the peg here, so that that does indicate he's going to try to get the
Yeah,
T-spread.
I think there's nothing to be
no
lost
reason
by
not
trying to
try.
get the
Good position of red there. He
diagonal
just
spread.
has to pop that next to the hoop, and once it level with the hoop, not past the hoop, or not very far past the hoop. Anyway, the deeper he puts it, that's good there. Yeah, so he'll be able to get past red here in the hoop run. There we go, and he has left a nice rush to the peg here, so he just needs to get the line and length right. He's got the length right, not the line, so that's going to be really tricky now to put on the peg.
Yeah, and I think ideally black would be a little further east here. It could just slightly complicates this croquet stroke to have black
If he's
so
going to
close.
try and get it on the peg, don't worry about getting the rush of black. You just settle for tapping black and rolling them off the boundary or towards the boundary, don't you? Ooh. I don't think you want to put red there, do you? I think you can try to put it the peg. If he doesn't get peg position, it leaves a slightly shorter shot of red at yellow or yellow at red, but I can't foresee Rob taking
and
either of those.
yellow's pretty deep,
Yeah.
so even if red's open in the middle of the lawn, I don't think it's an attractive shot.
Yeah, blue and black will be in the background of that shot. So he'll still choose to take the lift even if they are open. Yeah, so Clark's walking off the lawn. Deeth's run away to prepare himself for the lift shot. Looks like we're going to have two simultaneous lift shots going on here in the two semis. Avery's got two more shots to finish his leave. We get two diagonal spreads as well. Colours are the opposite way around though on each line. And the clips are different. So in this game we've got a 1 and peg versus rover and peg. So both players one turn from finishing. And it'd be all down to whether Fulford hits the next shot or not. And in the other game we've got 1 and 1 versus 4 back and peg. So Clark isn't facing a shot that if Deeth hits it she loses. Or vice versa, James isn't winning if he hits it. So actually that's the same way around. But Clark can finish if Deeth misses. So it is a crucial shot, and Deeth must hit it if he's going to save the game. And probably similarly here, if Fulford misses this, he can expect to lose the game, but he won't be losing the match, which is the difference between this one and the one that Deeth's about to take.
So a good turn from Avery from the hit-in onwards.
He's had to leave blue and black a fair way south because I think Fulford would have a backswing with red if he wanted to shoot that directly at blue and black. So he's probably taken care to make sure that red is a single ball target, blue and black. So both players are simultaneously walking on the lawn to the wide ball and looking at their options. Fulford wants to play with yellow. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm not sure if that's a better... I don't think he's forced into playing with yellow here. But I think he'll probably be looking at the peg out if he hits with yellow, which is the thing I suggested before.
Yeah, exactly.
Deeth's looking at the peg ball. I think he's got a shot with the peg ball. He's approaching it like he has a shot. Here we go. He's taking it. Yeah, it looks like he might have more than a single ball. Oh no, he stepped back. You having another think about this? Okay. Yeah, he was just. I think he was just testing to see whether he had a swing rather than actually preparing to take it.
Perhaps he's being considerate and making sure we don't have to commentate on simultaneous lift shots.
So I think there's probably a camera angle where we can see both at the same time here. I hope there is. Alright, so Deeth decided to lift black and take the long lift shot from corner 3. Fulford's going to take the short shot, which is the obvious choice of shot. And he'll shoot at black with the intention of pegging out blue if he hits it. He likes the look of it. No, he's missed it. Alright. The excitement continues.
Avery needs a 12-hoop break to equalise.
12-hoop break. So the bronze award? 12-hoop break? I failed to earn my bronze award when I had the chance earlier today. Alright, here we go. Deeth taking... He's decided to take not the long lift down to corner 4, but he's actually shooting at the peg ball. It might be a case that there's a slight double of ball and peg. He might be able to flick the peg and hit blue. Let's watch this. He's lining it up. One more cast, and here we go. Smooth swing. It wasn't very straight though. Yeah, it looked like he just kind of swung across the line a little bit.
Yeah, I think we missed that on the other side of the peg, didn't we?
Possibly. I couldn't really tell from here. But we'll expect Clark to finish from 4 back and peg now. That was almost certainly James's last shot of the match. Avery just has to play a couple of accurate croquet. Well, one accurate croquet and one accurate rush here to get a pioneer at 2 and rush the pioneer to 1, and then all he has to do is a 4-ball break to peg. Something he's done a few times before in his life. Not many though, he's probably not used to doing a 12-hoop break. Almost always, well, he does 12-hoop breaks, but usually he does at least 3 peels along the way. It's a little bit short, it's okay. Close enough to play the backwards takeoff.
Yeah, I mean, certainly would have liked another 2 yards on that.
Yeah. But I think if he said, "I'll give you that takeoff for the game" earlier on, he would have bitten your hand off for it. Yeah, good length.
That's nice. Very, very easy to overhit those shots.
Yeah, especially earlier today. Yeah. As we keep saying, it's calmed down a bit.
Oh!
Oh.
My word. Well, didn't go at that with a great deal of conviction.
Yeah. He never spends very long thinking about his shots.
No, and I think that's a strength
which is
of the
fine,
game.
yeah, nothing wrong with it. But,
he's a very natural player.
Yeah, but you'd give him 10 more shots at that and he'd make all 10. Okay, red can see black, so I am expecting a finish of some sort now. Speaking of finish, Clark is doing the same thing, so we might see both games finishing almost simultaneously here. Fulford's got a lot of distance to travel with Striker's ball here. He'll probably go to blue first.
Yeah, he's certainly looking at it.
Clark's approaching 4 back from directly in front. Yep. Yeah. Directly in front, receiver ball is deep, so she'll run 4 back to the boundary. Penalt Pioneer is waiting next to Penalt. And she has failed 4 back as well. Oh my goodness. Well, just as we thought. Both games were over.
Yes, I think we should stop predicting the ends of games here.
Alright. So what do you think? Will Fulford finish on this?
To say so.
He's taken off to blue, and I'm predicting he's going to try to rush blue to yellow.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's good.
That's
Real
a very good
job
shot.
of that.
So Rush is actually pointing at Rover, but I think he'll probably try and take it to yellow. As long as the lawns haven't slowed down so much that he can't hit it far enough. Which
I don't think that'll be an issue.
probably won't be a problem. It does a fair bit of cut on this, and as we have said multiple times, the Fletcher balls don't rush as far as the Dawsons, so you will need to give it a good whack. So Deeth's hit in. He was given a very short opportunity to hit in, which he's taken. Yeah, nice rush of blue to yellow. And the ball he missed shooting at the peg is now sitting on the south boundary directly in front of one, so he's been able to rush red to that ball, and he should have a 4-ball break now. Now with Clark for 4 back, he could consider going to peg and pegging out Clark's forward ball, leaving 4 back versus 1 and peg. It's an option. So Fulford's going to be making a rover off partner, which is the least preferred of the available options, because it can be sometimes tricky to then organise the rush to peg. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe he's going to try and stop blue far enough across that it can be his deep receiver. Can you get the distance? Not really. Yeah, don't think. Well, yeah.
I don't think I'd want to risk
I'd
taking
want to
on
be
that.
shooting
after
at
all.
that. Yeah.
Over hits the rush.
Yeah, it's not. That's
sweaty.
gone a fair bit further. Yeah, this is a potential problem. He's quite good at approaching hoops, so I'd still back him to get this, but you just never know.
Also makes the return rush harder to set up,
Yeah,
as he's not
definitely.
just approaching this from a foot away.
Oh, that's badly short. I don't even know if that runs, does it?
I don't think so. Don't think
Judging
so.
from what he's
Well,
looking at, that's a shocker.
I was right to decline predicting the end of the game.
It seems that none of the 4 players involved in the semi-finals want to win their matches. All 4 of them are doing their best to throw it away. Maybe this is jumpable? The quadways are really accepting of jump shots. But, with blue so close. Blue's not the ball Avery wants to play with though. So maybe Fulford might be willing to take it on, given that, knowing that blue will shoot and not black.
Yeah, I
So
guess
he
the
will
worst
go
case
in
would be
short.
bouncing off in the direction of black, but there's quite a long way to travel.
It's not, yeah, if it's going to bounce off anywhere, it would be towards the east boundary. Deeth has made hoop 1 with all the balls in the lawn, so he looks like he's got a 4-ball break now. Remains to be seen how far he takes it. He went to penalt the last time he had a 4-ball break.
Well, I think Rob, just for a moment, adopted the jumping grip there.
Yeah, he's certainly considering it.
It's one of those where there's just nothing better, however hard the shot appears.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those already, haven't we? Avery is sitting behind us, and I'm sure he's thinking that he'd prefer Rob didn't take on the jump shot.
Corner 3. Just
Oh, he's
outside.
missed the corner.
Well, that might be intentional.
I'm sure it was, but I don't think there's a whole lot to be gained from missing the corner compared with being in the corner. Yeah. Avery's just
I know
looking-
some players don't like to be in a corner because it reduces the chance of opponent gaining a cannon.
Yeah. Don't think Avery will be thinking about a corner 3 cannon anytime soon. Well, he's nailed the hit in. And It's tricky to know what to do with this leave because he can't really get to red to get it in the lawn.
Well, he could try and rush black toward corner 3.
Yeah.
And then send
Yeah,
red
he
out
could
towards 2.
Put yellow to 1,
Yeah.
rush black towards corner 3, and then stop red out to hoop 2. Yeah, that's a good idea. I approve of that idea. Deeth's break continues, under control, approaching hoop 3. How far do you think James is going to take this break with opponent for 4 back and peg? Or how far do you think he's intending to take it?
1 back.
You think 1 back? That'd be cool.
Not with the view to a sextuple, but perhaps with a view to 1 or 2 peels and pegging off with a second ball.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd like to see that. Yeah.
Avery looking to rush
things.
near corner 3 has rushed into hoop 6.
He can still roll to corner 3, so
Lovely roll,
it'd be
which
fine.
is
should be fine. From that distance, I'd expect him to get easily within hitting range of red, but it's not what he would have wanted.
No, and it could have been worse. He could have been stuck over on this side of the hoop. As it is, he's still got a clear path through to corner 3.
Yeah,
at least I think he has.
Yeah, might be slightly awkward. That's okay. How many viewers do you think we have, Sam?
Thousands, surely.
Thousands?
Yeah.
Well,
such is the drama. Word will have spread.
Word should have spread. This is the most amount of drama I've seen in a pair of open semi-finals since I've been playing. Finishing turns being put down right, left and centre. Yeah, if you're enjoying this, wait till the final tomorrow. Who knows what we might get. Probably not this exciting. Very often in Grand Slam tennis tournaments, it's the semi-finals that tend to be the real exciting ones, often the 5-setters and so on.
Yeah, there seems to be almost more pressure on getting to the final, doesn't it?
Speaking of which, do you know who's in the Wimbledon final tomorrow?
I'm afraid not. I've been following this in the test match, and that's been the limit of my.
It's maxed out your sporting
bandwidth.
Fair enough. Yeah, I saw Sinner and Djokovic were playing yesterday, but I didn't end up looking up the result. I ended up watching the New York Mets versus the Phillies last night.
Oh, right.
That's more my kind of sport, my kind of bat and ball sport. I didn't see the end of it though because I had to go to bed in order to get here in time for tomorrow. So Avery would like to leave the rush for black, but it's a little bit in lawn. But he has to leave the rush for black. It's close enough to the boundary that Fulford will be worried about shooting at blue and black and Avery turning around and hitting red.
Oh, certainly he would, and he can get red a long way into the lawn.
Yeah, exactly. He could almost stop red back across to 2 actually from there, which will allow him to have
rush down to corner
blue.
1.
Oh no, blue's for peg, so that doesn't matter. I was thinking blue is still for 4 back. No, blue's for peg, so that's fine. He had a good think about whether to take the shorter shot with red. Most people would play with yellow because that's the hoop it's next to the hoop with the clip on it that Mark wants to play with. But it's a very, very long shot. So, and I think it could safely shoot at black and have it far enough away that Avery wouldn't want to turn around and hit it in the corner.
Do you not think?
It's hard to tell from here. It's really hard to tell from here. It definitely looked different when I get up there.
It's only about 4 yards.
Yeah, maybe. He doesn't need to turn around and hit it in the corner anyway. He just needs to get a good rush to red and then a good rush to one. So whichever shot Fulford takes here, if he misses, he's giving away a break. Such is the quality of the leave. And again, he's shooting with yellow. Yeah, I think he's taken every shot with yellow so far, hasn't he? Apart from when Avery failed one, and it's a real short shot. I think again, if he hits, he will look to peg out blue. And yellow, in fact, he would have two off.
I'm sure he'd have two off.
There's a lone seagull drifts across his line. Some kind of gull, anyway.
Was it black-headed gull?
Yeah. Is that a thing?
It is.
That one was a black-headed gull,
Yeah.
definitely. Whether that's the name of the species, I couldn't say. I'll trust you on that one. Right, he's watching it and missed it.
Missed narrowly to the right.
All right.
So it's about the 5th consecutive turn on which the game looks though it draws to a conclusion.
Yeah.
Very near to one.
I was about to say second chance for Avery to finish with black.
Yep.
I remember that right? Yeah.
Yes, he failed one, didn't he? Rob failed to capitalise.
Now, would you rush blue across to yellow here, or would you tap and take off?
I think I'd rush it. I think you've got maximum control then.
Yeah.
If you're playing an ex-croquet stroke from corner 2 or
that's exactly what he's doing. Didn't quite rush it all the way to yellow, but certainly makes getting close to yellow easier from there. Deeth is making more than 4 back, so he's just put a 4 back pioneer out. So he's going past 4 back. That makes me think that he's going to go to peg and peg out red.
I think so.
Leaving 1 and peg versus 4 back alone.
At 8:30, what do you think?
Dusk tonight.
Do you know what time that is?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's about 40 minutes after sunset. Yes, I had reason to look this up before the tournament started. And so yeah, I know it's
Is it 10 o'clock at the start of the tournament?
10 o'clock at the end of the tournament. I looked up for the end. Yeah, it's not exactly 10. It's like 10:01 or something, but good as 10 o'clock. Lovely little takeoff there to red. Couldn't ask for a better position for a rush to 1. Let's see if he gets the length right this time. He certainly hasn't underhit it. When's it going to stop?
Well, it's a bit long, but it's straight.
I don't like it. It's okay though. I'd rather be approaching from there than the backwards takeoff we had before.
Yeah, or 4 feet from the side.
Yeah, although he played the backwards takeoff really well before there. But I still expect him to get this. Yeah, beautiful approach.
That's nice.
Concentrate and safely through this time.
No problem this time.
Yeah, he's gone past red. That's going to annoy him. He would have wanted the rush up.
It is
to
rather
corner
with
2.
yellow not yet in lawn. That's makes life a little harder. He may just take off to yellow.
You can just
here.
go to blue actually, and then run the hoop to yellow.
Yeah. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Roger. Alright, so I think Avery will get this break under control pretty quickly within a couple of shots. So the interest now is in the other semi. So James has made 4 back. Yeah, that's a bad shot by Avery there. He didn't want to go past blue. Deeth has made 4 back. He's croqueted yellow to sort of a rover pioneer. He won't be very happy with how short it's come up, but it's fine. He'll make rover off that. And he's going to now send red to the peg. So this has got peg out written all over it. I think his thinking must have been that his chances of winning a 3-ball ending were better than his chances of completing a TP. He wouldn't have wanted to risk stopping at penalt like he did in the previous game. Great hoop there from Avery. He wouldn't have wanted to risk stopping at penalt and giving contact with 4 balls on the lawn with only 3 hoops left to make for Clark. But giving contact with 3 balls on the lawn, 2 of which are his, is a much more promising prospect for him. So that's what he's going to do. He's playing quite quickly, so he's obviously feeling comfortable now with the speed of the lawn. And Clark, who's been off the lawn now for quite a while, will have to remember that it's slowed down a bit. She may well underhit the first couple of shots that she plays while getting used to the speed of the lawn since she was last there. The options for leaves for the 1 and peg versus 4 back are corner 1 and corner 2, or corner 1 and corner 4. And it looks like, given where James has put the black ball as his escape ball, the one he's going to rush off into a corner, that he's going to look at corners 1 and 4. And probably what will happen is Clark will just roll up. There he is, safely through rover. So Clark will probably just roll up to 4 back off the ball in corner 4 and leave the corner 1 ball alone. But who knows? We'll see pretty soon. Avery's got this break almost under control now. His hoop 4 pioneer is the wrong side of hoop 4, but the other 2 balls are well in the lawn, so he should have no trouble getting down behind that yellow. Okay, so here comes the peg out for James. Yellow, of course, will have contact, so it doesn't matter where he leaves that. Red's now off the lawn, and he's left a rush roughly pointing at max distance east boundary, but he's going to be able to cut this to corner. Oh, he's not been able to cut it to corner 4. He's cut it to level with hoop 4 off the east boundary, or just south of there, which is okay. But the problem with not getting it on the south boundary is it allows Clark to potentially get behind it for a rush to 4 back. So what he's doing now is croqueting it closer to the corner, which is eminently sensible. He's going to get it as close to the corner as he can without sending it off. He watched that for a long time, but I think it's okay. Yeah. If he'd sent that off the lawn, that would have been fatal. And now he's going to hit his ball off the corner 1. Which he has done successfully. It's always a bit dicey hitting into a corner from the opposite side. And it's a big target, but it is also missable. But he didn't miss it. So he's gone corners 1 and 4. And 1 and peg plays 4 back. So exciting times. Clark will have a contact. And I guess she was going to just ignore the corner 1 ball and just roll up directly from the corner 4 ball. Even that's a pretty big roll. These lawns are quick, but they still require a fair bit of oomph to roll the full length of the lawn. Earlier in the week, this shot wouldn't have even been possible. The lawns were desperately slow, but after 4 or 5 consecutive days of sunshine, they've sped up delightfully.
Meanwhile, Avery.
He's starting to feel more comfortable with the speed of the balls in play now. It's just a battle between his brain and the lawn now to get the break around. A matter of concentrating.
Yeah, I find in a situation like this, I'm almost counting the hoops down one by one as I make my way through.
Clark didn't even bother with the big roll. She's just taken off and she's going to try and take position at the hoop. In which case, it wasn't a very good takeoff. She's gone quite side onto the hoop and a fair way away. And she's lagging into position. I think she's got good position in front of the hoop there. James is not even going to bother walking up to check. He's just going to pair up in corner one. There he goes. So and Clark's going to take her 4 back. For those of you new to the game, she doesn't give away a lift for running 4 back now because Deeth has pegged out one of her balls. If you peg out a ball, then you give away all the advanced lifts for the rest of the game.
Would you take the shot? The ball's in corner 1 here?
Absolutely not. That seems like madness. That would give away a certain break.
I guess with James's stop shot, that's a bigger risk than normal.
Yeah, well, he's got a backwards rush, so his hoop 1 ball is north of the corner, so a shot into the corner would give away a cannon.
Okay,
so
I hadn't
she
registered
can't,
that.
she can't realistically take that. There's no need at this stage. She's going to get shooting opportunities. Deeth is really good at 3-ball endings. He's great at getting wide rushes and doing little 2-ball breaks for a couple of hoops or whatever it needs. So, yeah, I think that game has a fair bit of life left in it yet. Surprised that Clark's taken on that option. I think she's looking to leave a long penalty attempt if something goes wrong with the maybe the roll up to hoop 1, possibly.
Well, I can't imagine James will roll up to hoop 1. I think
he certainly wouldn't have tried
probably
that.
Just get a wide rush.
Yeah, exactly. In which case, taking on penalty from there would seem like madness because bouncing off the hoop would leave an easy 3-ball break and therefore a certain finish. Yeah. And we've seen today all about certain finishes, of which Mark is currently doing one. And it's all looking very good at this stage. He's done a bit of a pivot swap after 5, and that's all going well. Okay, Deeth has decided to play with his peg ball and rush his hoop 1 ball into corner 2. Not quite sure what he's playing at there. Pretty sure he'd rather be near a hoop 1, but no doubt will become obvious in a sec. I don't think he'd be worried about Clark taking on the long penalty there.
I'd be delighted if she did take
it. As would I.
Meanwhile, Avery is halfway there.
Halfway, yeah.
He's had his bag packed more than once.
Yeah, the old stopping biscuit packing the bag works sometimes, doesn't it? Worked for him on this occasion. Do you think they won't start game 3 tonight if he wins this, will they? At 8:30 already.
Seems unlikely. I imagine the manager might like them to at least start it.
Yeah. An hour and a quarter of usable daylight left. It's not really enough to finish the game, but he might prefer if they start it tonight. Always seems a bit unfair to me in these kind of conditions to start a game when the lawns are slow and quite easy like this, relatively easy, and then have to finish it when there's quite different conditions with the sun on it tomorrow. But
that's true. I mean, they'll get a warm-up in the morning.
Yeah. It depends on what the situation is that the game's left in. So yeah, you might fancy trying to dig out a 3-ball break and run it around in these conditions, but doing the same in tricky conditions might be quite tough. But anyway, we don't even know if This third game will be put on tonight. So Deeth has done a bit of a rearrangement of the balls on the lawn. He's taken yellow from the middle of the north boundary and plugged it into corner 4, and he's left his balls with now rush for his hoop 1 ball in corner 2. So Clark has the longest possible shot on the lawn, and it looks like she's not considering it. Looks like she's going back to where she was in the middle of the north boundary, trying to threaten to run penalt from the north boundary. I think this time Deeth will take his rush to hoop 1 and try and make hoop 1.
Avery remains in full control. 7 of the 12 necessary hoops down.
You can count the number left on one hand now. I was wrong. Deeth didn't have a rush to hoop 1, so he's going to do the same thing he did before, I think. Send Clark's ball down to corner 4. Clark's coming on the lawn. What's going on here? Oh no, she's just sending Deeth's ball back to him to save him the walk. Very kind.
Not sure I'd do that.
Yeah, he's had enough rest in this game watching Clark go around. He should have plenty of energy left.
I was generous enough to point out to my last 16 opponent, Nick Parrish, that he was about to play a wrong ball third turn.
Oh, right. Yeah, I tend to do that if it's the opening as well.
Yeah,
So.
I think it's silly to take advantage of that, but
Yeah.
I would have been within my rights to just let him carry on and make the mistake
Yeah.
and put a ball in bulk. But
Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't do it in the middle of a game though. I'd let them play the wrong ball in the middle of a break. By that stage they should have been able to figure out which colour balls they're playing. Avery's 4-back Pioneer is a little bit the wrong side of the hoop, but there'll be no trouble. He's got the pivot perfectly under control, so he'll be able to rush that to where he wants to. So Deeth decided to reflect his leave in the vertical axis of the court. And so the ball that was in corner 4 is now over in corner 1, and his balls, which were in corner 2, are now in corner 3. So, except they're not. He's trying to leave something wired from yellow, I think, which then doesn't leave him a rush to anywhere. So interesting. He's just tactical manoeuvrings, trying to gain the advantage and either force Clark into taking a shot she doesn't want to take, or cornering perhaps and giving him the opportunity to leave a wired rush of some sort. But given where he's leaving blue, I don't think Clark will be going back to middle of the north boundary where she was before. She might have to look for somewhere else to go. Deeth has left himself a rush to that spot.
Avery is 3/4 of the way there.
See how? Oh, no, he's gone past. That's unfortunate.
No,
it's not fatal, but
it's not. But as Joel mentioned earlier, the 4-back Pioneer is not perfect, so a rush to it would have been very useful.
Yeah, he would have been better off leaving the penalt Pioneer just a little bit short, because that's actually gone about a metre too far as well. So I think he just overhit that shot, really. I think Clark is going back to the very same spot she was before. It's closer to blue, but she's not really worried about Deeth hitting with blue, because black is the ball that needs to play. He can hit in with black here, though.
I think she's shooting.
Oh no, she's shooting at black. She is shooting at black. Okay. Yeah. So this gives Deeth an opportunity for a break, but it's a very remote opportunity because he has to get a rush of blue.
It is. That's why I think that was a good shot, because Jenny had quite a lot to gain by hitting there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's 2 balls by a hoop. Oh no, not by a hoop. She's for penalty now, but
yeah.
but still,
Bit in the
yeah,
right
that's
part of the lawn.
Yeah, I'd have been taking that shot on as well. Avery 3-4 back, and he's got a nice rush back to the pivot, so everything back under control. The green parrots are back. It's their time to shine. Celebrating the end of another beautiful summer's day here in southwest London. Deeth's gone for the takeoff to get the rush to 1. Ooh. He's not got the rush to 1, he's got the rush to corner 2, which he's been able to cut to middle of west boundary.
Yeah, James hasn't left himself a rush to hoot 1 yet, since pegging.
Yeah, maybe now
out.
will be the time. So
Well, it could be.
Yeah, he has to leave Clark a shot, but at least this time he'll be leaving her a shot at 2 balls that are as far away from penalty as you can get on the lawn.
And the longest possible shot on the lawn.
Avery's going to be making Rover off partner, which is not ideal, but he'll probably put blue south of Rover to make that the receiver.
No, he's black and blue.
Good.
So he's making Rover off the enemy ball.
Very good. I was thinking of him also pegging out yellow, which he might choose to do, as is the custom.
Well, just for a bit of fun.
Yeah, as a kind of tip of the cap to Rob to say well played,
Yeah.
but I was just a little bit
I'll give
better
you
on
one
this
more point.
occasion. Yeah.
Yes, I remember David Moore when he beating me at the Northerns once with a triple peel, and he deliberately, I think I was peg and Rover, and he deliberately peeled me through Rover and pegged the ball out so that he could make it +1 TP.
Yeah. Yeah.
Showboating.
I've done that before as well. Had someone come to ask me if it was really a 3-ball triple that I'd just done, and I couldn't say yes, even though I wanted to.
Well, no, I mean, he did the triple on his own ball along with the Rover peel.
Yes, yeah, I'd done exactly the same thing.
So Avery right in front of Rover. Nice break this.
Yeah, and he has the opportunity to rush yellow to the peg and peg it out. Wouldn't be putting anything at risk.
I don't think he'll be bothering, but he could. He could slide it past. I think blue might be in the way, but anyway.
Yeah, he's not
Not
bothering.
interested.
Fair enough. I think he'll just be happy to win the game. And Rob will be kicking himself.
Rob had
throwing away the opportunities that he
two
had.
good chances to finish.
Clark finally choosing not to shoot Deeth. Where is he? So yeah, he'd left a situation in front of hoop 1 where if Clark had shot and missed, then
And Avery finishes 1-1. Now do they carry on?
The manager's sitting right here. He's emotionless so far. I think he's pretty disappointed to see Avery win that one. So,
Nothing personal, but it does keep everything a little behind schedule.
Managers have this fixation on making the tournament finish before the scheduled end of the tournament, which it's one option. Clark and Deeth seem to have decided they've had enough as well. Now that it's one game all, they know that it doesn't really matter if they finish or not, because the final won't be starting until game 3 finishes. So.
Well, that's the end of play for today.
Is that it for the day for everyone? Are you done for the day now? And Rob, you're not going back for game 3? Okay. So, I mean, there's still an hour at least of usable daylight. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Well, thank everyone for your company. I hope you enjoyed that. Some fairly dramatic finish.
Deeth and Clark are going to peg theirs down, with Clark in corner 4 and Deeth with a rush to hoop 1 somewhere near hoop 1. Just out of it, yeah, okay. And Avery and Fulford are tied at 1, so they'll be starting game 3 first thing tomorrow. presume it'll be a 10 o'clock start, but it may be earlier. We'll have to wait to see what the manager decides on that. So keep an eye on the website to see what the start time is for tomorrow. But I'm sure we'll be back for the start of the remainder. But until then, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and we'll see you for the exciting conclusion of the Open Championships tomorrow morning. Farewell.
Thank you all. Good night.
I shouldn't say. Good night from him.